Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know? Over 80% of top companies say system integration is key to their digital success. Today's course will help you understand how systems talk to each other using smart tools from SAP. We'll explore the SAP Integration Suite. This tool helps different apps and systems share data easily. We'll focus on two main parts: API management and event mesh. APIs allow systems to ask each other for information, and event mesh helps them react to changes in real time. More than 70% of businesses using SAP Integration Suite report faster workflows and fewer errors. It's used in banking, retail, manufacturing, and more. In today's world, apps must connect. Whether it's sending an order, checking stock, or updating customer data, all systems must stay in sync. SAP Integration Suite makes this possible. In this course, we'll show you how the suite works, how to manage APIs, and how Event Mesh handles real-time events. You'll learn with simple steps and real-life examples. Let's dive in.
So we'll start with the introduction of BTP. What is BTP? And what is the journey of this BTP? Now, how SAP has positioned this BTP and what is the roadmap for BTP? So we'll talk about that one. And then we can talk in detail what are various deployment models are available in BTP and just a core concept on BTP like your PaaS, SaaS, IaaS and everything. So then what are the different services are available? So we are not going to touch on any other services apart from BTP IaaS. So our focus is mostly on BTP IaaS because BTP IaaS this has been your entire BTP is grouped into three different categories. So we are going to focus on only integration tools and integration SaaS products or PaaS product, which is available in BTP. And then we'll start with the basics of CPI. Okay, so then we will we'll actually go with CPI. Then one in the CPI, we'll go with the concepts of what are different palette components are available, what are different patterns are available, how do I use different patterns for different integrations, and which component I should use for a synchronous mechanism, asynchronous mechanism. And if I want to design integration with different mapping level of which is the best suited one, example of when I need to use a message mapping, when I need to use XSLT, or when I need to use a Groovy scripting, so on. So we will go in depth of completely processing your integration. Like we have almost 20 to 30 different models we can set around when to use your different data stores, right variables, and we can touch upon all those components in detail. So then coming back to your integration IaaS, we have another major component in integration IaaS, which is nothing but your API management. So example, if you are developing any APIs, so the API backend could be your SAP S4 system, or it could be even your CPI also you can convert as an API when you develop many canonical based structures or any kind of API that you want to expose to third-party system. So what is the role of API management? How do I actually design API management in general so that we will see in detail? So what are different protocols that are available in your API management? What is the supported version in API management? What is the best recommended version as part of the open world or open source? What is SAP's roadmap on API management? And also we'll see how do you have let's take if I have API contract, how do I convert that API contract to API management? We'll see everything in detail. And then coming back to your, again, in CPI, we are going to touch upon all the adapters. I'll show you some of the adapters, how we can use adapters. I'll walk through the adapters, what is available, what you can use as best practice, and what you can actually explore on the different options on adapters. Okay, so then mapping level, we have multiple things as I mentioned, like we have standard, custom, and we have actually XSLT. So plenty of objects that are available in mapping level. So we'll go in depth on Groovy script also, Groovy script and XSLT also, because Groovy is mostly used in your current world. So, and also some customers are preferring XSLT, some are preferring Groovy. There are best practices for each and everything, when to use which one, when to use that one, because I'll explain all those concepts on the Groovy scripts explicitly. And then when you connect your CPA, right, both for inbound and outbound security, what are the required steps that you need to connect? Example, if I want to connect for posting an IDOC to CPA, so what are various authentication mechanisms are available? So when SAP want to push an IDOC to my CPA, or SAP want to post an SOAP message to my CPA, what are different options are available in terms of security? I'll explore on those options as well. So then I will actually catch up on the how do we do the exception handling, because that will play a major role on your CPI, because when you design iFlow, exception handling plays a major role. And so you can have multiple options to do an exception handling. If you have a common template of exception handling, how do I create a common reusable artifact in such a way I can use this exception handling, or I can call this exception handling in my main process. So when you define a custom iFlow, this factors plays a major role, and we can see all those artifacts and concepts in detail. Okay, so then coming back to the topics on the advanced side, like, so since we have seen on till now BTPIS, but example, like in BTPIS also other components like integration advisor. Integration advisor is for completely for your B2B integration. I'll touch upon what is for B2B integration, what is a take on SAP. And so we have solution architectural metrics that is being driven by how do, if I give a requirement, let's take an example. If you're going for a blue green project or brown green implementation or brown implementations for S4, SAP also provides a methodology for to propose an integration pattern or integration architecture. So that also comes as part of your SAP BTPIS, which is nothing but ISAM. So we will see an example how to create a request for my entire requirement and how do I get the proposed architecture for that one. We will see that topic also. And then coming back to your advanced topics, like we will be seeing more into event mesh, because the ask is from your Spock is like we want a more event mesh concept. So I will work on the event mesh, because event mesh is not only with CPI, we need to have a separate component on S4. So there should be event mesh is something like it's a pub sub model. So it's a broker. It will act as a broker where you will have a publisher, and once somebody publish a data, the lightweight events will be pushed out of SAP, and that will be passed through your event mesh to your consumer. So we can have CPA also one of the consumer. Even I can have any third party site also I can even have as a consumer and get the data and push it to necessary information. We can see the event mesh concept, how to do the development on event mesh, and what are the prerequisites for the event mesh. We can see all those in details. And also I will touch upon some concepts on graph, because graph is nothing but your equivalent, your API management and everything. So and that we can see about that one. So another one, right? Because since you are going to be land into the BTPIS architecture, so like if I want to transport an object from one landscape or one tenant to another tenant, so what would be my transport path, or what would be the transport strategy that I will be taking around? So like I can take CTMS Cloud Transport Management Service as one of the best service that is available from SAP to transport your file. So whatever you transport your file is going to be MTAR, which is nothing but multi-target application from SAP side. Like you will be transporting that from one system to another system using that CTMS tool. Some customers are also developing inbuilt Jenkins pipeline. So where you can actually develop all your code base. Example, like if you have a separate DevOps team, you can provision a separate Jenkins server in your local PC, and that Jenkins server can be accessible across all wide, and people can actually follow the open native or DevOps model, where you can actually have CI/CD model embedded with your CPI to transport your object away from SAP's model. So these are multiple options are available when it comes to transport. I can explain which model is which organization, which is good for which organization, which is better for another organization. So we can walk through all those steps. If you need any other topics that I know that you need, I can actually explain. So but the overall course curriculum is going to be in this one. So any questions or any doubts?
Open connector is included in that one?
Open connector is not included, because open connector, I can touch up on the concept. What is open connector? Example, you have an adapter in your CPI, you can use open connector for sending an example. You can use a box. Let's take an example. I'm pulling a file from SFTP location, but if I want to send a file, the same file to a box drive or a Dropbox drive, we can use open connector. Open connector is a paid version. It will not come as part of your trial version. Only CPI and API management you can extensively use as part of your trial.
So in the integration suite, we have the 4 capabilities. So out of 4, 3 will be covered except open connectors. You are going to, how
Yes.
will it things?
Yeah, so I will be covering explicitly CPI, API management, and event mesh. Open connector is a separate add-on altogether. It's a separate licensed product, so we cannot use in our free trial account. But I will show you how to use an open connector. So like, because even if you provision your trial account, right? SAP will not give us all the access in the Open Connector to consume. But actually, I will show you a concept how it is done in the Open Connector, because I'm essentially using an Open Connector in my organization, so I can show you how that is being done.
Yeah, because that is very important for us.
Definitely. Any other questions or any other topics that need to be covered? Yeah, let's get started. So as and when actually you log into LMS, as I showed you, so you can, once you land into this, your LMS landing page, right? Like you will have multiple options. You can go to your material. So I'm going to pick up this first module one. And the first I'm going to give the SAP ERP and as well as S4 HANA overview. So then from there, so this will be mostly on ERP side. From it is going to be on BTP. We'll start everything from BTP. You can access all your materials and all your PPT starting from your module one. You will have your PPT as well as assessment, and we can take from. Let's get started. Just a disclaimer. So the most part is what is ERP and why SAP has actually moved from R3 to S4 architecture. So, and what it is being transformed for as an integration consultant, what I'm going to see in terms of changes or in terms of a new benefit I'm going to get if I'm moving to actually a S4 system. Yeah, these are the agenda that we are going to cover. In general, like we are going to talk about SAP landscape overview. So the landscape remains intact, what you see from your previous model. And also we will see what are different SAP HANA versions that has been done and types of interfaces that is available in your SAP landscape. Then we will talk about more into, because you will be interacting with a lot of RFCs if you are dealing with outbound integrations. So we'll see all the RFC destinations, how to create RFC destination for outbound integration. For inbound, we have a separate concept. So I'll show you, because each different protocol follows a different config. Example, your OData follow a different config, your SOAP follow a different config, your IDOC follow a different config. So because these are the three main protocols that you will be interacting with SAP from a CPS standpoint, I'll touch upon those things. How do you configure SOAP using a SOA manager and all those things. And coming back to your BAPIs, so then how do you convert your BAPI to a OData service? Then coming back to your IDOCs, what are the prerequisites for an IDOC? So if it's an inbound IDOC, what is the prerequisite? If it's an outbound IDOC, what is the prerequisite? So we'll see all those things. And the TMS is just overview on SAP, because a lot of customers are, if they're getting kickstarted on SAP S4 HANA implementation, first they will go for a CFIN, Central Finance implementation, then followed by the TMS module. Because if it is a retail customer, 99% they'll go with actually TMS module as part of their first implementation. Just I will give overview of that one. Yeah. So your SAP landscape, it's nothing is changed, like, because if you see from your R2 and actually from R2 it has been now leveraged to R3. So the current ECC model, SAP supports both R3 system as well as the new era of SAP is nothing but your S4 HANA system. Okay, the overall infrastructure, it's actually, so it's been governed, it's been monitored, it's been provided to support entire business need in terms of ERP landscape. Okay, so it encompasses a lot of components, because when you go into your SAP system, you can see a lot of components that are available different than your previous SAP system, because you might not have gateway, but you might have seen gateway as a different version, but the SAP has transformed SAP gateway totally different to support both OData and REST architecture currently, and also a lot of different things. Like if you see from the customer side, like they have brought ADP, because it was actually called ATP. Now it was called advanced ATP. How do I fulfill my orders in terms of SAP? I'll touch upon all those concepts later. But in terms of the overall, the baseline landscape wide, so earlier it used to be a 3-tier landscape. Now it is a single in-memory database that is going to be transformed, and you are going to see. Okay, so let me actually show you the difference between, or I can actually explain what is the difference between your existing ERP system and within compared to your ECC system. So it's your existing ERP system is mostly your web server architecture, where you will have your separate application layer, you will have your separate presentation layer, you have your separate DB layer. Okay, DB is your foundation. On top of it, you'll have your application layer. On top of it, you have your presentation layer. So when it comes to DB, you used to have a 3-tier, because I go to the 3-tier architecture. So you have your DB, your ECC, then followed by application layer, where you will be writing all your logics. So now you'll have another one layer called presentation layer, where you might have something of a lot of BSP application came out of this one. Also, a lot of web application has been built as part of this one. So now SAP has unified everything into a single layer R3 architecture. So when it comes to your S4, So then a DB is going to play a major role because DB will act as your RAM, DB will act as your storage, and DB will act as your accessing power. So which is nothing but HANA DB, and which has in-memory capability, which will span across all this layer. And additionally, before it comes to presentation layer, now SAP has introduced a layer called gateway, where you can actually expose all your data service out of. And this is earlier SAP gateway used to be a hub. Now SAP has brought up a concept called embedded gateway. So embedded gateway is available now, and also you can actually expose your service out of this one, and everything is accessible and everything is operating by using an in-memory concept. So that's your major difference between your SAP ECC and your SAP HANA system. And that's why it's called in-memory. So the earlier problem, if you go to the olden days, if I want to fulfill my order, or let's take an example, I'm a retail customer, I want to create an order in SAP. So I used to go with asynchronous mechanism. So either I will have an integration specific, which is a batch driven integration, or it's mostly IDOC driven integration. Now SAP has transformed that entire thing with a near real-time approach using SAP OData Gateway, where you can always create your orders near real-time based on the scenario, because we cannot create all the orders near real-time, but we can create some of the orders. Let's take, I have an order with up to 30, 50 line items. I can create order within near real-time, because it also depends upon your volume of the data, as well as it also depends on your size of the payload or number of items that are involved, because creation is a process that needs lot of in-memory while writing your tables. So here you used to have a differentiation of tables. So example, so in your R3 system, my tables are decentralized, and I have to go and fetch my data from each and every table independently, and I have to tie up to my entire application architecture. But when it comes in your SAP HANA DB, so it's all in memory, it's all embedded database. So it's all now CDS based. So that's what is your S4 HANA gives your core data service capability. All your tables are embedded, or actually I would say bundled in a single DB layer. And also, if you want to expose any service out of it, if you have a table which created as part of your CDS base, you can expose a service very in fraction of seconds from your CDS views. CDS from your views. So that's all your HANA database. If you created using a CDS based structure, it is easy for any consumer to consume that service through a CDS architecture. Okay? That's the main difference that SAP has transformed when it comes to between SAP ECC and your SAP S4 HANA system. Okay, so when the tire system doesn't change in the landscape, right? So you will have the same 3-tier landscape, and in your development box you will have two different client, like especially you'll have a dev client, which is called as a golden client, and you will have a test client. So where you will be actually setting the config specific for specific. Let's take an integration want to follow separate configuration. You can even have that config specific to that client only. And you can have also like some of the objects. Well, let's take an example. I'm a developer. I want to develop object to customize some iDocs, and I want to create an object to enhance my CDS views. Those are all cross-client objects. So we can have both cross-client repository as well as client-specific repository. Okay, so your development can be done in your golden client, and that can be accessible to your test client as well. That is called the cross-client capability. And if I have a configuration, I can even have the configuration specific to the client. So your integration, mostly I would say 80 to 90%, it's all client specific. Some of the config that might come under a cross-client capability, but most of them, like 80-90%, like you're setting up an IDOC or setting up a SOA manager, or even setting up your actually configuration. For example, if I want to set the inbound configuration, outbound OIDA configuration, this is a client specific. If you have the object tied up to your test client, you can transport the same object to upper landscape. So these are the things like major with SAP. SAP doesn't change that base architecture; it remains the same, and just they change the DB aspect where you can have a lot of in-memory capability to bring lot of aspect over. And when it comes to your landscape, like development, quality, and production plays a major role in terms of lot of users can access the data, because that's a real live data for an organization, where you will be having all your business operations will be going on in your SAP S4 system. It needs lot of powerful engine to implement everything. So the difference what you will see from your R3 to when it comes to S4 architecture. So if you are a big customer in the olden days, if you are having a decentralized ERP system, okay. So example, you might have a ECC system. Let's take an example. If there is a retail customer, they will have a separate R3 for retail and separate R3 for wholesale. Okay, so and also I have seen customers who has R3 for separate region, also region specific R3 systems. Example, they will have a separate R3 for North America, separate R3 for EMEA, and a separate R3 for APL region. So that was actually been a constraint in the previous architecture. Now with SAP S4 HANA, we can actually eliminate all those factors. We can have a single R3, and we can have, let's take an, if you see from the retail angle, both your retail and wholesale transaction can be a single R3. So all your retail transaction and wholesale transaction can be clubbed, and you can have it in a single S4 system. And also you can just activate your config or your activation methodology for region specific. You don't have to create a separate S4 system for region specific. You can have a single one ERP core ERP system that solve the problem for all your regions. So what I'm going to achieve with this one, because I am going to get the consolidated report from one system. In my previous architecture, like I will not have a transparency of my sale, transparency of my orders, with what is happening across organization. But when I come to S4, I will have everything embedded in a single table and single system. I can have a complete view of my sales, orders, and also all the business transaction that is happening from a single ERP system. So that's a real quick transformation from SAP that gives holistic view of the entire business in a single box. Any questions or any doubts?
Yeah, can you go to the diagram which you so in this in S4 HANA, so the presentation layer will connect to HANA DB in memory, right?
Everything is in memory. So let's take an example. You are creating a Fiori application. So here it's all embedded Fiori now. So you'll have embedded Fiori at this point of time. And this embedded Fiori will be connected to a CDS view. So the CDS view will have a CDS based OData service, and you can connect to that.
Let's say if you want let's say if I want to fetch some data from any table, so how it works?
So okay, if I want to get a data from any table, let's take an example. In earlier world, you might seen something called RFCs and BAPIs and everything. I'm going to come to that point actually shortly. So yeah. So because you have a gateway layer, I would put actually side by side also gateway and your presentation layer. So I'm going to come to the concept because I'll just show an example how you are consuming a data when you have a previous model of WebDin Pro Java and everything. So now how it was done previously, now it is how it is embedded.
Okay.
Yeah. So in terms of landscape and in terms of SAP landscape, right, you have a quality system, and which is a test system where you will be doing all your and that architecture remains the same. So like your SIT and your BAPI for your SIT, you will be doing mostly first you start with your SIT, then you will be doing UAT with users, then you will be doing a performance test. So the very big constraint, right? Like if I go with your previous model, I need to provision different systems for different testing requirement. Okay, so now when I come to SAP S4 HANA, so since it is in-memory capability, let's take an example. Earlier I was using overall 20, or I'm giving an example of 10 TB as my database. So now if I have my database with 12 or 14 TB, it suffices for me to support my production need, as well as if I want to do SIT or my UAT or even for my performance testing, if I plan properly, like if I want to go ahead in a sequential way, I can go ahead with a single box sequential way. If I want to go ahead with a parallel mechanism, I can work around in such a way to have my entire concept in a single box and to do my entire testing within a single box. Because in your earlier landscape, you have to provision a lot of system because that doesn't support all your memory capability. You have to have all those things. But actually with your SAP S4 HANA, you can have a seamless connection from your SAP system, because all your connections are going to come through your integration layer, because your integration layer will act as your SCPI will act as your integration adapter for your SAP system. And all your connections are going to come through that one. And also you might have a chance to directly interact with your non-SAP system. So you can do all your performance testing on your load, on day to load, because as an organization, right, everyone will have their peak traffic or peak data volume that can come into your SAP system. So how do I measure my threshold? how do I put my benchmark on my threshold? So that is something like you're going to see based on your performance testing. Let's take an example. On my sale day or on my launch time, I have my product volume is going to be almost 10 million records. I'm going to write to SAP every hour. So then I need to set the benchmark to have all my transaction. Example, I might have a lot of orders created. For the order, I need to go for a fulfillment process. For that order, I need to another process, shipment process. I need to touch upon the delivery process. I need to plan in such a way to happen all this in a parallel mechanism to suffice my business need on the real time using a performance system. So the performance testing is going to help you on this aspect of the SAP S/4HANA within a single box. So if you are a retail customer or wholesale customer, like, so you can have all your transactions in a single box to achieve this retirement. So that's about all your things. So just I will give a background how SAP HANA has been evolved. And also I'll show you this architecture because earlier you have a BAPI and RFC architecture, how that BAPI and RFC has been transformed to now SAP ZaranTech. So as a background of SAP S/4HANA version, like SAP S/4HANA version first it's been provisioned on 2015. So from there, SAP actually do not have a cloud edition. Okay, so SAP has actually only till the time SAP's main purpose was to have to try that one directly within a native on-premise version. Then actually after by 2016 they brought the latest version on the cloud. Okay, so now it is called as RISE customers or RISE cloud. So I'll come to the concept of RISE later. But that's if you see from when it comes from the incumbent, so the mostly it is on-prem system because SAP before it goes to SAP S4, it was SAP was trying out this HANA product in multiple landscape and multiple use cases with SAP HANA. From there, they actually transformed this entire thing to SAP S/4HANA in 2015. They released the first version, which is nothing but 1503, which is 1503, nothing but 2015 March. They released the first version of your SAP S/4HANA. With and actually, and SAP S/4HANA, it does not have a lot of module in that one. It has only the core focus on SAP is to have a release a product with finance-based module. So any transformation that you are going through, first the foremost thing they will actually implement the financial aspect because that's the backbone of any industry. So financial is the first module will be embedded into your ERP system. Also the first company they will roll out your financial aspect, then followed by a transaction data because finance plays a major role to buy, then to sell your product. Okay, so buy is more needed because if I want to run a business, I want to buy from somebody. Then I can actually calculate my what is my sell and what is my profit and what is my loss and everything. So finance plays a major role. So then as part of the finance, like SAP released in 1503, simple finance because you have two different version of finance. So one is your SFIN, another one is your CFIN. Okay, so SFIN is nothing but your S4 version of your normal finance based modules. Like you will have your GL, and you will have your customer finance, you will have your accounting, you will have your actually treasury. A lot of these modules are called as simple finance. Okay, so this is the first version that SAP launched in 03 version. Then kind of followed by in 1603, they expanded like 1511, they expanded their architecture to support central finance architecture. So what is the difference between simple finance and central finance architecture? So let's take an example. I'm running a big industry. So in my case, if I implement a simple finance, that is going to be a SAP specific report. Like I'm going to get my report. What is my GL account report, or what is my profit report, or what is my cost center report, and everything. So simple finance will give only the unified report from your core SAP system. When it comes to your central finance, you have an opportunity to interact with your multiple systems as well. So it gives a provisioning to get the report from your core ERP, from your transactional system as well. And if you have any legacy system or if you have any non-finance system, it has an opportunity to give a consolidated report, end-to-end visibility of your entire finance-based architecture across the geography in a single system called central finance. Central finance architecture has transformed one layer above your central finance. So above your simple finance, that gives the entire visibility for my organization. What are the financial transactions that are happening across my finance system in using a single consolidated report? So because the main reporting with CFIN is your consolidation report across your multiple SAP and non-SAP systems, finance systems. Okay, so that's a CFIN is the next capability SAP has brought in 1511, which is nothing but 15 November. Along with that, actually, they brought on with other concept like, because if you want to deal with any finance, you need to have all the material ledgers or business partners, everything. So like they evolved this version slowly, which support lot of in-memory capability from them. So then 1610, where SAP has transformed its entire look and feel. So like, because if you see your old screen, it will be like ALE based UI screen. Now with your latest S4 screen, they transformed Fury 2.0. So Fury 2.0 is mostly focused on SAP's reforming SAP's look and feel, because if you take anybody from 2000 or 1990s, they will tell it's a blue screen. Now it's completely brought a better user experience with Fury 2.2. It is mostly on your HTML5 based look and feel, and you'll have all the cool gadgets what you see in SAP. That everything has been embedded into your normal SAP S4 system. So that's a major difference with your SAP S4 system. And also it brought another module like extended warehouse management. And also if you are a retail customer, you will have, because earlier you used to have ATP, now they brought advanced ATP because to fulfill your order. So ATP is nothing but available to promise. So if I want to fulfill my order without any flaw or without any failure, the SAP brought a near real-time availability check of all my product, that is called advanced ATP. And also I have brought another concept on TMS, so transport management system, also that was also brought on 1610. Then detailed scheduling, another concept which is will be used in manlog industries. So those are the different aspects for each is considered, which various industry aspect they brought different concept in 1610. So the key feature they addressed is advanced availability to promise, like advanced ATP to all the customers. Then they actually used effective order management and billing using your central finance. And also they brought SAP finance scope more wider than your previous layer. And also if in terms of your material, example, you might have a different set of material in your ERP system, like you have a raw material separately or finished goods separately. Now everything is built, because if you're a retail customer, you might see your material into different, I would say, different configs. Now they brought a new concept called material variant, where you can have your size, your material number, everything at the same level. So they brought a lot of, that brings a lot of unified data model architecture. And also it brings effective procurement and extended lot of different models. Like in terms of warehouse, it brings extended warehouse management. And also this is all embedded feature when it comes, because why it is called as embedded feature, because SAP brought TMS as part of its capability to fulfill all my orders effectively. And it brings additional layer, because earlier SAP UI5 and Fiori is not to be an embedded Fiori, it used to be a hub. Now SAP brought embedded or consolidated Fiori architecture, consolidated Fiori screen within SAP. As part of next version, SAP brought consolidated or embedded Fiori as well as embedded gateway into its own architecture. Okay, these are my first version. What I seen 1611 and 1610. They brought another aspect, like your transport management has been enhanced to the next level, to have the visibility on the inventory side also, and to have the visibility on my fulfillment side, and also to have visibility on logistics side also. The transport management has been expanded to larger scope now. And also I have a commercial project management as another module that has been brought, and portfolio project management also brought in reach. So every version has been evolved to solve bigger problem, and all those problems has been completely now solved, and it's been defined there. So as you might see SAP Copilot. So SAP Copilot was built as a kind of pilot product from SAP, but did not fly through that much. But there is a new version of SAP AI tool. So that SAP has been, it's now testing in BTP architecture. So I'll talk about the product later. So, but SAP Copilot was one of the feature that was SAP was releasing in 2017 on September, to have actually free search within my repository, so that I can bring all my code frequently, like how GitHub Copilot works. So SAP also brought SAP Copilot, and that also helped to design freestyle screens using the Copilot prompts. But that did not fly through that much. Now SAP has transformed into a new AI tool called SAP Jewel. So, but SAP Jewel it's completely under, what to say, like it's not like matured like SAP GitHub Copilot. Sorry, it's not matured as GitHub Copilot. So SAP Jewel is like, it's a learning curve for SAP also. They are building their entire model to train the system and to bring up to speed on the market. And So these are the new features that has been brought in your 1709. So example, embedded transport management, and then manufacturing based transactions, finance requirement, and also PLM, and also they have maximized entire SAP Fiori experience. And also in this architecture, they brought embedded Fiori as well as embedded gateway. So to support all my SAP needs. Okay, 1809 is another version of SAP that brought another feature of SAP system, and these are the features that they brought in 1809. So this is I would say like this is a continuous improvement from SAP to meet a lot of business need and lot of customer need to achieve a lot of business operation. And 1809 is, I would say 1809 is 1809, 1909 is a promising version. So a lot of customers has believed SAP S4 HANA, and they started migrating to SAP S4 HANA from 1809 and 1909 was a strong factor to move to SAP S4 HANA from our 3 system. 2020 was actually a lot of customers were not actually putting their heads into because of into the transformation because of COVID and aspect. And 2021 has brought the new features. It has brought the innovative feature on SAP S4 HANA, especially on the modules like transport management again, and also on the sales side. Because on the sales side, they brought new concepts called actually how do I have a near real time, like how do I achieve rush orders? How do I achieve actually quick orders within 2 hours delivery. So those are the aspects that SAP brought in 2021 S4 system. Because if you see in your olden days in your ERP system, you have to customize a lot of things. You have to write a customized coding, but those things are brought as an inbuilt capability from SAP S4 HANA for rush orders, quick delivery within 2 hours, quick delivery within half an hour. Those are the set of config that has come as part of your 2021 feature. Okay. 2022 has been evolved to interact to other SAP system like seamlessly, because in 2021 also you can interact with other SAP systems like your cloud SAP system like Ariba, SuccessFactors, and you have Coupa and everything. And 2022 plays a major role to interact with other cloud ERP, because SAP has a on-prem ERP separately and it has a cloud ERP also separately. Because the cloud ERP are something like your Ariba system, and your you have if you're working for a company, mostly you will be touching Ariba, Concur. SuccessFactors was the one which was been completely on peak on 2016 and 17. But now a lot of customers are moving away from SuccessFactors to Workday, because Workday solve a lot of problem than SuccessFactors. So these are the like different things, different ERP system that SAP brought to connect seamlessly with all the system. Like SAP brought inbuilt capability in CPI to interact seamlessly with your Ariba on SuccessFactors. It has extended the modules in SuccessFactors to connect seamlessly. So those things are like 2022 version, along with CPI also evolved to have support those options. Okay. So any questions or any doubts till this time on SAP HANA S4 journey?
All good from my end.
We have seen SAP on a on-prem model. Okay, so there are different deployment model. We are also going to talk about deployment for model for BTP also. But SAP in 2022, SAP stabilized the deployment model to support multiple customers, because they don't want to see only big customers. They want to also suffice the business need of small customers. How do I actually support the business need of small customers? So then SAP rolled out a concept called how do I support different deployment model for different business. Okay, so let's take an example. I will give an example of Apple. So Apple, if you take an Apple as a bigger company, so they have a deployment model like it's a private cloud. Because I'll tell that what is the difference between private cloud and public cloud. Before that, like we have different deployment models like public cloud deployment model, private cloud deployment model, hybrid deployment model, and community edition of deployment model. So community edition deployment model came in live only in 2024, because a lot of customers start pushing their changes to a community edition. Then the other customers can leverage it. Community deployment model and multi-vendor deployment. Okay, so what is the public cloud deployment model? Example, like I am having my ERP system. Okay, but my ERP system will be managed by SAP, but this public cloud will be accessible over the internet in by multiple customers. Example, if you are provisioning your ERP system, that ERP system will be available, need to be available on the cloud. And this version of your ERP need to be accessible outside of your network or across your over the internet. So then that is called a public cloud ERP system. And public cloud also we have different versions. Like the ERP could be shared, the infrastructure could be shared with multiple customer and with multiple with the different config specific to ER customers. Example, I have a single infrastructure. So it's going to be in terms of public cloud. This is a public cloud. So let's assume Apple decided like to go to public cloud. I'm just throwing some name of some companies. So Apple is decided to go to public cloud, and this public cloud will be accessible over the internet. This will be available over the internet, and this infrastructure completely managed by SAP. And this public cloud can be region specific also. So they have a public cloud. Example, they can have a public cloud in US East, and also I can have another public cloud in US West, and also like other regions across the globe. Okay. So like in the US, East, take an example of customer A. They want to choose public cloud. SAP will drop them inside this public. Customer A will be here. And if they are in the East region, if they are in the East Coast of US, so they will be using US East based public cloud infrastructure. And if another customer is coming and they are from US West, they will be available here. So same another customer, another set of 2 to 3 customers, if they want to go ahead with the public cloud because they cannot have their own infrastructure or own network, because those are the complications. Because if you want to have own infrastructure, own network, and it's going to be added cost and added security and everything. So they want to just run smaller ERP function and want to manage basic. So in that case, SAP can actually put them everything into the same public cloud infrastructure. Here, B customer will be also landed, could be a target or something like that. This another customer also will be landed. So this means like the infrastructure is shared across multiple clients, and this is accessed by internet, and it is managed by SAP. So that means there is always a pro to it, and there is always a con to it. The pro is actually I don't have to manage my own IT team or my own infrastructure team to manage the ERP system. This can be managed by SAP. So I need to pay to SAP, and I can optimize on my costs in general. But what is my con? Like if I want to scale up, or if I want to receive bulk orders or bulk thing, I don't have any control. I have to rely on SAP, because it's SAP can put one customer or SAP can put 10 customer. And also the config to this one, like it's not publicly available. We have to work with SAP a lot to get all this infrastructure config. If SAP feel if this infrastructure is getting bigger, they will expand, but nobody will get notified on that. So for them, it just they are the client. SAP will put everyone into that one. They will actually have a different aspect. So that's another one con. Like I cannot plan on my business when to expect a bigger order, because the sale for customer A and sale for customer D might be at the same time, and you might actually get a different load to your ERP system, and you might even see some hiccups to that one. So we need to work closely with SAP to fine tune my architecture based on my business need and business architecture. But SAP might ask for a different client and everything. So that's a public cloud model that is available as of today. So and SAP has brought a RISE cloud model, because if you want to be more premium, now SAP will move this. Let's take an example. Customer A is available here, and customer B, and all of them have same load at same data volume at the same time. So SAP divides them into a premium layer that is called RISE customer. So what they will do, SAP will try to, in terms of RISE, put a different architecture for RISE. So now with RISE, so earlier your infrastructure has been shared by all the customers. Now with RISE, each and every customer has to pay their own infrastructure cost. That's the difference SAP has made now. So we will support all your architecture and thing, because this model was not that much helpful for a lot of customers till 2023, 2024. SAP brought up new concept called RISE. So that means SAP also learned the business need and business capability, and they will support all the needs for the business. Each and every customer now has to pay for their own cost. That's a major difference with the RISE. That's what actually RISE has brought new capabilities as well as new add-on, because that adds a major thing with the infrastructure. So that's with the RISE customer. So now RISE been transformed a lot of business, but now your cost should be increased at least 2 times or 3 times more than your previous. So that's a difference between your normal public cloud model and public cloud RISE model. So that's a new model that SAP has brought within public cloud concept. And you can even have your RISE with private cloud also, because I don't want to be accessible all through public. I can be accessible with the private cloud. So how RISE will transform to a private cloud? I'll first touch upon the private cloud model, then I'll see about the private. Okay. So any questions or any doubts till this time? on the public cloud or private cloud.
So can you go to the diagram on the earlier one? So earlier, what I could say, the memory would be high, right, to accommodate all the customers in public cloud.
Yeah, so see, this is in-memory capability. In public cloud, it's all in-memory capability. That's the thing, right? Like SAP has a public cloud, and that public cloud will be shared with multiple customer. And your infrastructure is totally different than your SaaS solution, right? Infrastructure is something like I have servers on top of my server. I will be putting informations like ERP system. I can put actually separate platform as a service and everything. So my infrastructure can be hyperscaler based infrastructure, or I might have an infrastructure which actually supports to support DR and to support high availability. Everything comes in factor and compared to infrastructure. DB is totally different. So DB is something like what you provision for that.
Okay, can you go to the next one? So in the second diagram, so here the infrastructure would be,
it's still dedicated for you.
it's only, right?
It will based on our needs only. RISE public cloud will be based on our needs. So RISE, because when you adopt this RISE customer, then you will get the infrastructure as well as your SaaS, everything dedicated for you.
So it's based on sizing and all. SAP will do that sizing and all, right? Based on our
SAP will do the sizing exercise for you.
Okay.
One question, like suppose in this public cloud, they have different regions for SAP, right? Suppose US East you mentioned, but that is also in US West. In that case, the architecture would also have a different cloud to with the US West?
No, see, I'll give an example, right? Like if you see the cloud era, right? So how the cloud era has been brought into the nature. So AWS was the pioneer on the cloud era. So AWS has put their data center. If you see from US West, they have a Quincy data center, they have Seattle-based data center, they have actually data center near to California, they have data center near to Oregon, so and so. If you go to East, they have data center in a lot of other regions like New York, Washington, DC, and everything. Okay. So East and West, I'll tell you. So you brought a very good point. If I am a RISE customer, okay, my primary will be always US East. So my entire business will be on US East. That means I would say my primary service on US East. Considering my high availability and DR, because you are not dealing with a simple platform, right? We are dealing with your cloud ERP system. My ERP should be highly available. So nobody in the world can promise actually my data center will not go away anytime. So if I'm a customer with RISE, I can actually choose my another RISE cloud in US East for DR and high availability.
Okay.
So you will have your primary will be running here. Your DR will take a copy of your primary always. Okay. When this is gone down, as part of high availability, you will get another one information, another one infrastructure in US West. With the DR capability, all your information will be restored into another tenant, and then this will be up from that point.
Okay.
Okay. So that's a major thing with your difference between your US East and US West. Because any customer, because you really brought a very good point. Because when it comes to cloud, we should see a lot of aspects. How do I going to surface my business? How do I going to have high availability? How do I going to have disaster recovery? How do I going to have multi-tenancy? How do I have a lot of other concepts coming to play? Okay, so your primary should be in one region, your secondary should be running in a second region, like so that should adopt actually your DR and higher.
One more question. So it's a simple question. So East, West, it's just a name they have given, or is there any differences with respect to the infrastructure?
It is a different data center. So US East, they have currently in Chandler, US West, which is sitting in Seattle. And also it varies because in public cloud, you don't have option to choose an infrastructure provider. But SAP might tell some information about it, but in BTP, you have always an option to choose an infrastructure provider. Example, either I can go with AWS or Azure or actually GCP. But SAP nowadays with RISE, they are also helping. Let's take an example. As my organization standard is to stick with AWS, SAP can help with the AWS-based infrastructure across your board.
Okay.
The data center is going to be located in different region. So that means like my company headquarters in US East, okay, it makes sense for me to provision everything on the US East side, right? If it is in US West, I need to have a longer network traffic for everything. So that's a major difference that you are going to see when you adopt different architecture. Any questions or any doubts?
So with I have one doubt. So in public, so like standard SAP public cloud, so we will just get the customization or the services as per the other customers are getting. Like we don't get any customization and all. And if we use the RISE solution along with SAP Cloud, so we will get the SAP services as per our customization and as per our requirements, correct?
Correct. So you will have an option because in your previous cloud, so till now we talked about only infrastructure layer. I did not come to the application layer. So that's a constraint that you brought up a very good point. In public cloud, SAP do not give all the provision to touch the object. So you have to use what is embedded and what is the native and standard you have to use. SAP allows 20 to 30% of customization, but when SAP release any upgrade, there might be a chance your customization get impacted. But with the RISE, SAP brought the same concept. I would say 80 to 90% similar concept to your private cloud, like your on-prem system, where you can extend your functionality as per of your business. Because that is going to be a public cloud, not in the private. Private, I'm going to talk about separate. That's because RISE is something like SAP is coming along with you, along your all your business need, because that's called RISE. Because SAP not only bringing your infrastructure, it is also learning your business, and they are also trying to bring that adoption to the SaaS solution, and they will also be throughout your entire implementation journey. And you will be treated whenever the customer is choosing as a RISE customer, they will be treated as a premium customers. So now we have seen public cloud version. So that means we are in the 5-way of deployment model. So we are in the public cloud version. Like, what is public cloud version? How SAP has positioned itself in the initial stage of 2021 and 2020 to 2023, and based on their learnings, and they started a new era that is called public cloud with RISE journey, where SAP will be positioning themselves to help you on the infrastructure, also on their SaaS solution as level, and also to have a better business functionality. So that is RISE will be a different journey altogether. So now let's go to the private cloud. So when private cloud model will be
one small question. Yeah, so in public and the RISE, let's say if SAP implemented some patches or any upgrades, so both will get the new features, right? Even the RISE and the public.
So in RISE, what you will have an option to have your extension in one place. Like example, right? If in your workbench, they have allocated for some space for your extension capability. So that is something, but side-by-side extension, we can bring side-by-side extension capability. And in-app, so when it comes to Fiori and everything, that's called in-app extension. Like we can actually do the in-app extension also. And also in a CDS view, you can do side-by-side extensions. Okay, so that is also possible there with your RISE. So they have provided an option in your bench. And when it comes to private, that is totally a different game altogether. Different. So you will have a lot of feature in your private cloud than your public cloud.
So let's suppose these patches will be applicable for East and West, both the public clouds, right? Let's say SAP implement something.
When SAP release any cloud, it is always global. So people will be, this will be, because I was working with some patches for integration also. So it is global always. But if you have any special request, it might impact your business. You can always ask SAP to stop the patch. So that is also possible. Example, I have seen we have both hybrid models. So I'll just give my experience. Like we have seen one patch has impacted my integration layer as well as my CFIN based public cloud architecture. So I was nearing to my peak season sale as well as my big traffic day. So we asked SAP not to release any patch for a certain window. So we can even ask SAP not, so they can actually, if you are a premium customer and everything, they can even restrict their traffic for a particular customer, and they can skip that patch. They can enable the patch in the next future. So that is, everything is possible.
Itself, right? It is.
Sorry? So
Respect to the customer only.
It is respect to customer only. How do you sign the contract with them? But in general, their model is to release the patch across the globe for all the customers. But because since you are RISE, you will treat it in a premium way. That's, they can adopt whatever on your need.
Only for the premium customers, so they will give this extra benefits.
Options. Extra benefits.
Okay.
So then coming back to your private cloud. Okay, so till now we have seen an option like with the private cloud, so public cloud. So with the private cloud, so the game is totally going to be different. So with a private cloud, because it is going to be always industry specific. So now customer has to take care of 3 different aspects. One is with the private cloud, because private cloud is something like I'm going to own end to end. So what I mean by end-to-end? What is my infrastructure? Okay. So then I'm going to own what is my ERP and its patch update as well as I would say and its upgrades. Okay. Then in RISE, SAP will be there for your business application activation also. But with your this one, SAP will be just a partner. They will and what is going to be my business activation model. So this everything you are going to manage as a customer. Because you are a company, you are going to manage business activation for year. So this is be completely driven by the customer, the company. Okay, so I have to first come up with my infrastructure. So I have to actually, before I do all this one, I have to do my preliminary exercise. Who will be beneficiary for my infrastructure in terms of cost? And I need to set up the separate infra streams, starting from your network to DevOps. Then actually, if DevOps are involved, you need to work with a particular infrastructure. Like if it is Azure, you need to work with the Microsoft infra team with your DevOps team. Then you need to, if it is AWS, vice versa, like you need to work with them subsequently. So then actually you will have your, because the teams involved is your, because you have to build the teams. Yeah, entirely you have to, as an organization, I need to have my own network team because it's all private network. My IP DNC is totally different because network team will define my DNC. Okay. And I will have my virtual private network. I will have with VPN. Right? So this is going to play a major role. So you need to have a separate network team, and then you need to have your separate DevOps team. Then you need to have your separate software updates team, right? Like, so just it's not only DevOps. DevOps will just give the infrastructure to you. So now I need to have a separate basis team in terms of SAP. So basis will only support an initial model. Like now I need to have another team called basis operations. Like I need to have entire operations team. So then to support all the upgrades, because first installation will be done by the primary or core basis team, and the operation next patches and upgrades will be done by operations team. Then you so as like other company, you will have your development team for all items. Like it's a core engineering group. Okay? So this is a major thing that you need to take care. Like it's because when you come to a private cloud, we have to choose like whether with who is negotiating much with me. Like either AWS is negotiating very good with me, or Azure is doing a negotiation. Like so as a enterprise wide, they have to negotiate as well as from leadership from the ERP side also they have to negotiate to build this entire infrastructure from the beginning. And in addition, you have to collaborate with SAP because any point of time you see any problem, you have to collaborate with SAP. You need to have max attention because if you become a RISE customer, SAP will offer you SAP partner will be sitting on the client place along with max attention, along with actually business process consolidator. So like all these things will be available from SAP side because if you are a RISE customer, this is only for RISE. If it is a normal customer, they will have only max attention group. But if it is a RISE, they will get all these three people to get more attracted or more, I would say like more attention to the customer to solve the business at the earliest. Because in private cloud, we are going to choose either US East. I'm going to choose as Azure US East, or it's going to be Azure or my AWS or my GCP. Everything I'm going to choose my infrastructure. So if I am in the US East, I will choose my US East infrastructure. So I'm the only customer going to size this entire infrastructure as well as my ERP system. So I will be taking the ownership on this one. I will have my DR available in my different region.
Is there a possibility we can choose a private cloud for primary and the public cloud for DR?
So what you will actually face a problem, right? Your software edition is totally different. Public cloud will have a different software edition. Private cloud will have a different software edition. Okay, so what you can have, I'll come. I'm going to come to that hybrid model because we have a hybrid model also. Okay. So we cannot have such a kind of a model because here SAP has a restriction because they know like customer can be like so say like, they can be so much crazy to have a lot of different requirement, right? Like they don't want to support this much thing. So like they want to because their edition between your public cloud and your private cloud is totally different. Example, whatever we see in the version previously, okay, your 2022 version is for your latest version. Currently is 24.06 is going on for public cloud. still 2401 is for your private cloud, because they have different version of products for different, because I would say like 2 patches will be older for your private and 2 patches will be upgraded for your public, because SAP will not get more benefit if they support private cloud model. SAP will get more benefit when they are supporting for public cloud model, because their entire business is running on public cloud. So that's the reason, like, you will see upgraded features, upgraded functionality in the public cloud than your private cloud. So they are providing an option. If you want to go for hybrid cloud, I'll come to that later. But if the main purpose of going between the different cloud is like private cloud between regions to support DR and high availability.
Okay. So what is the main benefit of having private cloud? So if you go to the public cloud, so everything will be taken care by SAP, right? So if you see, I mean, as per your explanation for the private cloud, so everything customer has to control. I mean to say, network, DevOps, basis operations. So how customers get benefits with respect to private cloud?
You will have your own data security. I want to implement high level of security. So when it comes to cloud, security plays.
Public cloud is not that much security.
It's secured, but I don't want to expose my data to SAP. I want to keep my data intact to me. Security in terms of security algorithms are safe. I don't want to expose my data to anyone. I want to have my data intact to me. Anyone can sell my data to anyone. I never know, right? Like that's the reason. Like, so if I am a big company, my secret will be shown to another customer. I will have my doubt always. Data and security plays a major role in security. That's a decision that will drive an enterprise to choose a public or private. So in this case, you will be having your entire data in the public information. In this one, it's been protected with your own VPN and own DNC. Okay. So anybody, sorry?
It's just a doubt, right? Do you have any example that any of the customers' data leaked?
No, it's not leaked. Nothing has been leaked in the market, but it's an enterprise decision. So it's all come with the enterprise decision, because mostly public cloud will be going with a small organization, because they cannot afford to go with actually larger enterprise or larger things. Okay, but when you see enterprise like Coca-Cola or actually Apple or so many things, right? Like they have their own infra team. So this infra team has not been set up. They have been doing this business for almost 30-40 years. So they want to have their data, because if Coca-Cola is there, they are putting all the data of their future ingredients needs into this one, and what's their formula for everything in their ERP system, on what is the partner information, how they do the business on the public cloud. Even SAP can go and tell to Pepsi, right? Example, I'm just throwing an example. So, but when I have my own private cloud, I can have my data and security intact to my own VPC. That's a major thing. That is a major thing that is driving today. So every customer, they are going and directly talking to Azure, like, okay, you support the infrastructure. I don't want to, because earlier, if you see before 2018, customer used to have their own data centers. So they used to rely on any local data center team, and they used to provision the data center, and they used to even own the data center. So now owning the data center become a hassle. So that's what they are actually okay to go to cloud, but because cloud brings a lot of native capability, because your hyperscalers will be there, your actually high availability features will be there, DR will be there. So everything, you don't have to worry about that one. Your infrastructure provider will be taking care for you. So that's a major major reason people are coming for the cloud, because to support my business 24/7 across the globe, irrespective of any restriction on the infra side. So that's the reason, because if I am supporting my own, because my organization also, we used to have a separate data center. Now we move to a cloud-based concept, because cloud is something like it's an enabler for me to run my business. I want to optimize my focus on my business, not on the technology side. So that's the thing, like any company, they want to upgrade themselves to focus on their core business, not on the technology aspect. If somebody is giving me trust and everything, I can take that one and I can go back to that one. So that's the thing, like Azure, AWS, they play a major role on that market. So yes, we have to co-innovate with SAP. SAP also will be coming into that picture, because we are first time, let's check if you're a first customer deploying your SAP into S4 into GCP. So SAP will be coming along with your journey, because they also want to see the learning, how it is coming along, because a lot of things will vary for different infra, because every infra has their own infra architecture, on your infra architecture, we are going to deploy the SaaS solution, which is a software which is nothing but a SAP system. We'll have different thing because your Azure will have a different Linux machine, your AWS will have a different Linux machine. Your entire thing is totally different. If you see from the way fundamentally it's totally different because you will see different variations when it comes to different things. That's a thing. Like most of the I would say like below $1 or $2 billion customer, they might go with public cloud. So if it is a big billion company, they will go with the private cloud. In its 99.9% they will go with their private cloud because they might have set up this infra team not in 20-30 years. And then private cloud, like so the another thing, right? Because you brought up a very good question, like how do I actually have a hybrid cloud model? I'm going to touch upon that because I can have a private cloud in US East as my primary, and my secondary will be running on my DR will be always DR will be taking a copy. And actually, if my S4 system on primary fail over, your master fail over, your DR will kick in, and that will bring the secondary from your another region, so that you will have your business running 24/7 from your another region ERP system. That's called high availability and DR disaster recovery. If something entirely happened for this entire one, this will be completely recorded. This will be going. Okay. So this is about your private cloud. Now, SAP also offers a hybrid model. In hybrid model, if you see in this one, like I have my, I will touch upon the ERP system. In my ERP system, I will have my core ERP also in the same private cloud. Okay. In the same, and I will have, if I have a central finance, because central finance is it's not going to be the embedded one. It is going to be always shared between multiple customers. So example, so your CFIN will be a separate box. This one, CFIN will be a separate box. Okay. And your master data will be a separate box. You're not going to have a embedded master data. You're going to have a separate master data together. That is called now it's MDG. The MDG is going to be a separate box. And if you have a compliance or governance system, you're going to have a separate GRC system here. You're going to have a separate GRC. And if I am a retail customer where I can actually I want to have a reservation and point of sale transaction, SAP have a separate product called car, SAP car. So you can have a separate car system. So on, it goes so on. So for everything, you will have a backup here. For all this one, like for all your products, for all your ERP system, SAP will have a different model. Like you will have a DR and everything will be running on your another data center. So this is how your private cloud model works. All your ERP will be intact to a single vendor because this vendor has been chosen not by anyone from this one. This will be done by at the top enterprise level by negotiating a lot of things and security, lot of factors it's involved there. So price is not the only one. Like it also involves the security. It also involves actually like journey because it's not a S4 transformation is not just a single journey. It's going to be a journey for at least 5 to 6 years. We have to transform my entire business because my business might be running for past 30 years. I want to set my new business standards and business thing. So all this folks has to travel with me for next 4 to 5 years. A lot of things factors there. So that's the thing. Like whenever we move, we are going to have a separate copy of my private cloud in my another region. Okay. But when I come to here, actually, this is completely your hybrid cloud model. Okay. So in the hybrid cloud model, I can have my core ERP in public, in private, and I can have my CFIN in the public cloud. So this is hybrid model. Like
it can be RISE
public cloud with RISE also. When you choose public cloud, now SAP is offering with those days are gone. Now SAP is forcing everyone to choose RISE. Like how they are forcing everyone customer to choose Cloud Foundry on BTP. Now they are forcing everyone to choose those olden days are gone. Now you have to have your S4, your CFDA. You can have your CFIN closer to your data center. So it cannot be promised like it will be in the same network, but it can be closer to data center because in public cloud, there is no concept of networking. So networking is open to wide open, like wide open to they have security to control any intruders, but actually there is no boundary on the network. Like this is restricted only to this IP or everything because it's always IP reach. You will have multiple DNZ zones, but here you will have a single DNZ zone. So here what I would say, you will have closer, like your transaction will be, so your network IP and this IP might be closer, like I would say 80%, 90% will be closer. Let's take an example. You're in US. If you're in US East, you're sitting in New York. You're setting this on New York. This could be very closer in Manhattan, somewhere near to Manhattan, because the network range and so the network traffic will be very less to achieve this. Like this is seamlessly, this model is working out in some customers where they have their core ERP totally private and their CFIN is running on actually this one. Like they are running MDG also on this one, like on the public cloud. So we can pick and choose. If I don't want to put all my thing into a single box in this one, I can choose a public and private cloud. So that's the thing with public and private cloud, how we can distribute your architecture with multiple things. And community edition is something like, this is another one, like because SAP is now, there are a lot of customers which are like below 500 million, 600 million. Yeah.
So we kept CFIN in public cloud and we kept core ERP in private cloud. What about the DR? Let's say
DR also will be same copy.
no, where we can
We'll
have
ask
in private or same, huh?
Same, it will be same because whenever you're choosing your primary model, the DR should be a copy of your primary always. So, but I have seen customers, they care more about their core ERP, and this is optional, like because they want to save some cost, right? Like I don't care about, I'm not going to see my financial transaction every day, correct, right? Like I it's monthly once or yearly once or something. For to run my report, I'm going to have this one, correct, right? Like
I got it.
this is US East. This is going to be also. This is US West, and this is in US East, and this is going to be optional. Like a lot of customers, I see 50/50 chances, like customer will keep this optional when they choose public private cloud, but they want to keep their core ERP always highly available. This is optional for them. Either you want to go for a RISE with DR on separate region, or to have the same thing on the same region. So that's the thing. Like it's optional. Like 50/50 customer I have seen not choosing that one. They're not going with that factor. Okay.
Nope.
So this is a major difference you'll see. Yeah. Then coming back to the community edition. Okay. So now there are some customers. Okay. So where they will not, I would not say it's affordable. Like they want to actually optimize on their cost. They want to have optimize on the cost, where actually they want to have the prepackaged solution also, because their business need be their business requirement might meet with another customer's business requirement. So now SAP bringing this whatever you see a community and multi vendor, it's all brand new concept that is started from 2024, mid of 2024. So some customer might get benefit out of it, but every customer is asking me, because I am exposing my core development to other one to get benefit out of it, what I'm going to get as a reverse, right? Because that's becoming as a bigger challenge to SAP also. But monetarily, SAP is not benefiting anyone because they're collecting money from everyone on this software solution. But SAP is also planning to monetarily help the primary customer to pay some. If somebody is using on the community edition, and they have to pay the licensing cost to both SAP and to the primary vendor, so primary company where the solution has been published. So that model is not been finalized, but SAP, the talks are going on for community edition. Like every customer can work on some solution as a goodwill. They can actually publish a solution to the community edition, so that some other customer can actually benefit out of that solution, and they can leverage, like instead of reinventing the wheel, they can actually use that existing prepackaged solution and go start the business requirement from there. So community edition is a shared, it's always a shared network, it's always a shared solution, and it's even shared ERP also, because SAP will just put a simple RISE cloud system, and all your solution will be published from your community model. Like you might have tied up with any other customer or primary customer, and they will be adopting this solution on the go. And this model will work for a parent and subsidiary company. Example, I can take an example of Coca-Cola only. Coca-Cola has acquired another one company on some other region. On if they want to publish the same, because the Coca-Cola primary business is to solve the North America business or core business. But if they want to go ahead actually to publish a similar solution to its subsidiary company, they can use always community edition. Like if they are in the public cloud, or if they are actually in the private cloud, so they can publish this solution, the same copy of solution, to its subsidiary company, so that they don't want to reinvest so money to achieve their business requirement. So within company, it makes sense because that's what the argument is going on. Within company makes sense, but across the company, monetarily, both of them has to benefit it. That's the thing. It is coming in nature. The community is a shared product across multiple organizations or between two organizations. Then come back to multi-vendors. So this model it's been actually, I have seen this model has been quite used at multiple companies. So example, right, like I have built my entire private cloud on AWS. Example, I can give my entire primary is on AWS. I never know when AWS will be fault. Irrespective of my data center, I don't want to rely on data center because this has already happened with Azure because of a single patch that brought the entire world down. Previously in Azure, like at least 6-8 months back, one data center patch has brought the entire flights down, lot of business down in US and across the world. So we never know what will happen actually, right? So Azure is gone. AWS also could got. Actually, like your Azure, like GCP also gone. So what SAP is suggesting, so we will choose a different region and also will give an option to go ahead with either other vendors, like either your DR should be in other vendor, like it should be in AWS or in GCP. You choose like your in your company, sorry, in Azure or GCP. If you choose your primary is going to be AWS and it's a customer next thing infrastructure provider, like my secondary or my DR, it's going to be either with GCP or Azure. That's the thing that SAP is trying to convince a lot of customers, and a lot of customers are going in the same angle because their primary is sitting in one infrastructure and their entire set of DR and secondary is sitting in another infrastructure to have a complete 100% business, strategic 100% business. So this is another hybrid model now SAP is proposing to all the customer by seeing a lot of failure in the risk occurrence.
But there could be a chance of having different infrastructure and multi-vendor, right?
Different. So yeah, here you are going to have AWS here primary, and your Azure is going to be a secondary, and here you will be running Linux because everyone are using Red Hat. Nobody is moving away from Red Hat. Okay, but whenever you do the patch upgrade, you're not going to do the patch upgrade only for your primary, right? You are going to take care of your secondary also because you will be first doing your primary upgrades. Okay, and you will be testing your DR also subsequently, right? In my secondary, in my AWS layer also. At least I will have one or two version lower or near to that version, right? But I will not have a totally different software system. Like I'll not have I'll not bring Ubuntu or something like that to install my software. I'll have Red Hat only. But I can ask AWS to have a similar version. If AWS has any constraint, I can fix it along the way next 2 to 3 months. But most of my products will be always same. So that's what, because I have seen a lot of everyone are using Red Hat because if you use the same infrastructure, the same version, because everything comes with the networking at the next level, right? There are a lot of networking conflicts. Example, right? Like you are writing to your HANA database requires that much power with a particular Linux version. Writing to your traffic, your inbound traffic to your SAP system requires that much config on your network level that Linux bring that capability. So it always makes sense to have one version lower or the same version, not beyond that one. So that's the thing infrastructure team will make sure that that is happening completely. DR and high availability. So these are like different deployment models that you see from SAP side and comes to this entire. Okay, so whatever just I explained, it's all been documented here. Can go through this document. What is hybrid cloud and what is community cloud edition? What is multi-vendor concept? Yeah. Any questions or any doubts till this time? Okay. So let's move on to on-premise, right? Because so in private cloud only, you will be having on-premise edition. And actually, as I mentioned, your public cloud will be at least 2 to 3 version upper hand, or even actually one version also upper hand with the private cloud, because with the public cloud, I would say you can achieve only 80 to 90% of your customization. But when it comes to on-premise, so this is your your on-premise will be on your private cloud completely. Okay, completely on your private cloud. And this one, mostly customers will choose to go ahead as part of the co-innovation aspect. Example, if I am a retail customer and if I want to implement a fashion first time, so the fashion is not a highly available module to all the customers. Okay, so then SAP will work with you to do the co-innovation in the SaaS as well as in the PaaS. Infrastructure part, you will be working with a particular vendor, and SAP also help to deploy that SaaS into PaaS in the same infrastructure. But your entire business has to be transformed from your older ERP to your new system. Okay, so this is the entire thing that we are actually seeing in a lot of organizations. So when it comes to on-premise, so SAP will have a different model because one customer might use IS-Retail, another customer might use actually say totally different on the fashion side. So those are all specific to each and every customer. So that models are specific to each and every customer because every customer will not use the same ERP solution. So because their business need is totally different. So that on-premise will have always a upper hand in terms of your SaaS solution as well as a PaaS solution that is embedded to your business. And you will have for your SaaS and PaaS, SAP will recommend what is my DB size I have to. So I have seen this much of data in my previous SAP, this one, SAP will do analogy as part of their initial phase on the blueprint phase. And they will propose what is the sizing that you need to put for your entire solution and what is available in the market as part of this edition. If you want any upper thing, then you need to wait for another upgrades and everything. So this on-premise is a bigger journey, and as a customer, we will be working closely with SAP. Any questions on the on-premise implementation with the private cloud? Till this time, just we have seen. Sorry, somebody else need out.
Sorry, the on-prem solution, you are specifying that including SaaS and PaaS also will be supported on on-premise.
Yeah, PaaS also supported on on-prem. On platform as a service, GRC is a platform nowadays. So SAP is not treating as a SaaS. GRC is a platform as a service from SAP side.
So those both solution SAG will provide us installer to install ourselves in our servers, or is that they will okay?
They will help us to because if you choose Azure or AWS, you have to install those thing into the infrastructure. But everything will have a hiccups, but SAP will help you to.
From you're saying again Azure. How is it? Is that I thought it should be our local data center or network, individual network, right? It's not any cloud service provider like Azure or AWS.
So
that's
so those days are gone really because 99% of the customers they move to cloud edition now because a lot of companies are actually doing shifting and reorg and everything, right? Like their main focus is to how to spend or how do I actually reduce my spending on IT? Like data center is a huge cost. It's not a small cost. You have to maintain a lot of things and you have to maintain a lot of comply with governance, government compliance also. So in order to avoid this headache, when cloud has come with Terra, okay, a lot of customers like I have seen multiple customers are now moved away when S4 journey only. They are planning to move away from their native data center to move to a data center with Azure, AWS, or other thing. So
in that case, you are referring on-prem is nothing but my on-prem or existing cloud service, whatever I am having it for other applications, I can leverage with this SAP. Okay. So there is no more in-house infrastructure, right?
SAP also forcing to go, because right, if you have in-house infrastructure, it is becoming complicated for SAP because we might have different version of products. The learning is going to be totally different. But if I have an architecture,
I agree that, but is that still some cases SAG will support, or is that already provided that you're supposed to be in any of the existing cloud provider, either it will be your own private cloud or something like that?
Because when cloud came, if you are in a private RISE, you are on-premise, and they will ask you to choose only infrastructure, only three to four infrastructure. But the old data center days are gone now. So I have seen very, very like below 10% of the customers are using for those days. But 90% they move to the cloud native architecture.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Answer it is altogether legacy days are gone. So it is all native cloud.
It's all cloud native. Because we need to keep up with the other competitors in the market, right? Cloud native has a lot of features. So that's the thing. You don't want to go to cloud native. Okay. So let me actually, one more friend actually asked me about the different doubts on this one. I am going to touch upon some. Okay. In your olden days, especially on the ERP system, in your ERP system, what you used to have, like we will be interacting with any other software. The software could be Like, so you might be developing a BAPI or a functional module within your SAP system. So any program that you write in you start from your data type creation, starting from the data type, you will be creating a classes, or you will be creating a BAPI, you will be creating BAPI, and the BAPI you can convert as RFC, and even actually can have a classes. Everything is a normal thing that we used to do in our website, right? So now, as a next layer, what we have seen, like, because in olden days, like, we have a RFC created, and those RFCs are being consumed or exposed to a web info application or actually a BSP application to consume those services inbuilt to that system. But so this is RFC based model and BAPI based model or connector in the olden days. Like, so you'll be having RFC connection. So you'll be exposing a function module as an RFC, remote function call. The function module will be exposed as an RFC, and you will, and encapsulation of your function model is nothing but your correct, right? Like, this is architecture, and this RFC will be exposed in RFC destination, or you can expose this RFC as a web service, and any consumer, even PO also will be one of the consumer for this RFC. So you can have a PO system here. You have consumers like PO. The PO will get from proxy also. They'll get from this web service also. This RFC based web service also. So then you can have any UI application, like this UI could be your portal, the olden days portal with UI and WebInfo Java and WebInfo Web. Everything will be there because this is the connection that you used to go in the olden days. Because your RFC has a embedded with the function module. That function module backbone is your BAPI, and that BAPI is exposed through the entire thing. The RFC is exposed to a web service, and this can be consumed in a PO as well as to WebInfo Java. Why we are going through PO? Because in olden days, PO used to be your ESP, Enterprise Service Bus. Any service that is coming out of your SAP system, you will be exposing through PO system. Okay. And so in the olden days, you have only SAP system to only SAP based product to interact directly through your web service based RFC. Okay. So now here the PO can actually expose a service to any consumers. Like, so it could be a third party system, and then any other SOA based system, like any other third party SOA based system. So because PO used to act as your enterprise bus. Now the entire thing with the cloud era and with this entire model, SAP has transformed everything to a different architecture, like any other. So okay, so systems like so this is our olden architecture. So that's what we explained. If everything has to communicate within our RFC, and RFC will be backed up by a function module, and then function module will be backed up by a BAPI. The BAPI will have all the different business objects. But when you want to expose directly to your system, you will have your good olden days web services, and also you have your proxies. So say PO do not stop only to this level. They will have the proxy also here. These proxies are nothing but this is your ERP proxy. The ERP proxy you used to go to ESR and expose the proxy in your integration builder and expose this one to outside world. Even the same RFC will be converted as a proxy. Expose this one to go to ESR, convert that as a ID through your ICO. You can create ICO, and we can expose to third party consumer. This is how we used to work today in the olden days. Now, with your new architecture, now SAP brought a concept called embedded gateway. So embedded gateway is nothing but that gateway is a separate gateway. So gateway is nothing but your open data based gateway, and this gateway will enhance your security for your function module or your RFC. So now, what has SAP transformed? So the gateway can be used to expose your OData services that you create from SCGW, or since I am actually in S4 HANA, I can even create my CDS views. I can convert my CDS views to a OData service. CDS views to a service. So this also will be exposed as a OData service to outside world. And how do any consumer will interact? So once you go and register the service in your gateway, and you will get an URL that consumer can consume. So you can register your OData service here in your gateway, and that actually gateway adds features like security. Gateway adds security to read and write operation, put IO, input and output, and also checks virus scan for any vulnerability. Okay. So then it adds governance. Okay. So this everything is embedded inside this gateway, and this gateway will act as your boundary for an entire ERP system if somebody want to communicate to a SAP system. Now PO is completely gone. PO will not act as a ASB. Now your gateway will act as a security or a complete infrastructure to your entire ecosystem. That's how you will see a embedded gateway will have a native theory app, because that gateway you can expose your data service and you can actually have API management, or CPI can consume and expose to the outside world. Okay, so these are the features I would put here. The layers will come here. So then I'm going to have another layer here. So where with the gateway, so either you can have custom theory app from BTP, can be a consumer for this data service from BTP, and native theory app, that is from the so-called embedded theory app, can be a consumer. And if somebody, a third party system, they want to consume any service, so SAP strongly recommends to go through SAP BTP IS integration, IS API management. So this OData service now completely transformed in such a way that actually connects to multiple things. So it has this has been transformed to support multiple capability, and so now they have only not on a single customer, they have multiple customer here. So this is a role that actually SAP transformed when it comes to the previous old good days of RFC to the entire OData service model now. So OData service brings also near real-time order creation, near real-time query operation when compared to your old PO-based SOA layer, or you might use IDOC. IDOC is a very olden days. These are all asynchronous mechanism, but now a lot of customers want to go completely with a synchronous mechanism, which is okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of the SAP Integration Suite? Option A, database management. Option B, connecting applications, data, and processes across hybrid landscapes. Option C, user interface development. Option D, financial reporting. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section.
Hey there! Want to get good at connecting systems? Our SAP Integration Suite course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you learn all about APIs and Event Mesh. It's like a toolbox for linking apps and sharing data the smart way. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Integration Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So we have seen the existing landscape, like how SAP has a landscape. So as a general in SAP, we have a 3-tier landscape or 4-tier landscape based on the customer need. So when it comes to, again, a 3-tier landscape, so the landscapes are mostly dev, a QA. Some customer might have staging system, and some customer might not have staging system, and they will eventually go and land into production. Okay, so your production is considered to be your live data, and production has all real transactions that is happening as part of the business process. Because when you talk about ERP can get lot of requests from multiple sources, and that can be utilized at peak time when it comes to a live data. When it comes to your development, so development is again divided into two variants. One is your golden client, another one is your test client. Golden client is something like where the developers, like the ABAP developers and everyone, will get into and they will develop the code there. And also the test client is something like it is to test the entire development process, as well as set client specific config, and also set cross client config. Everything is possible in the test client. So in the development, whatever the developers are doing, especially mostly the development client will be always 100. So like that's a golden client. So whatever development that you are doing, it will be always your cross client. So that's what we will be doing in all the process. Okay, so that's how you segregate your development dev systems, golden client, your dev system, test client. Okay, so then coming back to your other quality system. So since we have the quality systems that is available as of in ERP system, right? So if you see our earlier implementation from SAP era, so like a lot of big customers will have a ERP system as a decentralized one. It's not a centralized one. Example, in case of supply chain industry, especially in the retail industry, they have a separate ERP for retail box and separate ERP for wholesale box. And also it will not stop from there. They will have a retail for North America, retail for EMEA, retail for APLA, and retail for others. Similarly, the same pattern will repeat for wholesale for North America, wholesale for EMEA, wholesale for North APLA and others. Okay, so you see everything is now decentralized, and it becomes as a clumsy of ERP system in the landscape. And actually to consolidate to a single ERP system, SAP S/4HANA brought a bigger direction to that. So that's the thing that we are seeing. So if you go to your new era architecture, so in your old era, what we have seen, it's always your three-tier landscape. It's like client-server landscape. Example, so this is your three-tier landscape. Within three-tier landscape, you have your DB as well as DB is your foundational fundamental one. And on top of your DB, you have your application layer. On top of your application layer, you're going to have a presentation layer. This is called actually client-server architecture, which is nothing but a three-tier architecture where we have a client as a presentation layer, and mostly the server layers are your DB and your application. You will be mostly interacting with that one. In SAP S/4HANA, since the SAP brought up a concept of columnar-based indexing using HANA database, so HANA database is going to act as your in-memory, which is nothing but it is equivalent to your as well as your database. So example, previously the customer has almost 20 TB of their business operation. Now, if I have 24 TB, I can even suffice as a single ERP system where I can actually do a lot of operations. So now, earlier in your ERP system is mostly your business process are single threaded to execute only one particular operation. But with SAP S/4HANA, you have multi-threaded functionality, and it can operate all the business process parallelly and at efficient and actually more innovative ways. So with the help of your HANA DB, and HANA DB is going to suffice your DB layer, application layer, and also your presentation layer on top of it. Okay, so this is your architecture on your how it was done previously in your SAP ERP world, and how it is being completely transformed to SAP ECC, new era of SAP S/4 system. Okay, so then we have seen the evolution of SAP S/4HANA versions, like it started from 1503. From 1503, it has actually transformed to 1511. From 1511, it has moved to 1610. So each and every releases has brought new functionality. From 1610, SAP brought up a new look and feel, and also it incorporated a lot of new functionality, because your 1503 will be your basic simple finance. From 1511, it was implementation of your central finance. In 1610, it was actually completely your warehouse management and EWM. A lot of other factors came into picture. Okay, so so here it's most likely we have effective order management and so on. So everything is happening from 1610 and so then from 1709, additional functionality related to transport management, and then actually portfolio and project management and product, everything has been taken care from 1709. So that also enhances a lot of new functionality over there, and that brings sort of other capability. 1809 was another factor where we actually made the next generation of ERP system that brings a lot of new innovation things. Okay, so 1909, so that is a new thing where actually with 1909, SAP has a functionality to interact with SAP BTP services, example like your SAP Analytics Cloud and other cloud ERP system foundation was laid in 1909 releases that brings a lot of new innovation within the SAP system. So that because by 2021, SAP was ready to interact with other cloud ERP systems like your Ariba, Ariba SuccessFactors, Cloud Commerce, then Commerce, that's Cloud Commerce and the Commerce Cloud, and we have other CRM, Concur system. Everything was actually made a foundation to interact to all of SAP system. Okay, so that happened from 2021. So 2022 was the normal release. From there, actually, SAP just fine-tuned some business process. Everything was stable from year 2022. Okay, if you see from 1503 and from 1511, SAP introduced cloud version of your SAP S/4HANA system, which is nothing but a public cloud. Okay, so just to be sure on the public cloud side, so your public clouds will have always a higher version of your software patches and software upgrade, because your public cloud is being completely managed by SAP. It's not like as a customer, I don't have to actually worry about managing all those information. It is completely managed. So that's a major things with your public cloud and everything. Okay, so then now we gone into the cloud deployment model. So in terms of cloud deployment model, there are five different model. One is your public cloud deployment model, private cloud deployment model, then hybrid cloud deployment model. Then comes on your community deployment model and your multi-vendor deployment. Okay, so in terms of your public cloud deployment model, where actually you take a foundation here. So to go for any deployment model, always there is a three factor. One is your IaaS, which is nothing but infrastructure as a service. Okay. And then it's like next one is something like your software as a service, which is nothing but a SAP product. And fourth one is your platform as a service. So DB also will be considered as a platform as a service. Okay. When it comes to a public cloud deployment model, so the cloud deployment is something like, because why SAP came up with the concept, because if you see back in days of your ECC system, so we do not have a cloud concept. So the cloud era came in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015 was a time where the cloud was completely matured by the pioneers like AWS, then GCP, followed by Azure. Now Azure pick up the market, and it is the peak of everything now. So now, because from 2015, SAP also realized actually, so in order to have a separate data center maintained by each and every customer, and also the customer need also, they want to cut down the cost on infrastructure investment and infrastructure maintenance. They are looking for a model where I pay as you go model, because I want to pay whenever I use it. I don't want to keep it for our life, because my IT spending is going too much. That's the thing actually, like your infrastructure services has been completely matured, and that became actually so much different from your prestige. Okay, so coming back to that one, like SAP also decided to turn their product deployment model, their software deployment model, to tie up with any cloud vendor and start from there. So that's the thing, like public cloud SAP started a public cloud first in 2015 on its first version, and it owns its own data center, and then it deployed its software, because infrastructure also, SAP initially has its own data center. It has initially put that one. And like, so I don't, because SAP do not go for any vendors like AWS or Amazon or any other one. SAP has its own data center. Then on top of its data center, it deployed its SAP software. And on top of its SAP software, then actually, because HANA DB was a primary forward, so they maintain all three by themselves. So then they slowly release to the customer. So then they onboarded customer in all the data centers. Like, so if a customer is onboarding for a public cloud, the infrastructure has been shared for a multiple customer, and actually, every customer can get onboarded as a ERP solution over. The main drawback of this solution, right? So if a customer A and customer B, customer D has a same peak load, same time. So at the same time, if they have a peak load, the infrastructure cannot auto scale by its own. So then SAP has to have a bigger thing, and like SAP has to provision a bigger thing. For example, it has to have higher space or higher infrastructure, and customer also has to pay for the higher infrastructure on increasing cost. And also the maintenance for this one becomes kind of so much clumsy for SAP. Then SAP came on 2018 called RISE model. So RISE was been introduced on 2018 and 2019, but it was forced to customer to go on RISE from 2021. Probably from beginning of 2022. So RISE is something like in the same public cloud model. If I am a customer, I own my infrastructure, and also I have an option to select which infrastructure I want to, because my entire enterprise might decide to go ahead with Azure or GCP or AWS. I can choose which infrastructure will work for me, because my licensing also will be good, and also I will be in the same region of the data center, so that my network traffic will be very less, because SAP might put data center in different location, and your enterprise will have with other systems in a different location. There will be too much back and forth network traffic. To avoid that one, like people want to have a closer network transaction, so that to have efficiency, security, all these factors are in place to implement. By considering that factor, so public cloud, especially public cloud RISE was one main model was been implemented. So then every customer has its own public cloud RISE. So a customer A can onboard themselves into the same public cloud, and they will have dedicated infrastructure, and they will have their PaaS and SaaS working as per the previous model. And also SAP introduced actually, so now when I choose my primary is my US East, I can choose my another example, my DR in my US West. Okay, so this is something like I'm going in the phase of having the disaster recovery in another phase and actually primer running in another phase to have my to support my business 24/7. This is a major thing with your public cloud deployment model. Okay, the coming back to your public cloud RISE. Public cloud RISE brought new other feature additionally because RISE is something like your realize, innovate, sustain, and enhance model, where actually SAP will be also in the journey starting from the provision of the server until enhancement phase, and it will be a continuous contract agreement with SAP so that customer also can be this is process also fine-tuned based on this new requirement that they face. Okay, so that's what the RISE has been evolved. So then it's that model is what's going. Okay, so then coming back to a private cloud, the private cloud model. So again, now I have my major thing is like I don't want to keep my data into separately. So I want to have my everything within my network, and also I want to manage my infrastructure. So I don't want to rely anyone to manage my infrastructure and manage my data and maintain my data. So I want to have the entire visibility of my architecture. That is something like the customer will choose to go for your private cloud model because a lot of big enterprise, they deal with plenty of transaction. So private cloud model will suffice some for to handle a lot of different scenarios or different situations. Okay, so that's a thing like private cloud model plays a major role in that factor to bring a lot of new innovations. Okay, so that's the thing with so in the private cloud model, if you see, so now customer so because in your earlier olden days of ERP system, you might have your own data center, but now in the private cloud model, you're opting a data center as either AWS or Azure or something like that, where you can put multiple ERP system. Your ERP system could be you will have a single ERP to solve your business process, but SAP now with the new era they brought a new MTG base like master database, separate ERPs, finance separate ERPs to solve different process, and also your GRC and process separate ERP system. Okay, these are all like mostly about the private cloud, and also the RISE journey of the private cloud is something like SAP will directly help us in onboarding. The RISE model of SAP private cloud is something like SAP will pay more attention there, and also will actually help to innovate and to bring lot of new features to the product for the customer. So both private cloud, normal private cloud, and RISE cloud, private cloud infrastructure wise, everything is same. The only RISE will have the additional capability like SAP will pay more attention to RISE customer to innovate the business process. So then actually have a community model. We have talked about community model. Community model is just to have a before I go to community model, I just want to explain about the hybrid model. So in the hybrid model, so example, in some customer want to actually have their core ERP into a private cloud, but considering the cost on the private cloud and other infrastructure costs on private cloud and system costs on private cloud, they might want some customer might have a very limited business on finance side. So because this finance is a seasonal reporting and all those aspects, they will move that model, especially the central finance to a public cloud so that actually they will adopt a hybrid model. In that case, they can pay lesser cost for both private maintenance as well as for they can pay as you go for their public cloud. So in that case, public cloud, most of the customer will have their DRS optional because it's all seasonal things, but they will have their ERP want their ERP to be running 24/7. They will make that one have 24/7 running all the time. Okay, that's the thing with your private cloud, it's a hybrid cloud model. So that's most of the customers like you can see a customer ranging from below 5 billion to like starting from 1 billion to $5 billion, they'll adopt this model because they can achieve both optimized on the infrastructure cost and maintenance cost, and also they can have 24/7 availability of their ERP system, but their finance is something like a seasonal model always, so that they can have the reporting whenever they want, quarterly, monthly, month end or something like that. So those are the things some customer adopt for the hybrid cloud model. Community cloud edition is something like it's a customer you can think below $500 million or $600 million. They will not be able to pay for the entire ERP solution. So this is something like community cloud model will be part of your public cloud. So in the private cloud, we cannot implement a community cloud model because the community cloud edition is something like some other customer who is in the public cloud who has formed the business process, they can they can share their entire business the developed solution to other customers so that other customer can get benefit out of it. This is something like done as part of goodwill, but actually SAP is now working to have something kind of work payable model, or actually how do we monetize this model for the customer who is sharing the entire business process to other customer, right? So that's a thing like other customers should be get benefited, and also the model, the solution which is shared by the primary customer also should get benefit. That's the thing. The community model plays a major role to. These are the major things that we have with the community model. For multi-vendor model, because based on the recent incidents on the cloud thing, so customers are thinking to have their primary on one cloud version, especially they want to have on, if they choose the primaries on AWS, and they can have a DR in other thing like Azure or GCP, so that they have their business 24/7 running without any interruption on the business. So this is the cloud model that we have seen, and this has been completely explained in our text. You can check that one. So then we gone to our olden days, how the interfaces are, because since we are as an integration consultant, we need to understand how the interfaces are being developed previously, like how the SAP is transforming that interface into the new era. So in that case, I see mostly my presentation layer is especially my good olden days ERP system has a BAPIs, so which is nothing but business application programming interface, which has a lot of pre-built solution. The BAPI can be wrapped up with an RFC or a function module. Okay, and that has been exposed through outside consumer through PO system. PO act as an enterprise service bus in good olden days. So PO will have the RFC based web services. Also, there are some out of the box proxies from ERP system that also will be consumed from the PO system. Additionally, PO also can have some Java proxies on its PO also can have a Java. So this is the interfacing layer, because this PO will act as your main interface hub. So let me actually put in the good older days how you have for PO, your SAP PO system, sorry, your SAP C system here. In a SAP C system, if somebody want to interface with this SAP C system, here SAP PO. So here you will have your RFC parts. So this is your mapping. Internally, this is a connection. But actually, if you see here, this will be coming as your web service altogether. So the communication is going to be a SOAP service here. Okay. And also PO doesn't stop here. And also in your earlier transaction, I used to communicate to external vendors through IDOCs, because most of the mechanism was async based earlier. I used to have IDOC based connection also here, because your PO is your ESP, Enterprise Service Bus. Then your SFTP, you have your this SFTP connection. So now any consumer can actually interact with the SAP system either through a SOAP service, or because PO is to mostly expose here as SOAP. There is any third-party consumers are available here. Is to interact with PO. If they come up with SFTP base, then they will interact with PO with SFTP base. So then if somebody is posting an IDOC and SOAP, mostly PO has it's built on SOA architecture, deals with always a SOAP message. Later on, they introduced a REST-based protocol, but mostly PO deals with a SOAP message. So like after 2018, SAP PO has actually a REST app.
Yeah, Victor. So just one small question. So this SAP ECC to SAP PO, that's so you are saying it is, as you said, so things. So that means it's completely via the SOA manager utility, right? I mean,
it's all SOA, not SOA manager utility. It's called SOA is one of the architecture. Okay, so
service oriented. Yeah.
Service oriented architecture. So in SOA,
this establishment, how exactly will happen? SAP ECC to SAP PO, that via SOAP. So how exactly? Normally IDOC may be related to some RFC. Right?
Correct. So IDOC is actually, you'll be posting it. Here, there is something called proxies. Do you know about the concept of proxies, right?
Okay, the client proxy is something, yeah. Okay.
ABAP proxy. So I'll put another. So here, if you see, you have a system here, and here insert inside, you have a lot of ABAP proxies. If you go to S-proxy, S_proxy transaction, you can see plenty of proxies today.
Okay.
So that proxies will be exposed to outside world through PO as through SOA layer.
Okay.
This is a very old architecture. So now this is how actually any interfacing layer was been dealt with in the olden days. Okay. So that's how our interfacing was done in the previously, because RFC, BAPIs are been converted, so and so, and all the interfacing has been done through this layer. Okay. So now when we come to the modern era of SAP, because now BTPIS has been actually played a major role, because BTPIS now a lot of customer want to go with actually S4 with S4 implementation. The new era has been started. Okay, so as you see in our previous diagram also,
Yeah, Victor,
Your
just to
yeah.
add in on. So actually, I am hearing many things like CPI, HCI, BDP. So is that all converted to single naming conversion, or is that something still it has some difference related to BDP, HCI, CPI?
So just to answer your question, so those are all evaluation of the product. Now there is no such kind of difference. Now it
Okay.
is called as BTP Integration Suite. In BTP Integration Suite, you will have multiple capability. One capability is called CPI. Another capability is APM management. So earlier it was a standalone service. CPI was a standalone service. APM management was a standalone service. Now SAP bundled everything under a big umbrella called SAP BTP Integration Suite.
So when you approach
Yeah.
SAP, we have to go with the BDP only.
BTP. Yeah, I'm going to start BTP next. Our next session is completely like from only we're going to start BTP completely.
Yeah.
So I'll
Okay,
show
thanks.
about you'll understand entirely about the BTP and everything. Then we can get started.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so this is your old era. So the old era is something everything was going through PO and all your data has been go through this model. Okay, but when you come to your new era, so the servicing layer is now been changed to embedded kit. So yes, so now SAP itself has its own servicing layer. So that is a embedded gateway, which is nothing but it's called Netiver embedded gateway. So Netiver is a component where SAP has enhanced that product to have a gateway to deal with all OData and REST-based service. And also it can do its SOAP, even SOAP service also can be exposed out of it using a SOAP. That is also possible. But if you want to achieve a near real-time transaction, because the main intention of to go with SAP S/4HANA is to have a near real-time transaction. And this near real-time transaction is done through mostly your REST or OData services that is going through your embedded gateway. Okay, so that's how architecture has been transformed now. Like your SAP S/4HANA, any SAP S/4HANA can be from SAP S/4HANA. Anyone can actually have a service. Okay, let me put action what box. This Netiver gateway. Okay. So through Netiver gateway, we can expose a OData service and REST service, and that can be now PO how PO was acting as your enterprise service bus. Now BTPIS, the new terminology, it is called as SAP adapter, where we can, if some consumer want to consume any service, they can actually consume the service using BTPIS. For example, if somebody want to create a sales order in SAP S4 system, they can always use SAP BTPIS API management and expose that if the out of the box service from SAP and consume the service through API management. We are going to see this part as part of our training also. How do I expose my service from SAP to outside world through API management? But for the first and foremost thing, first we need to register a service in a Netiver gateway. And if it is available in the Netiver gateway, then this service can be exposed directly to API management. And if some consumer want to create an order through asynchronous mechanism or synchronous mechanism, your CPI will come into play. Like in the BTPIS, IS is a bigger umbrella of your subscription under BTP. That has another product called CPI, which is Cloud Platform Integration. Now it is called as Cloud Integration. And that has actually capability to create orders in SAP system through synchronous way using API through same sales order API. And through asynchronously also, we can send the data through IDOC. And even if somebody want to send invoice requests and everything, those are all done through SOAP request. So the BTPIS has been it's been front end to support all different interface type. The interface type can be your OData based synchronous service or REST based synchronous service, or it could be your IDOC asynchronous service or SOAP sync and async service. And also it deals with SFTP also interaction with your S4 system. And if some consumer actually want to, it's because now the entire world is moving to a streaming based architecture. If you want to connect a stream to your BTPIS also, because SAP introduced a Kafka adapter to stream the seamless data from any streaming platform. The streaming platform can be a Kafka, or it could be any other queuing system or any broker system. From there, you just subscribe to the particular topic so that actually you can consume them. So in general, this streaming is nothing but your broker. So this fall under a model called producer and consumer model, where the producer will generate the information post to a particular topic. So the topic would be let's take an example. If I'm sending a customer master details, so I have a topic in my broker called customer master detail. I don't have to send to multiple consumers one by one to avoid one by one link and one by one failure. So if I put my entire information in a particular broker responsibility to distribute the information to multiple subscribers. So this is called producer and consumer model, and CPA can be one of the consumer and can consume and send it to SAP S4. This is a new entire era architecture that has been changed for this with SAP S4HANA system implementation. Okay.
So is APM management is a mandatory to expose our URL to the outside world?
Yeah, that is very mandatory because you will be adding security. Let's take an example, right? If some consumer not to internal to SAP systems, okay, some customers are even using API management to talk internally to SAP system also. But let's take an example. There is a cloud third-party solution, right? The cloud third-party solution might have a different security architecture, and your enterprise want to have a whenever somebody is calling your SAP, because ERP is your system of record and it's single source of truth for your entire business transaction. Okay, so I don't want to send any junk data, or I don't want any intruder to hack my system. So if you put your guardrails by putting API management, you can achieve the security over there. So that's the thing. API management is now become as a mandatory to front end for a lot of things.
But in SAP PO, we are directly exposing our REST URL or SOAP URL to the external world, right? I'll
give an example. So you're exposing your post. If somebody want to inject a data to your SAP PO system, how do you do what you do? Let's take an example. Some cloud system is injecting to your SAP PO system. What you do? You put a punch hole. You put a hole in your punch hole, your firewall. You have to whitelist some range of IPs. Correct, right? So you don't have to do this one in your. You don't have to do this one here because SAP has something called Cloud Connector. I'll bring that architecture here. So everything, whatever you connect to your BTP, it is connected through a Cloud Connector. And that Cloud Connector will act as your proxy or a firewall, and that will whitelist everything by connecting to your cloud system. You don't have to punch any hole in your firewall. That has been taken care by this architecture.
Do we need Cloud Connector in between BTP IS in S4HANA cloud system also?
Yes. That's a major one. If it is on-prem, you need to have it. If it is on-prem, let me put.
If it is S4HANA cloud?
If it is S4HANA cloud, you don't want anything.
Okay.
If it is on-prem or private cloud, then you will cloud connect.
Because private cloud has its own infrastructure. I mean,
yeah,
right?
Because you will be having your own DNG, right? Your entire thing will be through Cloud Connector will play a major role. All the communication has to go through Cloud Connector.
So one end API management will take care of
all. You don't have to put any hole in the firewall, right? It will be a seamless business process. Yeah. This is a new architecture that we are going to deal. Okay. So that's been explained here. So then actually the another thing, right, with SAP earlier, you might actually see in the earlier world, right, whenever I post an IDOC, used to have iDoctor to monitor everything. So in SAP, if I post an IDOC, so all the failures will be captured in a separate system called iDoctor. Correct, right? Like all my failures will be available in iDoctor. So because after IDOC posting, I might have a separate thing for when I post on a simple IDOCs, then all the IDOCs can turn into a different status, like it from 28, 52. 52 is the final state for your IDOC. If there is any failure, that everything will be captured in iDoc. So this is your error handling mechanism, which was handled earlier in your SAP, especially in your ECC system. Now SAP developed a common interfacing or common error handling framework, which is nothing but application interface framework. Put here like AF captures the error for iDoc, and then for OData, and even for SOAP. Everything will be captured here now, and any error handling mechanism or any errors can be gone corrected in this entire process. Okay, so that's a major thing. But that's the entire transformation SAP has done with this error handling mechanism with your data, and also it has a framework to do a monitoring with Fiori application.
AIF abbreviation adapter interface.
Okay. Application interface framework. Let me put here. That is inbuilt in SAP system, because now error handling has become very easy. I post any data to SAP S4 system. For any failures, it was really a troublesome in the previous architecture. Now it has been made very simple.
Is it an inbuilt feature or
it's completely inbuilt, 100%? This is especially for your interfacing layer.
No, earlier to say on-premise systems, we usually go for SMQ1, SMQ2, or SM58. So now we need to go to any of the T code and we can directly check in AIF, right?
See, we are talking about from technical aspect, right? For error handling. So example, you'll be going to W0203 to check your IDOC status. Especially if you go W02, you can check your IDOC status. And you can go to your SRT Moni or SRT underscore, it will check your all the related messages. Correct, right? So, but these are all technical things, right? As a business, how do I know what error has been occurred? How would business will understand this error information? Technical aspect, I'm good. But in terms of business aspect, how they will resolve this error. So this, if you go to that one, tell you this is a status code and this is a problem. It will not give any clear information. But if you see from the business aspect, so the IDOC has been failed because of some missing information. How do I capture that information? That is nothing but AAF. AAF will give the actual business problem, and it will also give the suggestion. If you go and correct this one, you can reprocess the information. AAF has a capability to trace error, any errors, and also it has to go for a retry to correct the error by reposting the transaction. Because AAF brings a lot of new, very good features. This helps the business users very good in terms of handling all their error mechanisms. The inbuilt capability from.
So from which version of S4HANA, whether it is from all versions?
From 2021, it has been standardized. It's a separate theory app. You can see a lot of things. Anyway, we can see in this also AAF as a separate transaction. But /AF/error, you can see all there.
Okay.
So these are just an overview of your entire EDC system, how do the monitoring tools and everything is working, the SAP S4HANA system, all those things. Any question, any doubts till this time?
No.
Okay. So now we will go to EDC system. Before that, actually, I just want to complete the transport management, because transport management is a module in a SAP system where it helps, because any retail customer, if they want to implement, especially if somebody want to implement actually fulfillment based requests, or actually other requests, something like order. In terms of order, we have delivery process. So in terms of delivery process, I want to capture inbound delivery and outbound delivery end to end. TMS is the first module they will implement in SAP to have end-to-end, achieve end-to-end business process and read out to faster business processing, as well as read out to multiple vendors, partners. That brings SAP to have this one. Because first and foremost thing, anyone will go for CFIN implementation from SAP S4HANA, followed by your TMS module, transport management system, that brings fulfillment, delivery, and also order processing. All this has been completely taken care with this TMS module. So now we'll go to SAP S4HANA system. Guys, like just parallelly, you can also log into your RTP. I'll show you some transactions there. Now, once you're into RTP, you have SAP Logon 800. This is new GUI version of your SAP S4HANA system. You can open here. Then, if you don't create your connection details, so like go to click on connection, okay, click next. So then, if you go to your sheet, you will have a sheet for SAP S4 system. So example, the connection type, you go to your connection type, just give custom application, give some a description like SAP S4 system connection. Then give all the relevant details, your application server information, instance, then your system ID. Then once you do this one, you can go for the next. Can you guys try to configure this one in your SAP Logon? Let me know if you face any issue.
800 client, right?
800 is your GUI client. It's 800 is not a client, it's a GUI version.
GUI version.
I hope everyone has access.
So we have to create a new, what is that, workspace? Huh?
You go to your, show you one more time. You see your option?
Yeah.
Variable login, and click on new connection.
Okay. Possible, can you copy all the connection parameters in the chat? Is already.
Yeah, put the connection details. Putting the description. First is your description.
Is SLC enabled for this connection, or we have to use the username password?
Once you configure this one, and you might have in the same information, right? Same sheet, you will have your user ID also.
Okay, thanks.
This is your system ID, then instance number, and your application server.
It is the SAP Logon 800, right?
Yeah, SAP Logon 800, yes. It's a GUI version.
Yeah.
After that, it asking SNS details, secure network. Those things I can skip.
Which ones? Yeah, click on next, give and finish.
Yeah. Oh, give and finish.
Yeah. So then actually you'll see a connection like this. You're able to see my screen, right? Like one connection will be added.
Yeah.
So once you click on this one, you will have a client as 100 and you need to give your user information. So in the sheet, we have given what is the user that you need to use for your email address Are you guys able to go inside?
Can you show again?
I need to reconnect. I think I am not able to get the chart.
Sorry, what is the problem?
The Teams chart is not coming up for me. So
Okay, so
Maybe I'll ping you, Sharath.
okay, that will be helping. Yeah.
Is the same user we used to connect for RDP? Well, I'm getting this.
yeah,
Okay.
can you share your screen? Like I can guide you. If somebody can share your screen, I can guide the tool.
I share, but I don't have much access to the Excel sheet. But yeah, I will tell you this. So, yeah. So I tried to give these details.
Yes, try to click on tick. You see, just scroll this one, copy it to top. Pull this on top, or maximize your RDP.
Okay.
Yeah, just click on tick. You see a tick bottom at the bottom.
Yeah,
Right click,
yeah,
right
yeah,
click.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. I can go to the basics now, because once you log into your SAP system, this is your landing page or your home page of your EC system. Because I know like somebody from PO, they might be well aware of ECC, but I'm actually telling to the guys who are from web methods, because they are very new to SAP system. So as and when you log into SAP system, right, the users will be created in a transaction, because SAP works everything by a T code or a transaction code. Okay, so it does not have any kind of a fancy landing page or a fancy tile to create everything, or fancy navigation page to create everything. SAP is working with the T code. If somebody want to create a user, they will always go to a transaction called SU01. Okay. So here we can create a user, either a system user, or if I am a logon user, I can create a user as a logon user, or I can use a technical user. I need to input my ID, and I can, let's take an example. I'm putting SAP BTP 001. So then I need to create either as a logon user or a technical user. So logon users are nothing but the users will be able to log into SAP system. So those are all called logon users. Technical users are something like those users will not have access to log into through logon pad, but they will have access in the system to, example, whenever you're since you're going at the integration side, right? Mostly whenever you get the business requirement, you need to have always a technical user, because we don't want a user with a logon user ID, because all logon user ID will have some expiry time. For example, my ID, whenever I am onboarding to an organization, my logon user will be available for next 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. And also it comes as part of compliance, because whatever user that you create in SAP, that is costed by SAP. Okay. So always remember your system, your logon users will have expiry, and also organization has to pay a cost for your logon users. So whenever you are coming through interface layer or integration layer, it is better to have a integration technical user. So technical user will play a major role, where actually we will have a technical example. So first and foremost thing, like I want to post a sales order or a purchase order to SAP S4 system. So I can give it user information, and they can give the alias of something, like some description of the alias. Okay, then I can create as a technical user. So once I create a technical user, then I need to go ahead and assign some authorization. So I don't want to create any user, because it's been managed by a basis and security person. I'm giving an overview of how this works. Okay, so for integration side, whenever you deal with any requirement, so you need to create most likely a technical user. Okay, you might get a user ID as a user for your account or for your ID, but whenever you're dealing with any requirement, you need to create everything as a technical user. The technical user will have all the access to post any data to SAP system, or post an IDOC, post an OData service, post a SOAP message. Everything will be done by your technical user. Okay. If you want to display any user access, you can go to always a transaction SU02.
SU01 is for creation, is it?
Yes, SU01 is for a creation. There are also SU03, because that is a profile based.
User creation, right?
Yeah, is a creation.
Okay.
No, don't create anything. Don't create anything.
I just asked.
Yeah. So here also, right, like yeah, this is 0 only. So now it's been sorry, I was in old ECC days. So in ECC we used to have separate, but actually in S4. So everything, like if I put SAP BTP IS, I can see I can even have a display of my user ID sample. Even in SU01, I can do a display activity. But in ECC, it was totally different. Now here, I copy this my user ID. I would say not to create any user ID, please. So because it's been managed by our backend, this is my user ID. Once I click on this one,
At the top, there are glasses. If you click on that, please.
once I display, once I click on
Yeah.
this user here, I can go ahead here. So now I see my information, my address, my logon data, and what are roles, profiles I have. I might have actually SAP all. So SAP all is a role. So that actually comes up with all the systems. So it's something like you get the access to the entire SAP system. But in your real time, you will not get this many authorization. So you will get only authorization to limited transactions. As an example, whenever you are dealing with system user or a technical user will have only access to limited set of information. Okay. But if you want to, if you face any errors, right? Example, they are creating some users and that user has some authorization issues. How do I find all the authorization issues? Go to a transaction called SU. So like put slash, you can put /o SU53.
Yeah, Victor. So previously also you told SU01 also transaction code, T code. Now also you are doing transaction code. But why we are adding slash and without slash? What is the difference?
So if I slash means actually it's next screen. So
Okay,
if I
new
want
window
to,
kind of. Okay.
new window kind of. Yes,
Okay,
correct.
yes.
So if I go to SU53, I can check all my authorization error. If I get any authorization issue, I can trace everything here. But if you have any other user, if you want to check authorization user, you can always change the user. Like let's take an example. This by default, it will bring your logon user information. But if you have any technical user ID, right, just you can put the user ID and execute that one. You can see all the logon authorization information. Okay. So SC53 will help you to check all the authorization issues so that whatever role it is getting failed, you can actually work with your security team to correct those authorizations. In general, because so for everyone, they might have given SAP all authorization to do all the operation, have this training successfully, but in real time, we'll not have this. So every transaction tie up to a separate individual authorization object, and that authorization object tie up to authorization role, and that authorization role tied to a particular profile. So now they given a profile. So if you see here, right, we have access to all the system, but in general, this not happen because we have a higher level of access. Yeah, that is not good. That is not good as part of system side because we need to have a tight governance of access. Because otherwise, anyone can create a record, anyone can also delete the records. That's what it's been SAP is a system of record and single source of truth for your entire business or entire system. Governance is major factor here, so that we need to have a very dedicated role, very dedicated access. Okay? So you can go to SE01 just to check your role, but most likely you'll not get all the access. But if somebody want to trace any error message, SU53 is a transaction that you can actually check all that. This is about your user navigation. This is just I'm telling the basics for an integration concern. This two should be fine for you to go and proceed forward. Okay. And also, if you see in your most of your system, what you are doing, so you are actually interacting with the OData service. Okay, the OData services. So because the OData service development, also OData service creation is not SAP integration developer job, but SAP integration developer job is to check whether the services are actually activated properly in the SAP system. How do I check that one? So for that one, I'm going to another transaction. I'm putting /n/iwfnd/main_service. Let me put the same thing in the chat also. So this is a transaction, sorry, /n/iwfnd, because this is used since NetWeaver comes as part of your gateway. So IWFNT is a gateway transaction, main_service. If you use this transaction, you can go to your screen. You're not able to go to the screen.
Can you please guide to reach this place?
I put the transaction code in that.
Okay. I can just
copy
type
that
it,
one.
right?
Yeah, just copy it and type
I
IA.
copied it.
What kind of services these are?
These are all OData services. So yeah, we actually talked about the interfacing layer, right? Now SAP has brought a embedded gateway. So this is a way, this is a place. So any ABAP, because as integration consultant, we do not want to develop all these OData services. This will be primarily developed by a ABAP consultant, ABAP engineer. Okay. So whenever they create any service, they will come and maintain the service over here. This is a this screen is nothing but to maintain your OData service.
Okay. Even this has to be done by the ABAPers only, right?
Purpose only, but actually we can also go ahead and check whether the services are activated. So I'll show you how to check that service is activated, also how to test the service. Because our job is to make sure the service is working fine.
Okay.
You're not able to go there. Say.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So now I'll show you how to filter. Example, I'll take one example service like sales order service. If you are into this maintenance service screen, now there are a lot of terminology here. You don't get confused with terminology because you have processing mode and everything. So those are all will be taken care by ABAPers. So because whenever you develop a service, you need to develop a service specific processing mode for integration, specific processing mode for Fury application. So that's what they will have code deployed only, and they have different options. So that we don't want to confuse too much. Okay, but how do I find my OData service? Just click on filter here. Okay, and in the technical name, let's take an example. If I want to find out a sales order service, I'll put star sales, then click on enter. This is your OData service. You can see, right, like Z underscore sales contract. This is your sales contract, but if you want to get order, this is second is your sales order service. So you can see the sales order service. If you once you click on this service, you can see this should be activated. Service is initial, this is initial. So now once you click on this one, the next step we can see, just give me a second. Okay, so if you click on this one, again for sales order, click on gateway client. Okay, so see if you click on here, you go here, this should be turned to green. You see here, right? The service should be active. You have to check the sales order service active. That means you are good to go and consume the service anywhere. If it is not active, then we need to work with them to activate the service. Okay, so activate the service, they need to add a system alias here, and they need to activate ICF node. In the ICF node, there is activate button. They have to activate this ICF node. Lot of other activities to be there because this will be done by basis consultant. So there is because there will be different role. So many people has to play. So the main job of ABAPers make sure also it's activated. For that one, they need to work with basis consultant because somebody has to create a system alias, and the system alias should be coming here, and also somebody also activate this one, like basis consultant also should come and here activate the OData service. So for this one, like if it is activated already, you can click on this gateway client. Go to SAP gateway client, and you will be directing to a screen of your OData service. Okay, so now this OData service is ready to test. Once you click on execute, this will bring a XML response on your right. Because I'm doing a get operation on this OData service, I'm going to check whether my metadata is loading or at least my OData service is loading primary. It is trying to execute internally. Now this starts to bring the response.
How we would know whether it is a get or post or put method?
So that's something like you will get from your metadata. I'll come to the part of get or put or post. You asked really a very good question. There is something called API contract. The API contract, everything has to be defined. And to create a API contract, we have an automation process where that will actually help us to find out the operation. But in general, ABAPers will tell us this service can do a get, post, or put operation.
Okay.
If you put $metadata also, metadata has the information. Metadata, this will give the information of what are different entities that are available and what are different aggregations are available with the system. Everything will be captured in your this metadata thing. So it has a metadata called personal data. It has a metadata called measures. It has metadata called communication, common, SAP code list, capability. These are different for this metadata service. Okay. So, and if you want to see entity, just put SRV. If you want to see all the different entity set, question mark, dollar, format equal to JSON. These are all different query strings. Here, put it as. So you see, a sales order has these many entity sets. One is sales order billing plan, sales order plan item, sales order header partner. So many entity sets are available. So this you can actually check from your data service. This data service is ready to act. It's ready, and we can go ahead and actually do all the transaction. Okay. So this is about the OData service. Okay. So guys, are you clear? Because this is a primary one. So mostly whenever you work in the project, right? Most likely, most of the 80% to 90%, because with S4HANA, people want to go ahead with OData service as much as possible than your other type of services. Okay. So your OData service will play a major role over there. Any questions or any doubts? till this time on accessing the OData service. But I'll show you how to convert this document, this OData service to API document when it comes to API management.
The same OData service can have both get and post, right? Like the
It can
CRUD
have
operation.
all the CRUD operations will be available. So there is one more thing. Especially I just showed an example of standard out of the box API. Okay, this out of the box API, what are the operations that actually available? Even we can actually find out in the SAP API Hub. Just to give a brief, what is SAP API Hub? Any API that you are trying to consume from SAP system, okay, so that should be published in SAP API Hub. So this API Hub has been managed by, we put api.sap.com. Just put the same OData service. So we put actually sales order.
So do you mean to say that any OData service that we create and maintain or maintain in
whatever service that is, because see, now when it moves to S4 implementation, SAP brought all the services as out of the box capability. So that means SAP Sterling do not create anything customized service. And if you want to know my out of the box capability, what is available in the SAP system, that you can always check in api.sap.com. Okay, that you can check here. If you go to api.sap.com, here you can see something called sales order. The sales order related, if you click on this guy, you can see all your API references. In the API references, you can see all your operations, right? As out of the box capability, you can check what is your get method, what is your post method, what is your patch update, and all those things should be available here. Okay, so because SAP, that's a main motive for SAP to bring all your API Hub information, everything to a single place.
So let's say if I'm creating an OData service, I mean a custom OData services from scratch, will that also be registered here, or how is it going to be?
No, this is going to be only a standard out of the box one.
Standard out of the box.
Okay, standard out of the box. So 90% most of the customer want to stick with out of the box. If something is not coming up from out of the box, then only they want to go ahead with a customized one.
So in the previous screen, you were showing the list of, the functions, right? The sales order related. So how to differentiate which is out of the box and which one is customized by the developer?
Okay, if you go to your service, let me go to my screen. Okay, you see here, if it comes as API without, if it has a Z here, okay, if it has a Z, that means it is not out of the box. It is actually, so example, if my OData service, go to the transaction directly service. In your external service name, if you have Z appended here, okay, so that means that is actually a custom OData service. If it does not have a Z, if it does start with API and everything, that means it's a standard out of the box API from SAP.
Okay. So for example, in this, the highlighted one, if I want to add a new field or change the field name, it will not allow, right? Because it is a out of the box inbuilt.
Correct, it is out. Correct, it's out of the box inbuilt. Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So ABAPer needs to write a new service, right? For ABAPer will write the new service for customer, right?
Yeah, yes, ABAPer will write a new service for customer, and also that will be. So now with S4 HANA, so in my diagram, I forgot to tell you one more thing. See, in traditional way in ERP system, people used to go and create a service in SEGW, and from SEGW, in this SEGW nothing but you wrap up your BAPS service and you expose it out. But when S4 HANA, especially when you have your HANA DB, okay, your HANA DB has a CDS, and with the CDS view, you can actually wrap as a CDS OData service direct. So SAP brought that also so simple now with all the service creation. If somebody want to create any service, just they need to pull the relevant CDS view. For the CDS view, they need to wrap up with a particular OData service. Okay.
You said 80 to 90% were going with the standard APIs, right? So you mean to say there would be a reduction in usage of proxy?
No, proxy also standard only, because I'm telling in terms of OData service, because so proxy, right? Why we want to avoid proxy, right? Proxies are not real time, right? Example, if I create an invoice request, I'm not going to get the invoice number immediately, because these are all async proxies, correct, right? It might take some time, and then the invoice might get posted. But your OData service are real-time transaction. Whenever I create an order, I'll get the order number immediately, correct, right? That's what So REST and OData always will give you the synchronous and also real-time information to the consumer. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a major about the OData service. Now I'm going to touch upon your proxy also and everything. So yeah. For inbound, if you want to create anything within SAP system, you can do this one. And just a preliminary one is you have to go and test everything in your.
Can you explain a little bit about get, post, put, fetch, merge, and delete? When to use, and what is this basically?
Okay. If you example in the same OData service, right? Let me the information. I am going to use an entity called A underscore sales order. If I want to do a read, if I want to get the what are sales order that are available from SAP system, I can just put a underscore sales order. This will bring all the orders that are available from SAP system. Trying it. So it's too large payload. So we might need to execute in Postman. But actually, so get is mostly for your to do a read operation. So that means with the get, you can also read the entire entity set. Along with that one, you can also filter. Let's take an example. If I want to filter the sales order based on plant, based on our sales organization, based on company code, everything, you can actually add some filter and you can read your data from your SAP system. Because now it's all API based. Consider in the old, good olden days, we used to get SAP data in a different format. Now it's been simplified to read the data using a data service. So it's called CRUD operation general, create, read, update, and delete. So this is a read operation where I can read what are sales order information that are available from SAP system. That is get operation. And post, it will help me to create any order. Example, if somebody, any third party consumer, they want to create any sales order or purchase order in SAP system, then I will be using a post operation. Okay. In case of put operation, what I will be doing. So if I want to update, example, in my sales order, if I want to update item level, at item level, if I want to update the header text, if I want to update any header description, I can use always a put operation. Okay. Then your delete operation to you delete your entire record. Let's take an example. I want to delete actually my sales order. I can use a delete operation. Okay, so patch and head you will not use merge. This we will not use, but mostly we will be using CRUD operation: create, read, update, and delete. So you will be using a get, post, put, and then delete. This is some mostly used operations in here. Mostly 100% this is the operation you will be using in your OData service.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Any questions or any doubts for OData service?
Okay. One more question. Sorry to interrupt you. So this OData services will be accessible through the cloud connected to BTP Integration Suite.
Correct. So I'm going to yes. That's the next step we are going to do. Okay. So how do I access OData service in BTP through Cloud Connect? That's a step we will be doing definitely. So now when we have to set up everything by our own, because in the integration suite we have to provision our landscape. We have to.
Okay. Fine.
So now next we are going to check on the SOAP service, because now we have seen about the OData service, how to see the OData service. And also additionally, like if the same OData service also, right? If somebody want to check my same SAP screen, if I go to Flash, it will bring a new screen. And if somebody want to check, if you post an OData service, and if there is any error, how do I check the error for a OData service? For that one, we have a separate transaction called /IWFND/IWFND/error under ERR_log. Here you can see all your errors that you have posted for your OData service. So /IWFND/main_services for your to check your OData service, mainly to check whether the OData service is activated properly. If it is not activated, we can tell the web guy to activate properly, and we can also, if you click on gateway client, you will be able to test the OData service. But if you are posting as an integration consultant, I'm posting a OData service, and also I'm seeing some error. How do I trace that error? So that you can come to always /n/ I'll put in the chat also.
So is this T code only for OData service?
It's only for OData service. Yes.
Okay.
I did not come to SOAP service yet. Okay. You can check all your errors in this. So since this system has not been effectively used, you will not be able to see anything. But ideally, all your errors will be captured here. This is completely to track your error logs. Now let's go to
question here. All the OData will get the log, right? Not specific one. And then we can filter it out from here.
We can filter it actually here. Yes, you can apply. There is a filter, right? You just put, because since I don't have any data, I cannot filter anything, but I can apply a filter. You can set a filter and you can do it. Okay. Now let me go to /n. /n is your new screen. So any SOAP service which will be activated here. Go to SOA. Thanks. T code is SOA match. It's trying to activate here. See, so I'll put the transaction. SOA manager should bring an URL. Yeah, it is bringing a URL here. Okay. Yeah. This is a SOA manager screen. You guys are able to see my SOA manager screen. Under SOA manager, so you will have multiple options. You have a service administration, you have technical administration, you have logs and traces, you have actually management connections, service registry. So these are a lot of things that Basis will do. So under some of them, web engineering will be doing. Everything will be there. Okay. So, but if you want to check any web service, you can always go to service configuration. Click on web service configuration. Now you can search for a particular object. Let me take an example of one service. I am taking a journal entry service. If I go to journal entry service, now I'm inside a service. We have to check whether the service is already activated or enabled. So I could see this service is not activated. So how do we activate the service? Now I need to create the service. Click on create the service. Okay. So I can put the score bin. Then next, there is a
after in your space.
Now I will give a SSL because I can give the transport layer. If I give a transport layer as SSL, then it will go with SSL. Or if I give none, that means it will take HTTP request. Okay, then other authentication by default it will be basic. If you choose SSL, then it will have different authentication mechanism also. You can change anything here. So it's the same. I'm trying to activate the service. Okay. And so if I keep SSL, then you can actually enable the authentication. Like by default, it will be always basic. Or you can actually check if I want basic, then this one, you can check all the possible options. Okay. This is a logon. This is called logon policies. I'm selecting as none. For now, I'm not sure about the certificate, how it is there, but in your client system, always it is recommended to go with SSL. Why I'm not selecting SSL, I'm not sure. I have all relevant certificate in the app server to activate that one, but it is always recommended to go with SSL. But here I'm not sure how the team is done with all the SSL. Since a training system, right? You'll not see much configuration. But in a client system, you will see everything as SSL based.
So this web service is different than OData services. This is or is this SICP services?
It's different than your OData service.
Okay.
It's completely different than your OData service. So in your client system, when you click SSL, right, you can choose other authentication mechanism as X509 SSL client certificate or user ID and everything. But since if you choose as none, you should be able to proceed forward. So, and I'm going to just finish this service and activate the service. Finish. Now this service will be activated. Just please do not try in your client system. We are not authorized to create any SOAP service. You have to give the service interface name. If you know from your API app, so everything, the basis security, basis and web team will take care because this involves a transport to go to IS system. Okay, you see this service is activated. Okay, and then you can check if you want to get Vistal. Click on this one. You see a lot of icon, right? This is the icon that will bring the Vistal. And then click on execute. I'm going to put my user and password. You'll get your Vistal document. Yeah, this is a Vistal service, Vistal for your SOAP service, especially for this journal entry SOAP service. You can use this Vistal in your SCPI, or you can actually, if some consumer need a Vistal, you can always give this Vistal file to them. So this is a way, like if service already activated, if you come to your SOA manager, if service already activated, you can check. Let me go to that screen. You can see all those things like your service binding will be done, and also you can get your Vistal also. Everything will be available in your service. Okay. If something needed, you can republish the service also. But I would say the service is active. We don't have to check. You just come and get the Vistal, and we should be able to move forward at that point. Okay. So once you get this OData URL, You need to use this URL to put in your, let's take an example in SCPA, if you are posting a SOAP service, we need to put this visual URL to get the post to a SOAP service. But also, we can also get the actual URL. See, you know the visual, so whatever URL I have showed you to get the visual document, correct? Right? But how do I get the actual URL to post the service? So for this one, you can also guide your ABAP team how to do that one. Okay. For that one, go to your SAP system, get your URL. I'm going to get the URL in Notepad. Let me go to gain. Let me get the visual information. This is my visual URL. In this one, copy this bin. Okay. Go to a transaction called SICF. Under SICF, put bin as your service name. Click on execute. Now come here. Right click here. Do a test service. Need to put the user and password again. Okay. This is a URL that you need to use in your SCPA SOAP adapter to post this data to your service, to this SOAP service. Let me put that URL here. Say SOAP service URL that you need to configure in your, so which comes with the host followed by /SAP. This is the actual auth where the service is residing, and this is coming under the client 100. This is a retail URL. The top URL is to get your visual document. The bottom URL is to send the request to your service. And how do you get to send a request to a service? You should come to your SACF. Under SACF, put your in the URL. If you have the visual URL, because you can get the visual URL from your SOA manager. So guys, I clear, I guess. Like, so if you go to your SOA manager, you can get the visual URL. From the visual URL, take the last bin information, put it as part of your service name, then you should be able to get the service. Okay? This is how you have to get your SOAP service information, SOAP service URL. So once you get the SOAP service information, then you have the visual. With the visual, you can create your own mapping in SCPA and post data to your S4 system.
Victor, if you post to the WSL URL instead of SOAP URL, will S4HANA system will accept the message or not?
It will not accept the message. Visual is for your contract. So visual tells me, so it is a service definition file, right? So I need a data in this format. Visual will give me a data contract file. S4HANA will not accept that one. So you have to come to SICF to get the actual service.
Okay.
So currently you are exposing some program, whatever written in SAP for HANA, I mean, outside world, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means it will be inbound. I mean, somebody will go into use our web service, which is exposed via SOA manager.
Correct. So you see from SAP side, right? Because I'm an integration consultant, okay, I need to consume this SOAP service in my SCPI, but I need the SOAP service information. I need to know the SOAP service definition document. That is nothing but your visual. With the visual, you can create your mappings. You can create your message mapping. And so I need to get, not to get the visual, I need to get the visual URL. So I put the visual URL, I got the visual document. With the visual document, I can go ahead and import in my message mapping to do all my mapping information. But now I need to post the data to SAP system. That's what we are actually coming to SICF, and I'm getting the URL to post data to S4 system. Okay.
Yeah. So while generating the visual from SOA manager, that utility will just generate how the program created using input, output, all the things, right? So program must be already written in ABAP.
Correct. So this is SAP has almost more than 10,000 proxies available in SAP system. So all 10,000 proxies are already available in SAP system. These are all out of the box. So I am not doing anything. Even ABAP also will not do anything. Just everything will be already available. If you go to API Hub, we can even find this request. I'm just picking one example how to. Yeah.
Okay. So this is inbuilt.
Everything is inbuilt. So that's what SAP has made. Everything is now probably it might be not this one. Like if you put this one, it should be available as inbuilt, but of inbuilt. If all the API based on a requirement, you can find from here. It's the journal. We put journal entry. Yeah, so these are query journal entries. So you can see how everything. It's a SOAP API. See, it's a SOAP API. They'll mention it's a SOAP or OData everywhere. Manage journal entry. Everything you can see here. For querying SOAP journal entry, they have different SOAP API. You can get all this information here. Okay? So yeah, SAP has tons and tons of out of the box capability. We can use that post. Okay.
I have one query. So if I want to test this web service through SOAP UI, so I will use this SOAP URL, right?
you have to use WSDL. You have to put imported WSDL because the SOP you ask for WSDL.
Okay.
Correct, right?
Yeah,
Once
yeah.
you put your WSDL will bring the testing URL automatically.
Automatically, this URL will be in that
Correct.
WSDL, right? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. So now, since
Just
yeah.
So there is a two types we are seeing. One is consumer proxy, another one is service definition. So now we are discussing about service definition. No?
WSDL is your service definition.
Okay.
WSDL is your service definition always.
Okay.
WSDL document is always service because you want to create a request to SAP system. Correct, right? But how do you know what is your service definition? WSDL is nothing but web service definition document actually. So I tell something like I forgot that one, but actually it's a web service definition document. So that you get the WSDL, use as part of a consumer side and post this information. These all are consumer proxies.
So I will just quickly, just for my understanding, share my screen. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I am in the SOA manager web service configuration. So I simply search.
Are you sharing
I'm
your
not sharing. Yeah.
no.
Okay, give me. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am in SOA manager web service configuration page. I simply search with the journal. So I see these things. So what you did, so now we are discussing about this change request.
Correct.
Something. Right?
Change request.
So
Yes.
yeah. So this is a service definition. So
Correct.
I am just clicking inside. So initially you told this is not exposed
available.
anything. Yeah.
Correct.
It's not
Yeah,
available.
I gone available. I gone and created the service.
So create the service. Okay. So here this all whatever you see display here, this is all with our naming conversion.
Correct. Our naming. This naming convention, this is a practice I used to follow in my company, but it's all client specific. How client want to follow, they can follow.
Okay, this is you are just representing some request is going to come inside our SAP, so you made it like this, and this is a binder kind of. Okay. Yeah.
It's a binding.
Thanks.
It's a service binding.
Okay, and here you are giving the how supposed to expose this service. So
correct.
Whether they want to come with basic authentication, SSL authentication, all the things. Okay.
Everything.
Yeah. And finally, that how that load LB will be there for this. They will access this kind of URL. What kind of? So, for example, we are exposing this web service to the CPI, right? So, what is the endpoint? Full endpoint? It will be. That's what you.
Okay. So go to SACF. Type a transaction called SACF. SICF. Go to your SAP system.
Yeah. Yes, ICF.
/n SACF. New screen. /n represent new screen.
It's not loading. Yeah.
Put
//
just / and SACF.
Okay.
IA.
So here I will do this.
Here the service name, whatever binding, can you go to WSDL URL and copy that and also your processing. Now click on execute. F8 is execute.
Okay.
Right click on the last action. I click on the last action. I click test service. Hello.
I give my username password. Okay.
Username password. And that URL you get in the browser, right? That's a URL you need to use to post this service.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Hope everything is clear now. How to consume our SOAP service also. OData service also the same way. Like with the ICF client, what we see the URL, the same thing. So now, how do I track a SOAP service error information? So for that actually there is a separate T code. This /n SRT _ money. This will give your message monitoring for your service, all services. Just if some service has been executed, or you can actually either go by based on time range, like from morning 3 o'clock till end of date, something like that. Like if you execute, you can see all your services which are in failure, successful, everything you can see here. Okay. Somebody will go SRT _ money, somebody also will use SRT _ both are same. IA SRT _ util. That will also allow you to the same. Here, IA, you will have a consumer proxies and everything, but SRT _ money will give you all the information about your SRT _ money will give you all the information about your consumer side. Like if somebody is posting a data, if you see any error, that everything you can trace in SRT _ money. So that's the thing you have to use a transaction. Any questions or any doubts on this one?
Can you type the command in chat? SRT _
money. The T code is SRT _ so you'll get all the things to track your service. This is about your SOAP service. Okay. So iDocs come with lot of process because I can show you for IDOC creation because this is a step I used to follow for my clients how they used to do. Generally, IDOC requires first activation of the IDOC. Okay? That is not SRT IDOC. If this is activated, only you can post a IDOC as a SOAP service to your SAP system. How do I get a IDOC? So let's take an example. There is an IDOC info. There is a IDOC I need to post to SAP system. But actually, you need to know the URL how to post an IDOC to SAP system, right? Like for that one, again, you need to go to SACF. SACF is always that's a major one for all your interface communication. Okay, /n, put SICF in the service path, put star IDOC star, then execute. So that means this is not even activated. So let me get the same URL directly.
Or else we can go into the services and we can check, right, Victor?
We can directly check in, say, IDOCs will be coming in multiple directions, right? But if I want to post from SAP, I need to activate this SRT IDOC first from SAP system. Taking this URL /PC. Let me check if it is already, this path is already activated. Otherwise, I need to activate this one now. It is here. Probably need to. So once you click on this one, this is the inbound IDOC to your SAP system. Okay, it's active. So to get the entire URL, same right click here, same right click on this one, your test service. So this is your URL for your IDOC. You got it right? Like this is a URL for your IDOC. So how do you go and check that one? I'm not sure why /service is not bringing that one, but go to your SACF transaction, put this one. Let me put in the chat to check /SAP /PC/ this is activated, then you can post an IDOC to SAP system.
But we have number of IDOCs in SAP. So for every IDOC, it will work?
Every IDOC it will work. So IDOC, you have to differentiate IDOC by message type and iris type.
Yes.
So you have order 05 IDOC, you have actually
delivery,
many others. Yes. So for that, we need to create a partner profile. And actually, if you want to know for every message IDOC type, there is something called transaction W30. I'll come to that one later. Okay. So there are plenty of IDOC. Irrespective of any IDOC, and this is URL, the URL is going to be the same for all that.
Okay, or for every IDOC, the URL will be same. For inbound and outbound, it should be different, right?
Inbound is on URL. Outbound is because for outbound, you need to configure SCPA URL in your outbound configuration. Till now, I'm talking about only inbound. Outbound comes with a completely different architecture. Okay. Any questions? Because the URL, I will put the URL, as a sample URL for it.
So now we were talking about all incoming. I mean to say OData, so
everything. Yes, everything inbound to SAP. I did not talk about outbound till this point of time because outbound has lot of setup. It's a big setup.
Okay.
Okay. So this is your URL for this system, especially for this test system. You have to post an IDOC. This is your URL. You can get this IDOC information also from SACF. SACF has the URL to get the IDOC. Any questions or any doubts till this point of time?
So Victor, this inbound IDOC is coming only via the SOAP services, correct?
No, IDOC will be coming as an IDOC adapter from SAP. So we are going to see that IDOC adapter also in SAP. So SAP has multiple adapters. It has OData adapter, it has HTTP adapter, it has a SOAP adapter. SOAP also has both synchronous and asynchronous way of posting and SOAP message. IDOC is always asynchronous. It is going to be a IDOC with, there are two ways. Either to create an IDOC with text/XML format or native IDOC format. So it is always preferred to use a native IDOC format so that we can use some other implementation called idempotency. So let's take an example. If consumers are posting so many same information repeatedly, example, if somebody is creating 10,000 orders, if you use native IDOC, there is a feature called idempotency. With idempotency, we can avoid duplication. Okay, so those are all like a deep concept I'll tell you later, but actually it's always a gentle practice to use a IDOC adapter with a native adapter content type. So I believe that things are clear, right, for IDOC posting. So now how do I check IDOC? How do I check if the IDOC is posted? Okay, for that one, just give me a second. Just guys, I'll be 1 minute. Right. Guys, are you clear about IDOC posting, right? But whatever IDOC that you see in SAP system, you can always check in the transaction W02. If you go to W02 transaction, you can check all your IDOC that got posted to SAP system. Just click on execute. It is saying no IDOCs are at this point of time, but W02 will give you all the IDOCs that are posted for so and so time region. Are you able to hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So to post an IDOC, that's a URL we need to use. But to actually see whether what are IDOCs that are posted in SAP system, this is a transaction we need to use. Okay. But somebody asked me, how do I find a different message type for an IDOC? Because you have to actually post a different message type, but each and every IDOC will have a different payload structure. How do I get the payload for a different IDOCs message type? So there is something called /OW30. Okay, so here you need to put your IDOC type. Let me check what IDOC types are there in the system. I am going to use orders05 /star orders. There I can use orders05. Then click on display. So this is my IDOC structure for order05 message type. So if I want a XML out of it, I can even get this one. Can get this one. The IDOC type is this one. And whenever you create an IDOC, you need to create IDOC payload in this format. Because in Google, if you go to Google, right, you can get how simple payload to get an IDOC. But actually, if you want to get in what are the deep structure that are involved for a particular IDOC message type, you have to come to a transaction W05. You can also get all the IDOC type. So like not only this one, you can type any other IDOC message type. So it could be MB, MC, a lot of things. Like if you type star for delivery, it's called MB, MP, MCR. I'm not sure whether that type will be there or not. It's not there. Order05 is a common IDOC type. It will be there in all the system. To post an IDOC, you need definitely a proper structure of an IDOC that you can get from this W05 transaction. Okay. So this is just a small information about how to post an IDOC, how to see the IDOCs are getting posted or not. So and how to get the IDOC for different message type. How do I get the different payloads? That always you can actually check in this one. Okay. Any questions or any doubts till this time? Any queries, guys?
No. When I'm trying to execute it, it's going to IE, and there I cannot see anything in the iCloud gets client handled with information.
Sorry, which transaction are you executing?
I'm executing this star IDOC in the service name. There I'm not able to get the information.
What is IDOC type? What is IDOC message type putting?
SAP/DC/IDOC, which I'm trying to find it.
IA, can you share your screen?
Let me know if you can see.
Loading. You got the URL, right? This is a URL.
We just need the URL, right?
Just a URL, yes, yeah. This is a URL because it will not give you any structure or any doc. This SACF is just for the communication purpose. So this is a basic T code that you need to know because that's our primary exercise also. We need to know the basic exercise if you post any information in a SAP system. Okay, outbound has a lot of different setup. Okay, example, if anybody want to create a SOAP message, let me share my screen. Okay, so this till now whatever we talked actually it's all inbound to SAP system. Okay. For example, the data is not going to be outbound because what data is going to be synchronous service. But your SOAP message, your IDOC, can also receive as a outbound from SAP. If I receive outbound message from SAP, what are the initial configuration that I need to check? Okay. First and foremost thing, we need to check whether our SAP system, SCPA, because whenever they push any IDOC or whenever they push any SOAP message, it is going to come to SCPA system, which is I think BTPIS integration. A cloud integration system. So for that one, we need to have a connection for our cloud integration system. Example, if you go to /O SM59, in SM59, you should have a RFC destination for SAP system. So under SM59, there is something called HTTP connection to external system. So since SCPA is not a ABAP system, it's not a ABAP connection, all your external systems will be created under this one. Yes, especially CPA will be created on this one. So here they will, I don't think so they created any connection to CPA till this point of time. But if somebody is creating a system and they will create just click on this one and create a system, you can create all those connection type and everything here. So this is going to be your external server, always external server, and this destination to connect your SCPA system. How do I get this? How do I put this URL to communication? Because each and every connection has a different URL because there are two ways of posting an information. Have a common endpoint in SCPI and get all the IDOC and route it to different iFlow, or have a single URL for single IDOC. Each and every approach has a pros and cons, but it's up to the customer requirement which one they want to go. Let's take an example. You have only 10 or you have only 5 to 2 below 5 IDOC type that are coming out of outbound, right? It's always recommended to go one by one. But if you are 20, 30, I would always recommend to go with a common iFlow, create a common iFlow in a CPI, receive that IDOC And based on your message type and everything, you route it to different type or push it to a different JMS queue or something. So that's another thing we have to see. But in general, all your connection to SCPA are connected to your BTPS, because if you go to our diagram, so when SAP want to push the message out of, if SAP system want to push the message out of this one, it will push the message to SCPI. SCPI is this one, like this is your SCPI system, which is coming under BTPIS. And that is going to communicate to any consumer outside. So in SCPI, as soon as you receive an IDOC, you will do the transformation and you talk to the consumer in a different terminology. So your BTPIS SCPI is going to play a major role there. Okay?
Hello.
Yeah. Any questions or any doubts? So this is about the basic about ERP system. Just actually remember this transaction. Let me put the transaction also to check the RFC destination. Because there are too many setups are there for outbound, because outbound comes with a lot of requirement. I can actually talk in detail because that is a separate altogether. Because first you need to, the objective of this training is to, you need to know the basic T code. SM59 is a basic T code. You can check all your putting the transaction.
What is the difference between WE30, WE05?
W05 is actually, see, W30 is to check your message type. W05 is to check the status of your IDOC.
Status.
So IDOC is posted successfully or IDOC actually has some error. Everything you can check either in W02 or in W05. W30 is to check the payload, like, because you have to, I'll put an example, right? Like simple order 05 IDOC structure. If I go to Google, order 05 structure. But these are all like assumptions. People are actually telling everything based on assumptions. But I want you guys to go and check in the system, get the payload structure. They talk about everything. That's what you can see all this format in your W05 transaction. That's a sample payload, then you'll understand.
Can you just help us to get that XML out of that status of IDOC structure?
I do not have access to get that actually. To get the payload, but actually in general, ABAPs will have access to get that. But this is the payload is pretty much straightforward. Okay, so structure instead of just IDOC payload is very simple. It start with SOAP message and everything. So this is your IDOC. This is your IDOC structure. So IDOC will always come with two segments. So if you go to your W30, right, order 05. Okay, so this is your general data, which is nothing but your, because this general data comes up with your control record information. So control record has almost, if I go to your IDOC structure, okay, the top 6 segments are your control records. IDOC type, message type, sender port, sender partner type, sender partner name, sender receiver name, sender receiver port, sender partner type. These are all your control records. And this control record should be configured in SAP system to receive an IDOC and post IDOC success. If some of these informations are not correctly configured, even though if you pass this data to your IDOC will not get posted successfully to your SAP system. Okay. Yeah. This is a preliminary information. Just know about these transactions and everything, then you can easily manage.
So who configured the IDOC configuration? It's the integration consultant or ABAP here?
It's a web and basis.
Okay. And what will be our role basically as an integration consultant? Because if you are working on integration consultant in SAP BTP, might be that customer will not give us the S4HANA backend access.
100% true. Our role is to check the IDOC status either in W02 or W05. Just go to W02 or W05. Check if you post an IDOC. Ask them what is the status of an IDOC. You're getting a proper IDOC status or not. That's the only role we are going to get. But if somebody don't know to get the IDOC structure, you can tell them, go to W30 and give me the structure for the particular IDOC message type.
Okay.
Go to W30. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. Just I want to know you this. This is because since we have seen all S4 system and everything, this is a basic answer. T code.
The T codes, whatever we discussed, is both the same for HANA as well as on-prem current version SAP, right?
Yes, both are same. Yeah. Any questions or any doubts till this time, guys? I'll put actually here also SM59.2. This is called RFC destination configuration, and SCW30 to get IDOC structure, get structure of IDOC type. Then W02 or W05 to check the status of an IDOC. Yeah. These are the preliminary T code. It should be enough for the IDOCs.
One more common SM58.
SM59 I put RFC destination. For this is for outbound. RFC destination.
Yeah.
We put clearly SM59 IA RFC destination creation for outbound from SAP to BTPIS cloud integration. Yeah, I think with this one, we are completing our module 1. Okay, let's go to our module 2. Any questions or any doubts till this time? Because I with this one, you guys might be clear with the basic understanding of SAP and also with what are SAP system, how you can check the services and everything. You might get a fair idea by this time.
Yeah.
You know,
One question. So when somebody is posting IDOC over URL, that SRT IDOC, so based upon the payload, SAP will recognize which IDOC type and how to process, right?
You will give the IDOC in the payload also. Let me show you the payload. Then here, the control record, you will give the IDOC type. So if you see here, right, the message
basic, right? On the message type.
Message type, you can see.
So when we give this structure to them, but the URL endpoint, what they used to send message, it will remain same. Only payload will be get changed.
Correct. You got it. Not sure this is not there here, but actually this is it should be here, but it is not here. The system. Yeah. See, everything will be available in your control record. This is your first segment. EDI, DC40 is here. That's first.
Actually, there we need to search with IDOC type or message.
Which one?
The search window where we are using it, WE30.
Most likely, you just put sales order star. See, I would say put as IDOC type as primary. Message type is to get, if you know the, mostly IDOC type and message type should be same. Example, for order 05, it will come as orders. A message type as orders 05. So search with always IDOC type. This entire W30 is for search with IDOC type.
Okay.
This is the sample payload, how you see an IDOC payload. This payload has, because this IDOC, I'm not sure why it is not there in the system, but a lot of, any system will not have all the information.
Things we need to put the exact information. It's not allowing the wildcards and all, I guess.
Yeah. So here you can see tool also. You have to put star. You put star, you can get that one. This is a complete structure of your IDOC.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which component of SAP Integration Suite is responsible for API management? Option A, Cloud Integration. Option B, API Management. Option C, Event Mesh. Option D, Open Connectors. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
Hey there! Want to get good at connecting systems? Our SAP Integration Suite course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you learn all about APIs and Event Mesh. It's like a toolbox for linking apps and sharing data the smart way. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Integration Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So we are also going to cover cloud deployment model. So we have seen 5 ways of cloud deployment model in our S4 system. Here in BTP, we are going to see the cloud deployment model, but it is slightly different. So the main difference is you have an on-prem version and you can call it as also private cloud in your S4 system. But in BTP, your private cloud is called as a different, because SAP is not allowing everyone, or SAP do not have a roadmap, or SAP do not have a feature to have anything on-prem. The main intention of BTP is to sustain only in the cloud network. We will talk about everything and what are different service models are available, and just what are the overview, and we'll see all the service model and what are the cloud native features that SAP is planning to bring, and what are the cloud native features that are available in BTP as of and what are different BTP tools are available. So example, we'll walk through a different BTP tool and different services, how we can adopt in our development and deployment. Okay, so then we'll start with account tenant creation. I hope you can actually create your tenant with your TCS ID. So we are going to use a trial account, and we'll set up the trial account and we'll activate the integration suite, add the capability, then we'll get started with our integration suite. Okay. Yeah. So just to touch upon this cloud deployment model, right? Like I just want to tell you the brief about how SAP landed in this one. Okay, so before this Cloud Foundry, so just to give a brief about this one. So before SAP come into this entire development model, so starting from 2015 and 16, so SAP do not have a multi-tier environment. SAP has a single-ended environment. So in BTP, so that is called as HCA. SAP came up with the product. So initially, let's take an example. When you are working with SuccessFactors, or when you're so SuccessFactors was the first cloud SaaS solution for SAP that SAP has acquired externally, and they kept for evolution of HCM module. From there, SAP do not have a dedicated integration platform in the cloud. SAP partnered with Dell Boomi to do the seamless integration. So then, starting from 2016, SAP came up with the cloud concept that is called HCI. So HCI is your first SAP cloud solution. It is called HANA Cloud Integration. And this HANA Cloud Integration is holistically managed by SAP. And even so, SAP manages all three. Like, so in your HANA Cloud Integration, SAP has everything like your infrastructure. Your infrastructure is managed by SAP, which is nothing but IaaS. We don't have any partners for the time, and also your software is at the time is HCI is a software that is also managed by SAP. The SaaS has been managed by SAP. Then we used to have actually then the database, underlying database, because whatever transaction that you commit to your integration layer, everything will be stored into HANA database. They have a cloud edition of HANA database. Everything will be stored. Let's take an example. If you run a message, all your message will be stored in SAP's HANA database. So everything will be underlying in the HANA database. So, and also if you store anything on your local memory, that is also stored in HANA database. So HANADB, cloud edition of HANADB was there. That's evolution from, and this landscape was totally called as Neo landscape. So Neo is something like SAP has all its own and it manages all those things. So this is called SAP Neo landscape. The drawback of this Neo, right? So the biggest challenge of Neo, right? Like, so slowly SAP, so starting from HCI, they put a lot of services. So starting from HCI, right, like they adapted other services too. So they brought API management here. Slowly they brought API management in Neo. They brought plenty of services into.
A small question. What do you mean by environment? So like a Neo Cloud Foundry?
Yeah, I'm going there actually. So Neo is holistically is managed by SAP. So that's what I'm getting there. Okay, so other API management, you have even workflow, business rules, everything was part of this Neo. It's all standalone service. Flow management, you have Web ID. So then they renamed to flow management, business rules, etc. Like we have almost 18 services initially. So now what happened? Like, so this has been renamed a later point of time instead of HCI. This has become as HCP on our cloud platform. And this is managed by SAP. And the main thing is SAP do not have a cloud native feature into this one. SAP was able to manage this platform. The main drawback of this one, right? So they do not have a cloud native feature at this time. So that means, so they are onboarding. Let's take an example. They have a data center in US East. So when they have a Neo in US East, they are onboarding all the customers in the US East. So the Neo do not have a visibility. Like it came in US East in Chandler. In Arizona. So Arizona was the first US East location. Then they do not have even actually DR capability when it was Neo. So they do not have a lot of cloud native feature. It was a complete small abstract they developed actually with Neo. So then SAP, because the complaint from customer, right? Because when you do a heavy peak load, or when you do actually whenever there is a seasonal sale, or whenever you have a plenty of traffic on your landscape, so we used to see our entire HCI will going down. So like because that you are putting all the customer in a single infrastructure, and you do not have a capability to scale up and down, right? Because when there is a peak load is happening, you have to scale up tremendously. So you don't have a feature to tremendous. The auto scaling feature was not there actually. So now the cloud edition has actually evolved in such a way you have edge computing now. So even SAP is not up to speed in edge computing as of today. So like SAP is trying to achieve auto scaling feature. So in terms of this one, right, like it's not, we are not able to sustain the load, and actually HCA was going down. And also, example, I'm a customer. I'm actually my data center of my private cloud sitting in a US West in Seattle or Quincy as my data center. Then SAP has a US West in Chandler. So if you see the network traffic between the integration platform and actually between your ERP system, you have to have plenty of network traffic. That adds a lot of network delay. Okay, so then SAP transformed to the next step is called Cloud Foundry. So Cloud Foundry is not SAP's product. Cloud Foundry is a vendor. Okay, so SAP partnered with Cloud Foundry. So the next edition of SAP is just they partnered with SAP because there are plenty of complaints from a lot of customers. So all the customers are ask us like, how do I actually have a quick turnaround on my solution? So that's a evolution that, yeah.
My question here is environment in the sense of the base where we are hosting all these applications.
Infrastructure is nothing but, so your infrastructure comes with multiple components. Okay, let me show you. So this is your infrastructure. Your servers, networking, storage, these are your infrastructure where you deploy this on. Okay.
So the deployment where we are deploying is the Neo environment.
So Neo environment is something like the whole package is called as Neo environment. Your infrastructure, your HCI, Cloud Foundry. This model of cloud is called as Neo-based deployment. This means SAP manages everything. In terms of Cloud Foundry, so what is happening? Cloud Foundry is a vendor. So you have to actually understand only one thing. So if it is a native to SAP, that is called Neo. If it is a Cloud Foundry, it's a partnering product with SAP, and Cloud Foundry is going to manage all the deployment. You got my point?
Yeah.
Cloud it is. Yeah. Okay. So this is Cloud Foundry is a vendor here. So Cloud Foundry is a vendor. You can actually go to cloudfoundry.com. They are separate vendor. SAP is also one of the partner for them. So what SAP transformed this one, like CF was an environment that has been transformed, and you can choose your infrastructure provider now. So like I can choose my infrastructure provider, whether my infrastructure provider can be my AWS, Azure, or it can be your GCP. And those infrastructure will be as close as with your private network of your SAP EC system. Because SAP could not fulfill provisioning lot of data center across the globe. Now SAP actually partnered with this infrastructure provider with the help of Cloud Foundry, because Cloud Foundry is not going to, SAP is not going to work with all these vendors. It's a job of Cloud Foundry. Cloud Foundry job is to keep the infrastructure upgraded and work with SAP, have the SaaS product deployed into BTP. So BTP is the SAP product. So Cloud Foundry will make sure whatever patches SAP is releasing, that is getting updated properly in the infrastructure, and it also comes with a lot cloud native feature. So Cloud Foundry is a kind of enabler for SAP product as a partner with SAP to have this seamless connection. So now from that, SAP has kept that BTP edition as a Cloud Foundry based BTP edition. So Neo is SAP stopped provisioning Neo because it has a lot of challenges, and now in my landscape I have both Neo and Cloud Foundry. So I am also been asked move away from Neo by end of next year. So end of next year is the last for everyone. We have to move away from Neo and we need to move to entire Cloud Foundry based solution, because they are going to completely sunset this one by 2037. So the Cloud Foundry is the only one. It's going to be the future, and they are working with SAP. So SAP is working with Cloud Foundry and all the infrastructure provider to bring lot of cloud native features. Cloud native features has plenty of things, like it has your auto scaling, edge computing, container based. There are a lot of cloud native features because SAP is not till there. So we have to come. BTP is not till there. We have to come to the point on time. So their focus is. Their strategic investment is on with Cloud Foundry and with all the infrastructure provider to have this solution sustainable for everything. Okay, so that's a major one. So that's how your Neo has been transformed to Cloud Foundry. Now Cloud Foundry has multiple options. Example, if I am a customer I'm sitting in US East, I can choose AWS or Azure, and with the AWS or Azure, I can actually go ahead and spin up my BTP tenant, and I can activate the services. Like I can activate services like my BTP Integration Suite, or I can activate actually SAP Build, or I can activate actually Workzone, or I can activate other products like, because generative AI based products, they have plenty of generative AI products, and I can activate Analytics Cloud, I can activate WebSphere, a lot of things comes into play. Okay, so your BTP has different level of deployment, different level of pattern. So once you are with Cloud Foundry, you have an option to choose AWS and which data center first you want to choose, which location you want, which provider you want, and where you want to be as much as closest to. So these are the things like Cloud Foundry transformed for SAP to bring this option. Okay, this is just a brief.
One question, sorry. So here you said that Neo the user or customer should migrate to the Cloud Foundry. So how the migration will happen? SAP will do, or customer has to migrate their application and data from Neo to Cloud Foundry?
Okay, so that's a really a good question. Okay, SAP do not have any migration tool at this point of time. Okay, so we have to plan our migration. As a customer, I am planning my migration. I'm not actually relying on SAP. SAP is helping me because so consider actually I'm in this landscape for almost 10 years. So we started with our BTP journey 10 years before. So now I'm also in the journey of migration. Before I migrate to this CF, so in CF it was not BTP Integration Suite. You have to go like 3 years, 4 years before. Everything's a standalone service. Your CPA is a standalone service. So your APM is a standalone service. Open Connector is a standalone service. Now SAP bundled everything into a integration suite. So SAP is helping me only to move the standalone service to integration suite. That itself a migration for me. So coming from standalone services to a BTP IS integration suite itself a migration for me. First, I'm going to make that one integration suite. Then next up, I will go back. I'll actually work with SAP. So SAP asks for almost 6 months of time to come up with a migration tool. I'm not sure when they will come up, but we are planning to migrate by our own because we cannot wait for the timeline. But as far as SAP, as of there is no any tool that SAP can migrate. It has to be, we have to migrate everything.
In the Cloud Foundry, all the services are standard services, right? So the application services or subscription will come in the Cloud Foundry, but what about the data? How data will be transferred from Neo to Cloud Foundry? So any idea?
So data, there is no. So in terms of integration, you are not going to use any data. Only you are going to have the MPL logs. So that is called message processing logs, correct, right? And you will not. So the most data you will have some write variables for your schedulers or some kind of interim variables you have in your data. So those things you can export and import to from one layer to another layer. So there is an option for export and import. So even actually, if I have a data store, I can even export. Those are all manual. But I don't want to do manually. I want to have automation process for this. So whatever data you have, even actually if you have a JMS queue, you can actually SAP can do the underhood operation to migrate your JMS queue or to another JMS queue. But you have to clear all your JMS queues and we have to go to the new launch queue. That's the strategy. But I don't want to do anything manual. I'm looking for a tool that do automation for me. So, but they given me a first time automation to copy everything one copy to another copy and do a copy of everything. But actually, there is no single tool that does everything that I'm looking for from SAP.
So cloud transport management system will not work between Neo and Cloud Foundry between two different environment.
Oh no, sorry. Can you come again with your question?
So we have the cloud transport management systems, which helps to move the changes from one accounts to another account. So
you're telling about a cloud transport management service, right? CTMS tool.
Yes, CTMS tool will not support between two different environment.
CTMS will not work between Neo to Cloud Foundry. CTMS has to be Cloud Foundry. So because in CTMS you'll create nodes, correct, right? You will create a node for dev, QA, production. That is tied up within your same CF.
Okay.
CTMS. I have an API also because see, so we are developing a lot of automation from our side, right? Like I have a Python. With Python, we are actually doing everything manually, but I don't want to do myself. I'm looking for a product from SAP. So SAP also has an API. Like you drive any artifact from here, you pick any artifact from here. Like if you go to CPI, if you have any iFlow, the entire iFlow can be moved from here to here. But those are all API based. You have to get an API from artifact from here and import it here. So we have written a Python to do all those options. But SAP proposed some tool. I don't want to do myself. And even APIM also, I have an Python to do everything. But I'm looking for a native product from SAP to do this migration. Because if they are doing strategically, if they are telling, they have to come up with a product. Okay, so this is a complete migration. Like 2027 is the end of Neo, and everything will be in Cloud Foundry going forward. Okay, so these are now, if you see, this has been now evolved more. Okay, so now we'll come to the Cloud Foundry. In Cloud Foundry, so now when SAP is onboarding anyone in Cloud Foundry, so they are onboarding as a public cloud or private cloud or hybrid cloud or multi-cloud. So here the cloud strategy is totally different. So consider there is no on-prem version here at all. So how we are actually categorizing as a private cloud. Okay, so let me actually tell you. So now it is SAP BTP. So in public cloud edition, which is public cloud, let's take an example. In your public cloud, you have 10 to 15 services. So example, I am in CF. So my infra is going to be, let's assume my infra is going to be AWS. So now everything, like I have a BTP SaaS solution, everything that will be deployed on AWS. Okay, the only difference I'm going to see here, if I'm a customer A, CF US East, I'm in the public cloud, I'm a customer A here. So in this one, I have services like BTP IS Integration Suite. I have actually build apps, work zone, lot of things I'm bringing here. I have build, and I have plenty of other services. Then I have WebSphere, DataSphere. I'm just giving an example of DataSphere here. It is just an example of services that I am here. In the public cloud, you do not have a dedicated environment. Okay, so that means your services will be deployed in the same network or the same. So you don't have a dedicated network, you don't have dedicated software or dedicated infrastructure. So if the customer is here, so next they can onboard the same customer B, the same infrastructure. So they can onboard another customer here. So there is no dedicated environment. So you will have everything shared between the same network. So this is called the public cloud model. Like your IS and IS of your customer A and IS of your customer B will be shared in the same infrastructure. IS a build of customer A and build of customer B will be shared in the same infrastructure. And DataSphere, it's also shared in the same infrastructure. We do not have any dedicated infrastructure or dedicated services. This is about the public cloud. So in terms of private cloud, so BTP is going to work in a totally different way. It's not like your cloud edition because SAP is just investing so heavily in BTP starting from 2 years or something like that. Their focus is just turned into BTP. Okay, so in terms of private cloud, if I'm a customer A, okay, so they are not actually changing the model. Like example, if I'm into BTP IS, so they are not actually your entire BTP cockpit will be on the public cloud. Example, I can tell your BTP cockpit on the public cloud and your services, standalone services like your integration suite, you can make that as a dedicated one. Only your integration suite will be dedicated. So if I'm in the private cloud, this will come into a separate infrastructure. This will be dedicated. That means they will move me inside some infrastructure, but they will not keep into any other thing. That's a major difference that you're going to see. Okay, so your integration suite can come into a dedicated one. That means they will have a separate dedicated landscape. An integration suite can come here. Services can be a dedicated, come as a private model, but your BTP still will act as your public model. So SAP is mostly, let's take an example. If I have only in PS, so they will put me into dedicated infrastructure and dedicated so BTP will be shared across, the BTP cockpit will be shared across, and the services can be moved as dedicated inside. So SAP most likely they are into the hybrid model of deployment for your BTP IS. And if I want your build also to be dedicated, I can ask SAP to move my build also dedicated infrastructure. But you will be hosted on the same, your BTP will be hosted on your template will be on the same region, but you can move your services to dedicated. So once you move your services to dedicated, your licensing will be totally different. Because here you can have a different licensing model. When you are shared between multiple clients, your licensing will be totally different. When you move to dedicated infrastructure, you will have a dedicated one. Like in BTP IS, you can have CPI as a dedicated one, APM as a dedicated one, open connectors, everything as a dedicated one. So the entire bundle also can be dedicated. Or if I want only some services dedicated, that is also possible. I want only cloud integration also dedicated. I can make that is also dedicated. I want only APM as dedicated. That is also I can. I'm not moving others to dedicated. I'm keeping only this only to dedicated. These are the major difference that SAP is actually doing with this deployment model. They are not actually doing with other deployment model. Okay, these are the major things that SAP is asking everyone to follow in terms of deployment model. Most likely, the public cloud model is something keeping all of your service, everything in the shared between multiple customers. In case of dedicated, a private cloud, you can move your services like your integration suite, build, DataSphere, or you have any other services if you want to use. You can actually put everything dedicated infrastructure. And most likely, SAP is going with a hybrid model of this one. And multi-cloud is something like you can have a one service. Let's take an example. The same way multi-cloud, your primary can be with AWS and your secondary can be with your Azure. So that's a multi-cloud model that SAP is doing. How we've seen for our SAP SEC system. The same thing with the same services, they will replicate your DR and your high availability in a different region. That is called a multi-cloud model. So primary will be running on, let's take an example, I'm choosing AWS as my primary. My this infrastructure will be completely set up as primary, and I might have a DR, and another thing will be completely into the dedicated. Sorry, another infrastructure like Azure or something. Any questions or any doubts to this one? Because consider your BTP is not on-prem; it's all cloud-enabled solution. But you can move your services dedicated. That is called as private installation on the BTP.
So currently BTP is offering in both public and private cloud, or only public?
Yeah. BTP cockpit will be a public and private cloud. Your services can be moved to a private cloud. Example, if your BTP, let's take an example. You can even ask SAP. I have a plenty of applications. Because your BTP mainly contains of your BTP Fiori application deployment, Java application deployment, or Kappa application deployment, right? If you feel like if you want a dedicated for BTP, you have to pay so much cost for that one. 99% customer want to keep that as a public because they will have a continuous model. So like what SAP is telling, because the Cloud Foundry runtime itself highly costable. Like if you want a dedicated one, they are giving another product model called Kima. They're asking like, okay, you move your deployment to Kima and keep the deployment to Kima as your own container base as a private, but the skeleton of your cockpit will still run on the public cloud. So there are a lot of bits and pieces. It's all like hybrid cloud models. But your services, because the services can be moved to separate dedicated RAM.
It looks good, but seems it's a complex, right?
Yeah, it's a complex architecture. Yeah, it's not straightforward. Like
yes, private is always good, better than the public. But cockpit will be in the public. Then your services and tools, whatever you are building, that you need to bring into a private dedicated area. Yeah. Also, it would be costly, right? Yeah. In compared to public.
Costly. When compared to public, you have to pay at least 2 times, 3 times extra. That's a customer service. Even actually, we are also negotiating. So like it's so costly. Like so that SAP has CP, your BTP has different model, basic model, CPA model, and pay as you go model. If you are into CPA, you will get credits to carry forward for 2 years, and you can use the credits next year. So there are plenty of model now. Even models are getting changed year on year. So now they are actually having BTP IS. They go by message cost, not by tenant cost. So many things are changing in BTP. This is a private deployment model. Just I want to give an overview of this one. Okay, so like then coming back to your service models, like your software as a service, software as a service, and you have platform as a service. So when you call a software as a service, your services like your IS, your build, DataSphere, and actually whatever service that you see, those are all software as a service. Platform as a service, nothing but your HANA cloud, like. So if you're developing a CAPM-based application, this cloud application programming model, you will have a database either as a PostgreSQL or a HANA database. Those are all called platform as a service. So then infrastructure as a service. So nothing but your AWS, GCP, and everything is clubbed into the layer. The only thing is like integration, because SAP want to have an integration layer as a separate platform altogether. So that's how they evolved initially, but this iPaaS has been completely integrated. But so they have a CPI. They treat CPI as a separate integration platform. So that's an integration platform as a service, because your CPI has a lot of components inside. So that itself a biggest platform. So even we call IS as a separate service, but that IS has a capability called integration. Your integration has multiple components, especially your CPI. CPI uses Solace as their database. Solace as their database to store all your data, and they have HANA DB to store the MPL related transaction. And we have Kafka that is also dedicated to have a JMS capability. So CPI is a complete platform as a service altogether. Even though you have another services like your Open Connector, SAP Graph, or even Mesh, everything can be into a same service. But if you see CPI, it's a big bundle. We have to work component by component to make it available. So even actually like we are paying separately by component. Like I have MPL dedicated. I have the highest core level. Like I have almost 16 CPUs running only for CPI. And also I have a lot of things. We have to make a lot of things dedicated component by component. And JMS queues, I have almost 2,500 JMS queues. So those are all like called. So SAP want to have this CPI as a separate platform as a service. and that comes under the umbrella. Just I would say like integration suite is just they want to change the metering, so just they put integration suite, but underlying services, whatever you see, that is all remains the same. Metering wise, they want to change something, but if component, there are a lot of components inside. Any questions or any doubts in service models? Yeah.
This SaaS example, is that correct? It should be on platform as a service, right?
This one?
In the software as a service, we had given an example of SAP HANA Cloud.
This is actually platform. This is a platform as a service.
And,
yeah.
And integration suite, would it be coming under infrastructure as a service, or it would be coming under as a software as a service?
Okay, I'll tell you. So integration suite, you consider it's not a single tool, right? Integration holistically, if you see, that is a software as a service, because it has multiple capability. Correct, right?
Yeah.
It has capability called your API management, your cloud integration, then open connector, SAP Graph, Integration Advisor. Plenty of things are available. That bundle is treated as a software as a service. If you go take a capability under that one, cloud integration. That cloud integration will come as an integration platform as a service along with your integration advisor. Okay. So the bundle is always called as a software as a service. Okay. But the integration platform as a service, right? Like under that integration platform as a service, that is something totally different.
Okay. The platform is coming under ISaaS. Okay, and then the bundle itself, the solutions belongs to the software. Okay.
Yes, solutions belong to the software. Yes. Just to give a high visibility. So this integration platform, it's been managed by multiple. You have to work with multiple folks. So, but SAP is a front end for everyone. SAP help us to work with everyone, and we have to just raise a OSS note, and they will help us to work with everyone in general. Okay.
So BTP is a platform as a service or software as a service, or both basically?
BTP itself is a platform as a service.
Okay.
BTP itself, consider BTP itself a platform as a service. Inside BTP, you have BTP is that platform itself provision on infrastructure, and that infrastructure in BTP you have a SaaS that is nothing but all your services, and that SaaS actually has independent because entire BTP itself running on a HANA platform. So that we call it as entire BTP cockpit as a platform as a service, because the underlying hood of all your data, everything is going and sitting in your HANA database.
Okay.
Any questions or any doubts? So it's not straightforward like your S4 system. So people will get, because we have to see each and every component totally here, because SAP bundle a lot of things and they want to have some cloud native feature. They bundle everything in a different. Any questions or any doubts? Just give me a second. Yeah. Any questions or any doubts, guys?
No, I think.
So next we'll go with actually out of the box SAP application, right? Like, so now if you go ahead with CAPM, because CAPM is mostly treated as side-by-side extension of SAP. So that means SAP is, so the core concept of BTP is to keep the core clean. So that means keep your SAP system clean. And if you want to extend your business logic, you can always use a cloud application programming model to extend your business logic and keep some component BTP and run your business as expected. Okay, so that's called SAP CAPM, with actually SAP CAPM also tied to a platform. So that is nothing but a database. It has two kind of databases. It can talk to HANA-DB or PostgreSDB or actually SQL DB. Based on your requirement, HANA is going to be very, very costly. And if you choose any other cloud service like Redis or your PostgreSQL, that is going to be cheaper. Okay, so then that is all. The entire CAPM will be running on a Cloud Foundry environment, and that Cloud Foundry environment will be running on a separate infrastructure. It could be AWS or Azure GCP. Okay, so these are all like different service model that enable to transition seamlessly with your SAP. Okay, so just in terms of a service model, right? Like you can see, so what we call it as infrastructure is like your virtualization, servers, storage, and networking. Okay, and your platform, your runtime, because your platform need a runtime, and it need a middleware. Like it's nothing but your OS. So OS is just this middleware is nothing like your actual middleware. So between your OS and between your runtime, you need a separate hyperscaler threading that is called middleware, and your software services, your applications and data. Okay, so these are like various components. We can divide your service models and infrastructure providers. Or you can see GCP. You can see all other components. Like you have a GCP here. You have your actually, and this storage is not. Don't confuse the storage of your HANA database. This storage is to run easy. So EC2 also has its own, because whenever you run your soft servers, the servers also has its own storage. Those EC2 machines has own storage, that is called storage. But actual HANA database storage will come here. So you will have your, that will tied up to your HANA, this platform service. So then you have a networking, everything will come as an infrastructure service and all those things. Like when we see this service, because SAP do not have a container-based model as such, so container-based model is being supported by a separate vendor called Kima. So like let's take an example. So Cloud Foundry itself a separate runtime. And if I want to go by Docker-based or container-based, I need to work with Kima, so that Kima will help me to bring or tie up my own network to SAP BTP network. So that's a Kima is another new way of integrating your own dedicated network to SAP BTP. So no customer has tried till now, because nobody want to tie up to the public cloud. So whenever you hook up to this one, it's all a public cloud actually. So that's what actually is. So Kima has a provisioning to do that one, but it's all kind of in the initial stage. Okay, so then your runtime is totally different. So let's come to your platform as a service. Your runtime is either it's going to be Cloud Foundry, and Cloud Foundry is backed up by your HANA DB, and you have OS layer, that is Cloud Foundry has a lot of memory OS thing that will be running to support the entire thing. And also your next comes with your application. So it requires all your applications to run. So because not to run your application, you need all these components to be available. Okay, so these are the various cloud models that are available as of. So the most important thing, right? SAP want to move to a cloud computing based architecture. So the main problem with SAP CPI as of, right? Like because even though if you go dedicated, I don't have hyperscaler. Like I don't have actually auto scaling features. So I have to have a fixed layer of my CPUs. Example, my traffic, whenever my traffic is less, I don't want to spin up always 16 worker nodes. I want to have only 4 worker nodes. So that kind of architecture is not available in CPS. You have to have all worker nodes active, and SAP will manage to distribute your load and to run that one. So this is the old way of doing it. But actually, when you see with the new cloud era, edge computing came very faster. So you can actually, based on your load, you can spin up only required worker nodes, and you can have other worker nodes as your secondary worker nodes. So there are a lot of cloud computing model that SAP is trying to bring to achieve the new edge capability here. And SAP also supports hyperscalers. So on the database side, not on the platform side. Then they have a multi-cloud model with AWS, Azure, and GCP. Okay, so these are the things that actually it's having in SAP. Any questions or any doubts until this time with the model, data model, or hyperscalers? So before that, actually, like let's actually take the brief about BTP. So BTP has 3 different kind of development. One is development on app development, automation tool development, integration platform development, and analytics-based development. So it has been categorized into 4 different sectors. So when you talk about your app development, so then apps are something like your Fiori app, Capem, those are all like app development. Those are core application development on BTP. So then coming back to your other things like integration development. So integration suite along with everything is like your API management, open connectors, your CPI, everything will be an integration platform development. In terms of automation, SAP has a product called SAP Build. Under Build, you have something called SAP BPA. So BPA is called Business Process Build Process Automation. So that will be complete your automation capability. And the entire hosting, like if you want to have interfacing layer or front-end layer, SAP has something called Workzone. So the new era is called SAP Workzone. So where Workzone is something like you can expose all your application to outside world. So Workzone also brings a capability not to only expose application native to BTP, also application that is coming from SAP. So Workzone has a capability to talk to both SAP and SAP application. Like if I have a standalone native Fiori application that is running on S4 system, even I can connect with Workzone and expose to through BTP. So then coming back to your automation layer, like so this automation layer is this one like build apps, and your BPA is your automation layer. Analytics layer is something like your SAP Analytics Cloud. So it has categorized with Analytics Cloud. And then if you see your next gen, like SAP is also putting into more into AI space. I'm not sure how many of you guys use SAP Jewel. SAP Jewel has its, so AI has been categorized into 2 capability. One is the new AI capability, and AI is a bigger umbrella. all AI innovation in SAP is happening within BTP space. This is your generative AI. This is called generative AI. The another one is called cognitive AI. So generative AI is something like your chat GPT and everything, right? Chat GPT. So in terms of technology, so you have equivalent as GitHub Copilot. If you see SAP's version, it's called SAP Joule. So SAP Joule is now accessible in BTP. And if you want to do any development, so it is enabled through SAP Build. SAP Build has capability through access to SAP Joule. Because, for example, if you have a prompt, if I give the prompt, SAP can generate the code in Build. And SAP is also trying to build capability for CI, cloud integration, APIM. Because if I give any problem prompt, it will create your SAP APIM template or SAPA template so that we can actually start our development from there. So this is generative AI. In terms of cognitive AI, so it has in the space of Concur. So this cognitive AI space is happening in the cloud ERP system. So it is in the Concur, just it's in the pilot phase, and also it is available in Ariba. So the use cases are something like auto scanning of report and so on. It has a lot of MLE based error detection. These are all like machine learning error detections are there that actually help to tell this kind of a report can be approved or not. So these are all happening in the cloud ERP space. But so since it's a development phase, everything is happening in your generative AIs are happening in your BTP space using SAP Joule. These are the evolution SAP is investing into the cloud era, like in BTP and outside of BTP. Okay. Any questions or any doubts?
No, we can proceed.
Yeah. So these are actually like the current challenges, right? Like in the current challenges, business continuity is a biggest challenge, and also scatter to best breed of functionality. These are the challenges that we have. To achieve that one, SAP has improved its hyperscaler network. So in terms of cloud integration, because if you want to in the private cloud, you will have a dedicated worker nodes, you will have a dedicated brokers, you will have dedicated MPL logs. Those are the improvement that SAP brought for each and every services to support seamless connection. And those connections are not available on all the region. So let's take an example. If I'm the first customer in the US East, it will be so based on the customer need, they are provisioning into different data centers. Okay, and these are the various types that are available, like service types, as we see in a lot of. So whatever you see as a SaaS, those are services. And once you create a SaaS, and that means you're subscribed to the service. Okay, so we'll get into BTP, but this is an example of how we can see the entire development. You can do your development in BAS, and you can do your deployment using CI/CD services, and you can transport the same CI/CD through CTMS tool. And actually you can have your HANA database to store your data, and actually this you have your XSUA authentication in BTP to do all the authorization of your application, and you can use logging services to log all the data, and you can have auto scaling to improve your scaling feature of your logging capability. Okay, these are all various tools that are available. SAP Web ID or Business Studio Business Application Studio that is available to do all the native UI5 application development. And you have ABAP RESTful application that is for ABAP. This is called RAP. So RAP is available to do any development for your SAP ABAP system. And you have Cloud SDK. And also you have BTP CLI to do any CLI commands with SAP, and Cloud Foundry CLI and Cloud Connector. So these are the various tools that are available within SAP to start with that one. Okay. And another tools are like your build. So SAP build itself will bring another workspace to create, and Helm, Kubernetes, these are all like tied up with your schema. These are all called schema based landscape. Okay, so these are like completely advanced one. So now let's get into BTP, like how I can see a BTP. Okay. I want everyone to be more active, and I want everyone to create a trial account. So first and foremost thing, try to create a trial account and with the URL. So I'll put the URL in the chat. So can you guys try to go to this URL?
Yeah, it's asking login name or email ID.
Okay. So
what would be the login name? It's a TCS ID.
Yeah, 1 second. So let me give another URL. Try to go to this one. Just in the Google, if you type SAP BTP trial account login, you will be directed to a trial home page. Can you go to this one? You can put in the chat too. Go here.
It's giving two options, like US is AWS and Singapore Azure. So which one to use?
Can you share your screen?
Okay,
Somebody
sure.
can. I can guide one guy so that we.
Yeah.
So everyone are able to log into BTP?
Yeah, the trial account, the link is came.
Is my screen visible?
Yep.
So it is giving me pop like that.
Okay, perfect. You are into your welcome to trial account. So you are now into the trial account. choose US East AWS.
Okay.
Then click on create account. So now you're creating a global account. So that's what I'm going to talk about. What is global account? What is sub account? And what is ARC? And what is a space? So you are creating a trial account now.
No, when I click this link, it is asking me like register or sign in.
Click on register.
Okay.
Register, use your TCS ID.
Okay.
I think in my case, it didn't ask for anything because I already logged into SAP portal using my S user ID. So will that be okay?
Oh, that would be okay. Are you using your customer as user ID?
No, TCS user ID.
That should be fine.
When I click the link, second link, I can see this BTP cockpit page.
So are you able to actually log in? What you're facing now? Yeah.
Country would be, for registration, country would be India or US?
Or it would be India. So registration is India only. So click on register, scroll down, click on register.
Department?
Department, you can actually, anything.
Anything I can.
You can give your, click accept, give your TCS email ID.
Relationship consultant.
The first one, if somebody has a SID, they can directly go here. If you don't have a SID, you will be created with a PID now. So the trial account will come with a PID.
I actually had a trial account with my personal mail ID. Is that fine?
Yeah, that should be fine. But so you consider all your trial account will be there only for 30 days.
Yeah.
After 3 days, it will be moved away. You can use here. Who is this one? Try to give. Did you log in there or?
No, I'm not. I think I need to.
Click on forget password. Yeah, forget password. I think your password is you already have account. Password will be emailed to your inbox. The link will be there. And once you click on the link, it will ask for a password reset.
Okay, I will check that.
Yeah. So everyone, meanwhile, I can actually provision your account. And meanwhile, I'll explain.
Oh, hold on. I think my email is not going good.
Okay, can you share your screen?
Just a minute. It asked me to just verify your email, but then it's gone. Going and registering again.
Click on register. Give your TCS ID.
Yeah.
Give everything. Just give some other department, right? Like just give retail or something like that. Department. Scroll down. There will be something called IT services. Can I type IT services or information technology? This is a partner with SAP. It's not a customer.
Cycle. Where are the cycles? I think this 3. No, I read. Okay. You have an account, but it needs to be active. Oh, this is created already.
Yes.
Okay. Please click your
to send it in. Click on it.
Yeah. So it will be asking for password reset, right?
Yes, it will be asking for a password reset. Or either could be if you are doing for the first time, it will ask for a verify email. Or if you already have an account, it will have for a password reset.
Okay. Let me log into that.
Everyone are able to log in?
I'm sharing my screen. It is asking this. Let me share this.
Yeah. Choose US East.
Create account.
So first, as I explained, right? Like first you have to choose which infrastructure you want to onboard. So I'm onboarding into US East AWS. So region is US East AWS. Then you are creating your account, global account, sub account, and your org and spaces.
So it will create here, right?
It will create that. Yes. It will take some time. Yes. Yeah. Let me explain the core concept, how it is available in your BTP.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone has any questions or any doubts?
So after password reset and login, we need to select the US East. Huh?
Correct. US East. You need to log into US East.
Okay.
Is it mandatory we have to select, because I don't see that option to me. It is I will share my screen. So when I log in, I tried with my ID registered, and then it send a mail to my TCS email ID. From there, I activated. After that, I am trying to log in. I am seeing this.
Okay. Click on Trilo. Now you will be asked again. Click on accept all.
Thanks.
I did mail verification and then I came to this page. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
The number I have given it already registered some time ago. It's a long back.
Okay. So do you have that email ID?
No, I'm talking about mobile number.
Okay. So you tied up with your mobile number with something different, some other email address. So that there could be two possibility, right? So you might have used this mobile number for your personal account, or you might have used this mobile number for your TCS account or something like that.
No, so my personal account I have used it long back. So now how I can?
So long back means you might have signed with some email ID, right? Do you know that email ID?
For sure, no. I forgot. Okay. I did it, I think 3 years back. Even if I tried 3 years back, it's a 1 month trial, right? Now I can't access the same thing now, right?
The user account must be deleted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then how
you have to You need to contact SAP. Other option is to just to contact SAP and try with another mobile number.
I have to request any coda.
Yes. Could not be authenticated because you delete your browser cache. Okay. What you do? So now open it. Yeah, that's fine. So you see 3 dots on your browser. Open incognito window. Incognito. You see something called incognito. New incognito window. Open your entire thing in incognito. Yeah. So now try to sign in the first URL. You're actually already there. Yeah. You click on sign in. You know the email address that you used. Put the email address. Correct. Click on continue. Yeah. So now click on trial. Accept the agreement. Click on accept. Identifier could not process. Request you receive. Delete your browser badge and cookie. Visual experience issue.
Okay, can just close all the tabs and try to re-log in it again.
Correct. And try to delete your browser cookie also. Some cookies actually stop. I think you might have logged into multiple SID and PID. That is stopping them. Can you close all the browser and delete the browser cookies?
It is, I think, the same thing for me. It's telling the phone number is already been used, so you change it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Click on trial home. You accept all. Click. Yeah. Now create account. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you guys okay?
No, I'm not getting. Even if I change the phone number,
can you share your screen?
I need to get the code to activate it.
Yes. Request for a new code.
Wait, we have sent a new code, but why it is not reaching to me?
You have network problem. Don't have network problem, right? So you have network.
No. Let me just disable and enable the network. Locks open.
So are you using Edge or IE?
Yeah, it's.
So try to use IE. Let's. Do you have IE? Chrome. Sorry.
Chrome is okay, right? Chrome. There. Yeah.
Open with Chrome. So it's general recommendation from SAP just to use Chrome rather than Edge, because Edge has a lot of limitations. You need to put the URL, second or first URL. Don't put this URL. Come from the beginning.
This is a trial account. It is getting created, but the activation is not coming. Okay. I'll be going from the scratch.
Click on sign in. Now give your ID. Already SP is created for you. Click on continue. Yeah. So now give your password. Yeah. Now click on trial home. Okay. So now give your requesting code.
Requesting. Come on. No. Okay. I think we need to wait. Maybe it may take some time.
Yep.
Not reaching to me.
It should be pretty fast.
Okay. Meantime, let me try with another numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anyone has any other issues? Or yeah, just a core concept. Like we'll go there now. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah.
So whenever you log into BTP, first you will be asked for a region. So that means, so you will be asked you to choose infrastructure. First and foremost thing is to choose your infrastructure is the first one. Choose infra and region. Okay. So here your infra is either could be your AWS or GCP or Azure. Region could be any region like US East, West, Singapore East, Singapore, anything, Frankfurt, anything. Okay. As soon as you create an account, like next you can see like sub account is created. So what is this sub account? Sorry, first you will be creating a global account before we go to a global account. So your umbrella is something like I'm taking a customer A. This is a customer A. This customer could be anyone. Or customer A will have a global account. So this, like I take an example of Apple, they will have one global account. And under one global account, I can spin up n number of sub account. This is called multi-tenant model. So I can spin one sub account one.
Victor, one small question. I'm having this question from here. What do you mean by tenant?
Tenant is something like, okay, so consider, so tenant is, you want the abstract meaning or abstract something like?
No. See.
So tenant is something like, example, so that same terminology. So let's take an example. If you have a house, if you give the house to a person, how you call that one?
Tenant.
Same here. That means.
No. I'm having 13 plus years of experience, mostly into SAP PAPO. So can I compare this tenant with app server?
No, we are not going till that level. Tenant is nothing but your collection of services.
Like to be one bedroom, 2 bedrooms, one kitchen, one hall.
Tenant is something. No. Okay. Tenant is something like don't take as an app server. It's one sub account could be one BTP account. Okay. So this BTP account will have n number of. You consider this is a PaaS, platform as a service. Inside PaaS, you will have software as a service, and inside software, plenty of things will be. So one sub account is one single PaaS, platform as a service. You got it?
Okay. So one sub account we can treat it as a one tenant?
Yeah, one sub account is treated as a one tenant. Yes. So this is nothing but a tenant one is nothing. I can put a tenant one.
So so when we go to the environment mode, I mean to say dev environment, QA, production. So where those things comes under?
That is going to be second sub account. Sub account 2, you can put tenant 2.
So tenant 1 will be a development and tenant 2 will be a
100%. Tenant 1 will be a dev. It depends on your tier landscape. You want to have a 2-tier landscape or 3-tier landscape. So 2-tier land, because in cloud people want to have a non-prod and prod tenant. If the customers are okay to pay so much, they can have 3-tier landscape too. Because now for your tenant also you have to pay a cost.
Got it. Thanks.
This one BTP account is a pass. It's tenant 2, so you can have this is as a QA. So I'm following a 3-tier landscape. Example, Apple is following a 3-tier landscape, and then actually I have production. This is my tenant 3. This is again my same pass. So if I have a 3-tier landscape, I create all three sub accounts under a single global account. Okay. Even so, there is one more. So this model has been widely used by all the customers. Okay, but some customer want to categorize their tenant under a one bigger umbrella. Example, another model is, so this is your normal nomenclature that they want to follow. Another model is what we see. So this is very, very old model. Let's take an example. I'm a customer. I want to have directory based concept. Example, I have this tenant and this BTP account, and inside this BTP account, I will have only integrations. And this is a dev integration suite. And this is again another dev for application development. So I have here 2 development. How do I control this development? Okay, so now I can put something called directory on top of it. So directories will help you to combine all your sub account under a single module. This is directories. It's called directory. So one directory, this is a dev directory. Under dev directory, you can have n number of categories for dev directory. You can have a separate directory for dev, separate directory for QA. Same architecture you can do. But this is really a highly costing, because if you put under a directory, so the cost is you will have different tenants and you have n number of single tier landscape for a single directory. It's not a cost effective concept. So I can have a QA directory. The Q directory I can have for integrations is separate. So that means SAP will activate only integrations. If you go and set a directory, you will have only integration suite here, and you will have only entitlement for integration suite. And next, here you will have only for application development. So directory will control the entitlements. In this case, in this case, like you will have all the entitlement that is entitled for. I'll go and show you next time. I'm going to show you how do you find yourself what you're entitled for. Okay, so like if I am having it, so like in this integration suite, I can only activate only integration suite. I do not have access to activate anything else. The same thing like here, I will have only application development. Like you'll have access only to activate build. You'll have access to activate only other related services for development. You will not have any other services. So this will be controlled at the directory level. This will be controlled at your sub account level. Okay, this model become really so much costing, and it's no customer want to go with this model. Every customer want to stick with this model, because I'm not sure like what kind of service I will activate. I want to have all my service directly to add it to my sub account directly, so that I will choose and add whenever I want. Okay, these are the 2 different concepts that are available in your SAP BTP. So that's what like we can categorize your global. You're going to have a single global account. Under global account, you can go ahead with either directory based entitlement or sub account based entitlement. So sub account based entitlements more cost effective for a customer, so that they can entitle for multiple services. I'll show you what is entitlement also shortly. Okay. Any questions or any doubts to this time?
So we can create a number of sub accounts, right? Let's say.
Correct. You can create a number of sub accounts.
So is there any cost related if we are creating multiple sub accounts?
So every sub account is treated as a single tenant. You have to pay for the tenant cost.
Okay.
So that's what actually, right? So I have a single global account. Under single global account, I can have a same global account, one account in one region, another sub account in another region. Even I can have another account in another region. It's all up to me. Okay, so you can create, so that your sub account can be in multiple region also. Like and also SAP, whenever you go for a DR, so your primary will be running in one region and your secondary will be running in another region. The same like how we see for other models. Okay, so directories are something like it's a hierarchy where actually you can have control your sub accounts like this. And this model, directory based account model, is not it's not in use as of now because it is so much cost for any customer.
Okay, here DR are the secondary. In which level it will come in? It's at a global account level or sub account level?
It will come at sub account level. So one global account, yeah. So let's take an example. I have my development or I have my product, because DR you need only for your production, right? So because how much DR you subscribe, you have to pay for all the tenants. So my production has to be running 24/7. So I will have DR only for my production. That means if I am having my production primary in US East, I will choose either US West or US Southeast somewhere. So that sub account will have another replica in some other region.
So, sorry, go ahead.
All these setup, who will perform? Either SAP or we have to confirm them?
So there will be a global administrator. So this is called global. So global account is for a global administrator. So this will be like in your customer place, there will be a global admin, or somebody will be at the senior director level or vice president who will be taking the global admin signing contract, and they will delegate to the COE. Like the basis will take care from that point all this administration along with SAP.
Okay.
So global account is deployed also in the region. Okay. So if that region is down, then we will not able to log into our global account, right? So
global account is, just to be clear, global account is not region specific. So global account is your ID. So if I go to your account, let's take an example. I'm signing in here.
Okay. So only sub account is deployed in the region.
Correct. So like if I come to trial, right, like so I can spin up another tenant. This is my global account ID. Correct, right? This global account is not tied up to anything. Only the sub account is tied up to a region and everything. If I want to create another tenant under the same thing,
okay, I got it.
I can choose a region here. I'm not restricted. Yeah. Any questions or any doubts till this time?
No, I think we can select any other region next, creating a sub account, huh? Because when you do a registration for the global account, it giving the one sub account only.
Next time you can actually choose any of the region. Like if you create a sub account, okay, so if I'm giving another trial account, but the only problem, right, if you use any entitled, it's a trial is not that much effective. Okay, but in your actual enterprise account, you have multiple options. Let's take an example. If I use an integration suite in this account, SAP will not allow me to create another integration suite, another account. Either you have to delete this entirely and you have to come to this in trial. But in your enterprise edition, you can create a number of things because you are paying for SAP.
Okay.
So here only we are creating for QA or the production, right? So let's say everyone will have the access to production also, or is it authorization based? Only these consultants can go into the production. They can edit and they can do changes, or everyone can do the changes.
Nobody. See, there is something called global administration, right? I am in this one. Okay, example, you are here, right? Like you can see your roles. So this create option will be available only if you are a global administrator. So let me show you where you can see your roles. If you go to your roles, you see your left side, you see all the tabs, right? And if you go to role collection, okay, there is something called users. Come here, users, click on your user. And if you go to your role collection, you are a global administrator. There are plenty of role collections, global account viewer. So whenever you create that one, like whenever the administrator will not give you any access, they will give only global account viewer, will not be administrator at all. Access will be restricted at the front end itself.
Okay.
So then if you go inside your sub account, you have another set of role collections. This is at the global account level, you have different set of security model. Once you go inside your tenant or your sub account, you have another set of security model. We'll see everything. So just I want to be very clear on this core concept. So you guys are clear now? Directory model. Yes. Let's take a short break. Then we will get into all the services, subscription, and everything. Okay, let's regroup at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Hi everyone. Shall we get started? Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Victor.
So now I believe you guys are created a tenant, and actually you are able to create a service out of it. Correct, right? Like first we created a tenant. Now our next step is to go to the next level. Okay. So once you go inside your BTP tenant, you will have. So once you land into the BTP tenant, you have multiple options. Okay. So you will be landing into BTP overview page. This is your BTP overview page. Okay. Inside BTP, So you will have multiple information. Okay, the first and foremost information is services. Okay. So if you come to service marketplace, if you type integration suite, so whatever you see under service marketplace, for this services, you need to create a service. So services are nothing but actually whatever you see under service marketplace, like you can see services for integration, you can see services for analytics, you can see services for automation. So first, so if you want to go and subscribe, and you need to create a service for your integration suite. So let's try to create a service. Like you will be having, go to your cockpit, and instead of cockpit, you'll have a service marketplace. And so inside service marketplace, you have integration suite. Type integration suite and actually try to click on create. Somebody want to share your screen?
Yeah.
Click on your integration suite. Click on create. Okay. So see the service you choose as a integration suite as a service, and you are going to create a new instance of subscription. First and foremost thing, we will be create a subscription. Click on create.
It should be under trial, right?
It should be under trial. Yes. Yeah.
View
View subscription. Yes.
View subscription.
Okay. I think everyone will be subscribed to the integration suite. Okay. So now can you go to security? So everyone are already subscribed now?
I did it.
Okay. How about others?
Can you just quickly say where exactly I can see the subscription options in sub account? Is it?
Go inside sub account. Can you share your screen? Go inside sub account.
Sir, in the left side, services. Under services, there is a service marketplace.
Okay, service marketplace. Okay.
Then just type integration suite. It will come.
Suite, yeah. Under integration, I see. Okay. Just click create.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Then you will be having two application, integration suite and SAP Business Application Studio.
Yeah.
Have you wondered actually how this service subscriptions are available for you? So the core concept, right? Like I'll go to into my slide. Okay. Whatever you are seeing in your service marketplace. So first you will be in your sub account. Inside your sub account, you are not actually creating an instance. First you will be subscribing to a service. First you will be subscription. Subscription is the first model where you will be subscribing to a service. So the subscription, or I'm subscribing to integration suite. Okay. But do I wonder how I get this subscription? Okay. If you go to your cockpit, if you scroll down, because if you go to your landing page, there is something called entitlements. So that means I am entitled to use this SaaS application inside trial. So that means I can subscribe to all these services. If I want to modify anything, so on your left side, you can see entitlements edition button. Okay. And if I put this one, like even like if you see, right, integration suite, you type integration suite, you see integration suite available unit is 1 unit you can actually use in your trial for your trial plan. So for your trial plan, you can always subscribe 1 unit only for this sub account. This is entitled for a sub account and for this global user account. Okay, so let's take an example. If you are onboarding, if you're an Apple customer like Apple, what they will do, they will actually tie up, because Apple will have a number of sub accounts under their global account, and they will have a plan in such a way for all the global account, they will entitle to list of services. So they will entitle to integration suite, master data integration, like so on, so on, like they will entitle to anything. But if I want to change anything, you can always click on edit, and you can go to add service plan, and I can add those plans. Like if my licensing approves me, I can add any additional service plan. Like if I want to have a continuous integration services, I have only 0 service plan empty. Like if you want, in general, in trial, you'll not have multiple options to add, but in your enterprise account, your tenant admin will have access to edit your entitlement, add a new subscription also to your product. That new subscription will be done through your entitlements. So entitlement means what I am entitled to use in this sub account. So in this sub account, I am entitled to use the basic products like CPI and everything. If I want to increase something, I can increase here at the sub account level, because sub account assignment, you can see SAP will give sub account assignment level. They can give one assignment and they will tell it's a shared unit or a dedicated unit. If it is put as a shared unit, that means this services will be shared across multiple users or multiple sub accounts or multiple global accounts. Because since it's a trial, so nothing will be dedicated. All the services will be shared across the global account and across the global account. Okay. Any questions or any doubts?
So with this trial, we cannot increase or modify, right?
In trial, we cannot increase or modify. But in your enterprise account,
we can do that.
Yeah, we can do that. So, but you have to pay additional cost. First, you have to work with SAP, and you have to tell SAP, I need this entitlement. So then what you have to do, you have to go to your basis admin, has to go to the entitlement, he has to click on edit, and he has to add this entitlement, whatever you're looking for.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. So all your software services, if you want to subscribe, everything you have to entitle first as part of your licensing contract with SAP. So next. So since we activated our service marketplace, and we get into service marketplace, we activated our we subscribed to integration. So now everyone will be able to access integration suite, and everyone will be able to do this. Now what we will do. If you go to your integration suite, you go to your. So now you are subscribed to the product. Now I need to launch that application. If before I launch that application, I need to have additional role to launch and add multiple capability. How do I do that one? Can anybody share your screen? I can guide, and also I'll tell you how you can do that one. Go to users, like you will have multiple tabs on your left side. Under that one, go to user. Your user ID will be there. Once you click on this user, and you can see some role called integration provisioner. You can see, yeah, integration _ provisioner. You need to add this role. Can anybody share their screen? Like I can guide through them.
My screen, are you able to see my screen?
Yes. So now go under security, go to users.
Role collection.
Not role collection. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go to users, click on your user, and then select role collection. Okay. Under role, go to role collection, click on role collection. Now click on 3 dots. By default, you are a sub-account administrator. So you can modify anything within assign role collection. Now type as provisioner.
Come again?
Provisioner. Let me put here. Yeah. Add this one. Remove this filter. And I would like to add some more things also. Remove this one. Yeah. So now add yourself as a cloud connector administrator. Scroll down. Add yourself as a connectivity and destination administrator.
Okay.
And destination administrator. Scroll down and sub account service administrator.
Can you just hold on? Can you just scroll up and show how many roles you selected?
Yeah.
You can see in the bottom right. Yeah. Integration provisioner. So you can see the list of roles, right? Integration provisioner, cloud connector administrator, connectivity and destination administrator, and sub account service administrator.
Sub account service administrator. We do not need a business application studio administrator, studio developer.
No, we are not going to develop anything on UI5 or Fiori application. We do not need that one.
So in the real scenario, customer place, are we getting the access roles, these all access roles, cloud connectors, connectivity, destination administrator? Because I think this is managed by basis or admin team, I guess.
Correct. This will be managed by basis or admin team, because since you have your own trial account, you have to play around. You have to learn all the things, right? Only, you'll get only integration developer for CPI, API management portal developer. So those roles are restricted there.
Okay.
Can I go, or do we need to add any more roles?
You're good actually. Okay. So now you can actually edit your destination, so you have access to the destination, and also you can also provision cloud connector to your sub account, and also you can provision all like your other sub account. Okay. So now next step, what we will do? Can I go to your service marketplace? Okay. Sorry. Go to instance and subscription. The instance subscription. You see near integration suite. You see a pop-up like, yeah. Click on that one. Go to application. Now this will launch you to a separate application. So now you are inside integration suite. Everyone are able to launch this application by adding all the necessary roles collection.
Yes.
Okay. Close this guy. Perfect. So now, as I told you, integration suite is not a single service. Okay. It is not a single capability. It has multiple capability. So we need to add. So if I want to use CPI, I need to add CPI. If I want to use API management, I need to add API management. So click on add capabilities. Okay. So click on build integration scenario. Build integration scenario is nothing but your CPI. Manage API is nothing but your API management. Scroll down. Implement interface mapping is nothing but your integration advisor for B2B integration. Select that one also. Scroll down. And managing trading partner, that also relevant to your integration advisor. Select it on also. And I'm adding, this is for your audit. This is nothing but your API hub, so that we are actually adding API hub to enhance my auditor service. Okay. So fourth option is your open connector.
This one.
Yeah, this one. The next option is your ISAM. The last option is your integration migrate. Let's take an example. If I want to migrate from PO to SCPA, this is a migration strategy. Let's add this capability. Click on next. Okay. So your CPA, it takes almost 15 to 20 minutes to provision. Click on next.
Which all not selected?
Everything is selected because I don't know all selected because just I'm explaining what are the services, but we will be mostly focusing on CPA and API management. Okay, so now we will enable developer hub also here in the API management. So that means I will bring lot of out of the box API from API hub. So that is nothing but enable developer hub. Select that one. And if I have any API developed, I want to edit the API at the entity level, that will be done by SAP Graph. I'm also doing SAP Graph here. So click on that one, then click on next and activate. This is ideally this will take 10 to 15 minutes to activate all the capabilities. Everything will be in progress. Click on OK.
So after 15 minutes, we can see all the tiles here.
You will see the capabilities are added. In order to see the tile, now because now you just added the service. So these are all CPA is your another additional capability. You need to add relevant role collection to you to see all the tiles. So
once these capabilities are enabled, then we can add the role collection, right?
Correct. So once the capability is provisioned, then only you can see a role collection under your user. So to add one by one.
Okay, then we need to wait.
Yes.
So event mesh also is one of the capability, right?
Event mesh will come as part of your trial. Advanced event mesh will not come as part of your trial. Even they given open connector, even you cannot use open connector that much effectively. Just they are giving a feel how it is looking there. In trial, only you can effectively use CPI and API management. Okay.
So if I purchase a license for integration suites from SAP, so will I get all the capabilities by default, or do I need to purchase individually all the capabilities from?
So integration suite is a bundle, right? So bundle has a lot of pricing. Okay, so in the integration suite, if you want API management and a CPI and open connector, that's one cost. If you want integration advisor also, that is additional cost. So just see the metering effect, they put integration suite as an umbrella. But under that, each and every services has different cost. So example, CPI cost is based on number of messages. API is cost is number of API calls. Integration advisor is based on number of partners that you subscribe to CPI account. So like for metering purpose, they want to have a bigger number, that is integration suite. But how many services or how many capabilities that you use, that is totally different cost.
And what will be the cost? I think so. It is based on users or based on monthly subscriptions?
It is. We tried also. It is per month cost. So you use 1 day or you use 10 days. It doesn't matter. For them, you have to pay for all 30 days cost.
So by default, I have to pay for all the capabilities to SAP monthly.
Correct. Yeah.
Whether I'm using or not.
Yeah, so there are two models, right? Like you are using a standard enterprise model, or you're choosing a pay as you go model, or you're using a CPA model. Bigger enterprise will go with CPA model because whenever you provision to your SAP BTP, the SAP will offer something called cloud credit. So it means so I will have a credit for CPA to use this many calls for this year, but I'm not able to. If I'm not exhausting that credit, I can carry forward this credit from this year to next year. So even API management, I have like 10 block. One block is 1 million call. Like if I have 100 block per year, if I'm not able to utilize all 100 block, I can carry forward the credit from 1 year to another year. So that all comes as part of your license.
And if I have two sub accounts, non-prod and prod, then I have to buy two tenants for integration suites from SAP. Correct?
It also depends on the cost. Whether your sub account should be a production-based sub account or non-production-based sub account. So you might rename as production or non-prod. It doesn't matter to them that how we name us. But actually, so your sub account also has a category called production sub account, non-production sub account. If you provision a sub account as a production sub account, the cost is totally different. If you provision a sub account as a non-prod sub account, that is cost is different because production sub account will have a high attention from SAP always. Non-production sub account will not have that much high attention. So big companies doesn't matter. They want to have their business seamless. They will always go with the production sub account.
Okay.
So Victor, for each quality system or production system, we need to have a single sub account.
No. Quality system will be separate sub account. Development will be. It depends on your enterprise architecture, right? Like if you have your ECC. Let's take an example. This is all we are a close adapter to. If ECC has a 3-tier landscape, it should make sense if you have three sub-accounts, because one sub-account will be for your development, another sub-account for your quality, another sub-account for your production.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Okay.
your landscape will be messed up.
Right. Correct, Victor. Yeah.
Where I can see the costing for integration suites somewhere.
No, you cannot see in BTP. There is a separate one. Like I can put in the chat.
Victor, is there any way we can see the progress of the capabilities which we added?
No.
But I can see roles are getting added after we have added the capabilities. See, earlier these many roles were not there.
Yeah, it will get added slowly.
So, is there so do we receive any pop-up that this capabilities added like that? No.
No, it will not actually.
Can you tell me what the roles we have to add again? We'll see whether they have.
Yeah, I'll go there one more time. Just give me a second.
I think capabilities are added. Maybe can you just double check who is sharing?
Okay.
Capabilities we have added, right? I think it's been some of them are enabled.
Yep. Let's see now what is happening. Okay, perfect. So now can you go to your next screen? Like let's see, go to your integration suite. Let's see next step. Yeah, refresh this browser. Refresh this browser.
Okay.
So looks like your API management is started already. And I think CP is the one it will be running long running job. Can you scroll down? Click on manage capability.
Which one?
You see something called manage capabilities. Click on that manage capabilities. Just putting in the chat for BTP subscription. It will SAP ask a lot of questions. You can get to the piece. I put in the chat for how to get the billing for your SAP. Okay. So you see SAP Graphene in progress. Cloud integration also in progress. Can you scroll down? Then your trading partner is in progress. Rest all get activated. Click on OK. So now come to your user account. Go to your click on the role collection. Click on assign roles. So now since we need to use API management, can you give API management self-service administrator and also portal is API portal administrator? Scroll down. API service. Can you scroll down?
No need of.
And we'll add. No, not needed that one. So we will add ourselves as a auth group API developer, auth group API application developer, API admin. Select for API admin, auth group API admin too. Yeah, scroll down. Then scroll down. Add yourself as auth group content admin also, auth group content admin, and auth group self-service admin also, auth group site admin also.
Okay.
Okay. So now scroll down. So this is for Business Application Studio. Let's skip this one. So I'll show you just a simple walkthrough on integration. So like, can you go a little bit up? We'll add as integration and INTS administrator, enterprise architect. Scroll down. There is one more role called enterprise architect and integration architect. Scroll down. Yeah. So let's assign these roles now.
So here I can see create. So even I can create the users for my sub account.
So okay, we selected auth group API application developer, the group content admin, the group API admin, the group site admin, integration administrator, integration enterprise architect. Which one we added?
Yeah, here is the list. The first one, API portal onboarding.
I think screen is not visible. Could you please?
Visible.
Yeah. So guys, you added all the API related roles.
We need a list, Victor.
Can you send that screenshot? It would be helpful for us to add.
Yeah. Okay, can you? Yeah. So send the screenshot. Then
so
you're able to see a screen, but whole role collections is not visible. So you need to scroll down. Perhaps if you can share a screenshot, that will be.
The problem here is I can't take a screenshot in this laptop.
Okay.
Oh.
Fine.
So yeah,
okay.
So somebody can. Yeah. If somebody can share, I can even tell.
Let me do this. Let me.
Yeah. Click on assign role collection. So first we are going to work with API management. So you can actually select API management and even ask put API portal administrator also.
Okay.
So select these two roles first. Everyone follow the same thing. API management, self-service administrator, and API portal administrator. Okay. Then come to auth group API admin. Add auth group API admin. So then add auth group content admin.
Okay.
Yeah.
We do not need that application developer and API portal registration.
That is optional actually. You can even select. So you can select application developer also. Doesn't matter because since you're admin, you can do everything. So you can I put the auth group API portal developer also?
This one also.
That is not needed. That is not needed.
Okay.
We're not going to do anything. Yeah. Okay. Are we clear now till this point? Just scroll down a bit. So put auth group self-service admin and auth group site admin.
Okay.
Okay. So these are the primary roles for API management. Okay. So like to start with your API management. Okay. So then if you come to next.
I'll give assign role collection.
Yes, you can give assign role collection.
No, then you are missing still. Integration administrator, integration enterprise architect.
No, let's do one by one next also. Go to again assign role collection. This is for API we just did for API management. Can you scroll down a bit? You can give integration, INTS, administrator and enterprise architect, and then you can give integration architect. Okay. Now you scroll down. Okay. So I think for your CPI as provision. So I think I'm going to set another set of roles for CPI. So PI administrator is for your CPI. PI administrator, PI integration developer.
Yeah.
Scroll down. You are good for PI. You should be able to access. Now here in the you put for this is for your partner creation. So PMAS administrator. You put PIMAS administrator. Okay. Scroll down. These are all. We can skip this, guys.
That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. So can you go to graph? I think graph also I see could you're already using graph. Yes.
Graph guest, graph key user, graph navigator.
Yeah. Can you select open connector user? Click on open connector user. We will be able to just consume open connector user.
Where is it? Like, do we have this in the role collection?
Yeah, type it.
Type it open connector.
Graph.
Yeah. Just type graph also. Yeah. So put a graph key user.
Okay.
Okay, and graph. This will be fine. Assign this role. Now can I go to your integration suite?
Yes.
Yeah, click on OK. So now this entire screen will get refreshed. So now we got everything here. So if you expand Discover, you should see Discover for both integration and APIs.
What is the Discover button?
So Discover is to discover all the standard APIs.
Still we can't see.
I could see integrations, but in design I could see integration and APIs.
API. So still API management is not provisioned. I will tell you how to provision your API management. Okay. Inspect. This is for your. So whatever you see, these are all core capability for your integration. So everyone are able to come to the screen till this point?
No, we are not able to see Discover.
Left side.
Yeah.
Can you share your screen?
Victor, it is showing 670 discovers. Huh?
Yeah. So the 667 package should be available. Yeah. So that means, yeah. Can you scroll down? Go to manage capability. Go to manage capability. Let's see whether integration started or not. Yeah, still integration is still in progress. That's the thing. That's all activated for you, but integration is not activated. CPA is not activated till now.
Okay.
Yeah. Once it is done, you have to add PA underscore administrator and PA underscore integration developer. If you add that role, you will get that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Our trading partner is still in progress.
What are those two? Come again. What are those two roles we have to add?
PA underscore administrator. Let me put in the chat. PA underscore administrator for CPI. This is for CPI especially.
Assign role, right?
Collection. And then PA underscore integration developer.
PI.
I have put in the chat.
Just looking into the chart. PI administrator, integration developer. Okay. I do not see that role.
That means your cloud integration is not active. The capability is not active.
Capabilities all are not active. The trading partner is still in progress.
How about cloud integration?
That's activated.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, for me also it's just now activated.
Yeah, I forgot Account Explorer. You see my screen? No.
I'm not able to see your screen. Yeah, it's coming up. Okay. So now can you go to your before that your
I'm just showing this. The PI is an
honest. Where is the sub account? Can you click on trial home? No, you're not even actually inside the sub account. Click on trial. Go to trial account. Yeah, go inside trial. You see a trial under sub account. You see trial, right? Go.
This is my
this is your trial account.
Yeah.
Okay. Go to your security. You see security on the left side. Click on your user. Select that one. Click on assign role collection. Yeah, PI underscore. It looks like you already added. Scroll down.
This one two are coming.
No. Cancel this guy. Cancel this guy. In the search.
PI this one, no?
No. Search. Type search. You can see. You see a search button before. So type PI there. PI underscore.
PI administrator. PI integration already added. Okay, that's why I'm not.
Yes. Yeah. Go to your cloud phone. Go to your actually on the left side. You see something called services, right? Expand the services.
Yeah.
Go to your integration and
subscription.
Go to integration.
Come on. Sometimes it's so very slow.
Okay. Perfect.
Go on.
Yeah. So now you guys are able to see your information, I believe. So you guys are good here.
Should I click on capabilities? Manage capabilities?
Click on manage capability.
Cloud integration is active and API developer graph integration advisor is active only. This thing is in progress. Trading partner management.
Okay.
40% is done so far.
I think you guys are almost set. Here, let me explain some other core concept. Then I'll tell you how to activate API. API management is another setup that we need to do. So you are now authorized to set up API management, okay? Because that's another SaaS product inside. Can I share my screen now? Yes.
Is it okay to add a PA read-only also as a role?
PA read-only restrict will, because see, if you add so many roles, right? One will take precedence of others. So that I am actually concentrating, either you should be admin or it should be read-only, okay? So since in the cloud, right, like if you add, we are not sure which one is going to sit in the database first. So something will get precedence, then it might affect all your things. So let's stick with administrator and developer. You should be able to access everything. Don't mix and match with the roles, and that will actually cause a lot of problem in your services.
My mistake, I selected all roles related to the graph. Is that okay?
No, you have only keys. Remove everything.
Key.
Yeah.
Okay.
You remove everything apart from the role. Because if you put mix and match of that role, you will be losing some access, because in the cloud we are not sure how it is going and committing into the database.
Key user is enough. You mean to say guest and viewer not
Yeah,
required.
graph. Yes, those are key users should be fine. So till now, right? Like we have search services, because under services we are able to go to service marketplace, and we have subscribed to a product, and you can see whenever you subscribe to a product, you will see a subscription of Integration Suite. So that means what we are telling to SAP, I am subscribing to Integration Suite. Under Integration Suite, you can create n number of instances. So what is the difference between instance and subscription? Subscription is something like, I am subscribing to a service. Under the service, I might spin up n number of instances. Your instance could be separately for your CPI. Okay. So the concept is something like, since you are into CPI now, this is your Integration Suite. This entire IS is a subscription. Okay. So if I want to run a CPI seamlessly, then I need to have a SCPI instance. If I want to run API management seamlessly, I need to have an API management instance separately. Okay, so that is the thing we need to now do. Okay, so now I have, as part of services, I have subscribed to the product. So I don't stop there. I actually have some more capability also to bring in. Okay, example, your CPI cloud integration need a separate instance to run an iFlow. This need an instance. Okay, under API management, need a separate instance to run. Likewise, you need instance for open connector. I'm just putting 3 examples for now. Okay, so since we are going to use heavily SCPI and API management, okay, so under this also Integration Suite, it has some more thing also. It has 2 kind of runtime. One is tenant management node. It's called TNM, tenant management node. Another one is your iFlow node. Okay. So if you go to your Integration Suite, let's take an example. I'm going to Integration Suite. I go to your CPI. I'm clicking on Design Mode. So whatever I see here, this is my tenant management node. Okay. Your tenant management will be maximum. You can spin up to 1 or maximum of 2. Your iFlow node is something like whatever iFlows you develop and deploy, that will land into manage integration content. That is called your iFlow maximum. So the maximum can for trial, they will give 2 runtime worker nodes that you can see here. You scroll down, you go under messaging queues. You can see. So for trial it will be 2, but for some enterprise it will start from 4. It can go up to 8. 8 is the maximum you can have in a tenant. So for trial, they are giving maximum of 2 worker nodes. Runtime nodes still I did not spin up anything. It's showing 0 for me. I'll show you how to create a spin up one thing. So maximum in trial we can go up to 2, and I can have actually 4 for enterprise account. If you aren't dedicated, you'll have up to 8 worker nodes. So these are the various nodes available in your cloud integration. Okay. So now since you are into CPI, so now we need to create a instance for ourselves. How do I create an instance for myself? Okay. So anybody want to share your screen? So since you subscribe to a product, right? Like anybody want to share your screen to create an instance? So CPI, the core runtime will be your process integration runtime.
So this instance, so this instance will be per sub account, one instance for one sub account, right?
Yeah, per sub account, correct.
Per sub account, okay.
Because you're already inside a sub account, so this cannot be shared with other sub account.
I'm sharing my screen. Yeah.
So now you click on create. You can create on the right. Choose process integration runtime. Yeah. Select that one. Then select the plan as iFlow. Select the plan. The second one.
Integration.
Yes.
Cloud Foundry.
Plan. Yeah, Cloud Foundry is runtime. And whatever thing you are deploying, it will go into dev space. Just give us integration plan as SCPI instance.
This naming.
Yeah, naming. Yes.
CPI instance. Create.
CPI instance.
Next.
Next, see here, it brings automatically a role called ESP messaging.send. Okay. I'll come to the next part because whatever you create a service key, that will by default will have a ESP messaging.send that will help you to trigger a message. Go to next.
Okay. This would be assigned as a default role.
Default role, yes.
Next.
And click on create.
Okay, now came. That's why I was thinking why we have 0 instance.
Yes.
And now CPI instance is coming.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Should I stop sharing?
Yeah, sure. Stop your sharing now. So that's now you got a clear idea for instance, right? So in order to run your CPI, so you need an instance. The instance is just a copy of the software running on a physical server. So whatever iFlow that you will be developing. So let's take an example that so your design will be done in a tenant management node and deployment of an iFlow will be done in a iFlow management node. That is nothing but your instance. You created an instance to run your iFlow. Okay, so that's an instance. So,
Victor, this would be like a logical name. Huh?
Which one logical name? Sorry, can you come again?
The instance we created because the iFlow will be running over this instance only, and it will be taking the default role, the API management what we had seen, and this instance will be working as a logical node. Huh?
If you do not create an instance, you can just design and see. Since your tenant management node is already active, if you do not create an instance, right? What will happen? You can actually design your iFlow. Once you deploy your iFlow, it will tell there is a problem in deployment. The reason behind the deployment is because you do not create an instance to run the iFlow, where it will run. So that's a thing. So that's what SAP is segregated into 2 concepts. So you can design anything in a number of things. But if you want to run in a Cloud Foundry environment, you need a separate instance for that. That's what we are creating, a process integration runtime instance. Any questions or any doubts here?
No, thank you.
So how Integration Suite will come to know that there is instances created for iFlow APIs? Is there any integration between Integration Suites and this instance?
So integration, okay. So as I mentioned earlier, right? Integration Suite is just it's a metering capability. Okay. So I spoke to the product owner also with SAP. So it doesn't change. Like earlier, it used to be a cloud integration as a separate service, your API management as a separate service. To accommodate a different metering capability, they have an umbrella called Integration Suite. So you whenever you tie up to the capability will add a UI. UI is the one they are bringing, but actually internally you have to do all the job whatever we. So they are not changing anything the underlying architecture.
But is it like while creating the iFlow, there would be option to select the instance?
Sorry, creating iFlow, which instance? Sorry.
Because what you explained, if the iFlow is created and it will be running over this CPI instance. So is there an option like, okay, while creating the iFlow, we will be having some options, okay, to select the particular instance on which instance this iFlow should be running?
So that kind of control we do not have. So CPI has multiple architecture. I'll come to CPI actually when I talk about CPI. I did not go CPI in depth. So CPI has a load balancer, and CPI has actually multiple parts. Okay, so everything is controlled by SAP. So I'm just at the high level. In order to run your iFlow, you need a runtime, and that runtime is nothing but your instance. That instance you have created. If you have 10 worker node also, worker node is you created a default instance with 2 worker nodes. You might have same instance with 9 worker nodes. I'm telling I need a separate machine to run my iFlow. So SAP is giving you take a single machine. In that machine, I'm giving 2 CPU core to you to run your iFlow. Okay, I cannot control like I want to run your iFlow to this worker node and that worker node. So that kind of capability is not available. Only SAP can control that one at the Unix level.
So it's a intelligent decision under the product itself. It will automatically taking the right instance.
Correct. It automatically it has a, I would say like 80% load balancing capability based on the load, because you have a load balancer upfront. Correct, right? If additional loads are coming in, it will dispatch a request to different worker nodes. So I'll come to the core concept of CPI later. But just I want to give you, just in order to run any iFlow, by default SAP give a single instance. That instance will have 2 for your trial account. When you go for a upper account, you'll have 4, 8, and so on. 8 is a maximum you can get for dedicated. Okay. Any questions or any doubts till this time?
No, we would be getting more clarity, because I'm just thinking that when there are multiple instances, how the product will be.
See, sorry, I don't want to be so you are creating only one instance. You are not creating multiple instances. Your instance is going to be only one, and you have n number of worker nodes. Worker nodes are totally different.
Okay.
So just to be clear, see, you have your tenant management as a separate node and your integration flow management as a separate node. And in order to run your integration flow, you are creating a separate instance. Under this instance, you might have 2 worker node, 4 worker node, or 8 worker node.
Okay.
By default, so whenever you deploy your iFlow, you will see a worker node ID also. This is deployed in this worker node. Whenever you see any iFlows are running, you'll see different worker nodes ID. You'll see 8 worker nodes will be active all the time. Based on the load, it will intelligent enough to put your load balancing equally.
Okay.
Any questions or any doubts?
Sir, can you go to your trial version once?
Yep.
Can clear your screen and go. So you have created only one instance for integration flow only, right?
Yeah, I am. See, even if I want to create another one, I cannot create it, because why I'm telling I cannot create it. If I go to my product entitlement.
No, are you sharing your screen?
Sorry, are you able to see my screen or not?
No, I think you didn't say
it's
it.
not sending. Yeah.
Okay. How about now? I think something.
Yeah, it's come. Yeah.
So I'll go to my instance subscription. Okay.
6
So now you see
instances.
here, right? Yeah. I have 6 instances. I have only one instance. Even though if I try to create an instance for process integration, I'll not be able to do it, because if I go here and on my entitlement, I am entitled to create only one instance.
No. My question is, you have created it for integration flow only, right? Not for API.
Yeah, I created only for integration one. So API management, I did not run in this one. I'm going to create that one. So I'm starting with SCPI. Then slowly I'll do it for API management.
Okay.
You got my point, right? Like first we are creating an instance for, you create an instance for SCPI, then we'll create an instance for API management. So this is API management I'm trying to create.
Okay.
Any questions or any doubts till this time, guys?
No.
So yeah. So once you have subscription, on the subscriptions are done. So we are actually creating instance to run our iFlow, and this instance will be tied up to a particular, it's a physical server. In the physical server, we will be running all your iFlows to run your business. Okay. So then your instance has, because right, whenever you create an instance, just to make sure, you will be creating under your space. So example, if you go to your trial home, and if you go inside your cockpit, go inside again. I am inside my sub account trial. Whenever you are creating a runtime, this integration will be running in your spaces. Okay. You see here, by default, you can see Cloud Foundry environment will be enabled. Additionally, you can see the spaces also will be enabled. If I go to spaces, I can see what our instances are running here. So whatever instance that you are provisioning, all this will be added to the same space. Because space is something like, I am telling SAP, if you go to your trial account again.
So we need to create the space, right?
Space will be automatically created while you're creating your sub account. Okay, so like the maximum they are giving us, this is the maximum size of space. Like I would say the space is not more than 4 gig. 4 gig is a space you'll get automatically.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 gig is the maximum size. Under the 4 gig, you'll be creating all the instance, and that instance will have equally distributed memory to run all your iFlows. Okay. Any questions or any doubts till this time? Yeah.
It's showing 0 application.
The application will be 0. Yeah. You might have only 0.
Yeah. One instance only.
One instance. Yeah. So when you create another application, because I created a Capem application, so I created another application so that I have another one application embedded to me already.
Yeah.
So this is my Capem service. I'm running on this one so that I have 4 gig. I'm using 4 gig memory. You can actually also change a lot of things. You can use HANA also. A lot of things you can do.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which protocol is commonly used for API communication in SAP Integration Suite? Option A, FTP. Option B, SMTP. Option C, REST/HTTP. Option D, Telnet. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
Hey there! Want to get good at connecting systems? Our SAP Integration Suite course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about APIs and Event Mesh. It's like a toolbox for linking apps and sharing data the smart way. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Integration Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
We have seen BTP also has 4 different types of cloud deployment model, which is nothing but your public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud, and multi-cloud. Okay, so the difference between public cloud is, just to give the history, SAP was initially Neo. From Neo, it has been transformed to Cloud Foundry. So when it landed in Cloud Foundry, so the main difference between your public cloud and private cloud, right? So your cockpit always stay as is in public cloud. And other services, like let's take an example, if I'm subscribing to Integration Suite, Build, SAC, and other products, so those can be moved as dedicated environment. So those dedicated environment are called as private cloud. In terms of private cloud, the customer will get a dedicated environment for each and every service, or even we can get for each and every component too. So those things like called private cloud. But in case of public cloud, everything will be shared across all the customer. So let's take an example. I have Integration Suite. Another customer is also having Integration Suite. So my landscape, like the infrastructure is shared between all the customer, but the services will be individual to a single customer, but the infrastructure will be shared to other customers. So what is another discovery we found out, right? Like, so even the prod and non-prod are under the same infrastructure. Let's take an example. If somebody is doing a non-prod testing in one infrastructure, and it might actually affect the other customer's production, because in terms of public cloud, everything is shared across the same data center. So they do not have a separate one for non-prod and separate one for prod. So everything is shared in terms of public cloud. That's a major difference we have seen between that for public cloud and private cloud model. So lot of customers are actually going ahead with hybrid model, where you will have a production, like we want to go ahead with a dedicated production landscape and dedicated non-prod landscape, and also in dedicated, like I want to go ahead for non-prod in a different region and production in a different region, and we can also opt for a DR in a different region, so that to support our business 24/7. So these are the different deployment model that we have seen actually in terms of SAP, and also SAP also support multi-cloud, multi-vendor model also. So let's take an example. If I have AWS as my vendor, I can also choose Azure as my another region. I can choose Azure as my another DR, and also for my data recovery and everything. So this is a multi-cloud, which is nothing but your actually multi-vendor model that is also supported in your BTP. So then we have seen what is SaaS. SaaS is nothing but your services that you see in your cockpit. So your entire BTP itself can be actually treated as a platform as service. Then your infrastructure as service is nothing but actually your GCP and Azure. So in the across everything, like integration suite or integration component, especially a CPI, it's treated as an integration platform as a service, because integration, like a CPI, has multiple different components, has dependency with Solis database for JMS, and actually it has actually DB with HANA DB, and it has a lot of other components. So the infrastructure, like especially your CPI component, it's treated as your infrastructure integration platform as a service. Okay. So then coming back to your service model, so SAP has a lot of different service models. So which is nothing but how do we categorize our infrastructure as service? So starting from your networking to your virtualization, those are all called your IaaS, and then the upper layer where you are running, you have your runtime like your Cloud Foundry, Schema, those are all called as platform as a service, which including your database, and the application which is running on top of it is called as a SaaS. So these are the different types of service model that we have seen in, especially in our BTP, and the key features or the key characteristics of BTP. They had as a cloud computing, and also SAP is trying to bring edge computing now. So edge computing can make a different era in terms of deployment. So because SAP has now tied up with Schema, we can go ahead with actually edge computing model. And also the main intention of SAP is going with actually SAP BTP to support hyperscalers. So the platform, the cloud native platform solutions, something like AWS and Azure, they do have their own hyperscalers and multi-cloud model. They want to adapt in BTP, in SAP solution. So SAP is choosing with multi-cloud and as well as hyperscalers from the cloud native solution, cloud native vendors. Okay. So then SAP, we have seen SAP strategy. One is just to maximize your hyperscaler benefit and minimize vendor risk, single vendor risk, and also ensure high availability and ensure disaster recovery and avoid any vendor lock-in. And also idea platform and services, like because we can choose which services we can go ahead, and because it's all like SAP do not want to force anyone. Like if we can choose which service we want for our business unit, we can activate as we go. Okay, so these are the things we have seen, and also we have seen how SAP has positioned BTP into 4 different categories. So example, like for app development, the services are called bill code, and for integration oriented, like we have Integration Suite, and for automation we have BPA and bill code. For analytics we have SAC and DataSphere. So across the board, SAP is trying to bring AI feature. So because this is a completely a business technology platform, SAP's key focus is to introduce generative AI first in this one. So SAP has started actually using generative AI. Like you can see your SAP Joule is already integrated into your bill code and BAS. So SAP is trying to integrate your SAP Joule into especially CPI and API management. That's in the pilot phase. So it's been already in progress, introduce generative AI there. So other tools also down the line. So SAP will be focusing more on the AI feature, how to ease the development, or how do I go and actually shorten my development timeline or shorten my development window so that actually I can achieve my business process at the earliest. Okay, so another one is like SAP BTP has a lot of various applications. We can achieve all Internet of Things and natural language interface and something, but with your AI, and it has a lot of ML algorithms, and across the board for any ML algorithm. So we'll be using Integration Suite for microservices architecture. Okay. The benefits are like as we showed actually, because it's all vendors. It's not a vendor specific one. We can choose the vendor, and it has a wide range of development services and support, and also a lot of other benefits we're getting for that. So we have seen all the service types and everything, and we have gone into BTP, and we have activated our tenants. So then you guys are able to onboard yourself into BTP. So we have seen what is a global account. So let's consider Apple as an example. With Apple, so there will be one global account, and actually there are 2 models: directory-based model or just directory sub-account-based model. If it is a directory-based model, I will have a directory for individual landscape or individual tires. So in my tire also, I will have a separate tenant for individual components. So the main drawback of this one, right? I need to have a lot of sub accounts that becomes bigger maintenance, and also SAP will not allow us to have another services in the same sub account, because that is all the services entitlement are tied up to a directory level. So it becomes like a maintenance cumbersome. So then SAP, so a lot of customers going at the sub account model. So the main advantage is like I can activate any service when I want, and also my maintenance will be very free, and I can actually reduce my cost in paying very number of tenants across the globe. Okay, so these are the various models that we have seen for your infrastructure, especially your sub accounts and everything. So any questions or any doubts in actually having a sub account, or how do we onboard yourself as a sub account and everything? So are we clear? So then we can get started with other things. Any questions, team?
No.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Okay. So now, so the next point, right? Like, so team, you are able to activate your integration suite, and we are able to onboard ourselves by activating all the capabilities in the integration suite. So like we have created integration suite integration suite, activated integration suite as a subscription. From there, actually, we have gone to integration suite, and we have actually activated all the capabilities, and we can see now CPI, APIM, everything is in place. And also we created an instance for a CPI, especially because integration suite need a runtime. So those runtimes are nothing but your instances. So example, if integration suite, so as I mentioned earlier, integration suite has 2 different components. So under integration suite example, your CPI has 2 different components, because integration suite, the main backbone of integration suite is nothing but your CPI or cloud integration. It has 2 different components. One is your tenant management node, another one is iFlow management node. So tenant management node can be 1 or 2 maximum worker nodes, but actually your iFlow management node can be 2, 4, 8 based on your licensing and based on your model, whichever model you are picking. SAP can actually go up to 8 worker nodes in each instance to activate. Like, so you can actually run 8 different parallel instances at any point of time to support your business needs. Okay, so these are the things with your instances. So and also we have created all the instances. So everyone are able to create an instance, I believe. So now the next step is we will go and connect because the next step is I need to connect my backend to talk to CPI. So the main thing is, so how do I interact with my backend system? So for that one, there is one thing called Cloud Connector. So let me put in the chat the URL for Cloud Connector. Everyone can go and register themselves in the Cloud Connector. And if somebody can volunteer and they can share their screen, it would be good. I can guide them how to register your sub account against the Cloud Connector, because your BTP is a cloud account. So now I need to talk to my SAP ECC. So whatever ECC that we have provided in our training, those are on-prem ECC. So we need a bridging gap. So Cloud Connector is going to bridge the gap between your cloud as well as on-premise. So we are going to onboard our cloud account into your Cloud Connector, and we are going to add the proxies. Like we are going to add our environments into that. So if anybody can share your screen, it will be really great.
I'm already sharing, Victor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me put the URL here, and I will put the credentials also so that you can log into the Cloud Connector. Everyone can parallelly log into the Cloud Connector too. So this is your Cloud Connector URL, username. I'm putting the username here, and the password is. So now go to your overview page of your cockpit. First, let's have the overview page of your cockpit. Okay. So parallelly in another tab, you can open the Cloud Connector.
Which one is the Cloud Connector? Okay.
The one which I put in the chat. Should be.
Is there any restriction to access this?
It should not be. So only there is a certificate issue, but actually once you go with advanced mode, you should be able to log into that one.
You can go to advanced and continue, right?
Yes, we can go to advanced and continue. So are you using TCS network, or are you actually connected to a hotspot?
I'm in my Wi-Fi.
Your Wi-Fi, right? Like really, it should be. So can I try this in an incognito window, just in case?
One question, Vic. This is, we are logging with an administrator, so it will have all the sub accounts which we have created from the individuals, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's kind of an admin thing. Okay.
So in practically, right, like when you go with your actual project, so we will not be able to do this activity.
Okay.
So there is a separate team, because this Cloud Connector has to be installed on a separate server. Okay. So and also it comes up with a lot of maintenance also, because every time whenever SAP releases a new update for your JDK or your new update for your entire Cloud Connector, right, like somebody has to maintain this on an ongoing basis. Basis team will be managing this entirely. So, we want to give the look and feel how the Cloud Connector works and how we can configure the back.
Okay, I think my machine is not allowing using. I'm stopping it and I'm using another laptop to browse this.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure. Definitely.
Thank you. Somebody else can share.
Yeah, somebody else can share your screen. Like I can.
Yes, I'm sharing. Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
So I have logged into the Cloud Connector.
Okay. So let's go there. Go in Syria Cloud.
1 minute. Let me catch up. I'm logging into another system.
Okay, sure. So once you log into the Cloud Connector, right? Like first, I'll tell the different components in your Cloud Connector. So Cloud Connector is nothing but, so we have our own sub account. Okay. So now I want to talk to my on-premise. Cloud Connector is nothing but a proxy box. So it helps us to communicate between. It acts as a secure tunnel between your cloud and on-premise, because let's take an example. In your PO world, we used to punch a hole in the firewall, but I should not punch a hole, but also I should be seamlessly talking to a system. How do I seamlessly talk to a system? There should be a trust enable between both the system, and there should be a separate proxy server that should trust both of them and seamlessly communicate using a tunnel security. So Cloud Connector will act as that bridging gap, and that will help us to connect seamlessly your cloud system as well as your on-prem system. So if you log into your Cloud Connector, you can see like it has a lot of components like your security status. So if there is any vulnerability attack, how do I know that one? That you can actually see all your security status here. So then if you come to your alerting, like let's take an example. If one of the connection is going beyond so many number of threads parallelly, I can set up some alerts there. So then also I can set up a high availability for this platform. Next is something like your high availability. If you click on the next one, high availability. So that will help you to see how do I actually, because this is your backbone, like, because without this cloud, if the cloud connector is entirely shut down, nobody able to post a transaction to your SAP system if you're on the public cloud. So high availability is a major one. To support high availability, SAP provides a lot of other options. Like I can have another secondary also running in the same instance, or say within the same domain, or I can run in a different domain. So you have to have a master and slave concept. So master should be always running with the primary, and there should be a slave. So let's take, if this is going down, we should have a primary that should kick in and actually that should drive all those connections. Another one is your hardware metric monitoring. So let's take an example. If I see a peak load or something like that, how is my disk space is being used? How my Java heap memory is, because it's all completely Java based landscape. So do I get a lot of garbage collection? So do I get actually how my physical memory is being used? So all those things you can see in your entire monitoring. So this also help you to optimize a lot of things down the line, because SAP will continuously release a lot of new JDK to update and go from there. So these are and also what is my CPU usage, because when you have a lot of parallel threads are coming between for multiple connections, because you have cloud connector nothing but in your ecosystem you might have 20 EC system or 10 EC system, including because you will have a separate production cloud connector and you will have a separate non-prod. The best practice is to have segregate your prod and non-prod, so the production will be always highly utilized. A non-prod can be put into the same cloud connector, because you will not have that much traffic when compared to your production. So the best practice is to have both in a separate box, and we can see how the CPU is used and how the physical memory is used during any transaction. The configuration, if you come to the configuration, it helps you to set up the initial setup of your cloud connector and how we can navigate along it. So this is the overview of your cloud connector. So then can you click on the just SAP icon on the cloud connector on the top side? So it will go to the home page. Here. You see SAP icon, cloud connector administrator, right? Like you click on that one. SAP, click on home. Yes. Yeah. So now, what we are going to do, we are going to add our sub account. So click on add sub account button. Okay. So now we have to choose our sub account. So for that one, if you go to your cockpit, can you go to your cockpit? I'll tell you how you can see all the information. So click on that E on your navigation on the top right. There is something called E197. Click on that one. So just click on hyperlink. Okay. Since you created a sub account, right? This sub account is available in the region US East Virginia. Correct? Right? You can see it is US East Virginia, and your provider is always AWS. So you can see this is provided by AWS. So both of your sub account is provided by AWS. So which one you are using? You are using trial or you are using a SAP BTP trial for your this one?
I'm using trial.
Okay. No, yeah. So then go to your cloud connector now. So there you can actually type US East. So US East it has, correct. Select that guy. US East Virginia AWS. Okay, so now click on your trial in your sub account. Go to the sub account.
So do we need to put it here?
Yeah, no. We should not put a trial sub account ID something. We should not put a trial account name. We should give the sub account ID. I'll tell you how to get the sub account ID. Can you go to your trial
tenant ID?
Okay.
Yeah, it's called sub account ID. Go inside your trial account.
Oh,
here,
big ID.
Yeah, big ID, sub account ID. Okay. Copy the sub account ID, not subdomain, sub account ID, third one. You see the sub account ID as the third one, you see. Copy that guy. Perfect. So you put your name, so you can put Akhil_trial account. So whenever you log in next time, you can search a sub account like this. Okay. So you put your email ID, which you use to log into your sub account.
Is it TCS?
Yeah, TCS email ID, because you have used the same email address to log into that one, right? Like you have to put the TCS email
ID. Right.
And your credentials, password.
Okay.
For me, it is showing sub account user. So we have to put email ID.
No, email ID, login email ID, your email address. Okay. So then come to your location. So you can give the location ID, because the use of location ID, I'll tell you in nature, right? Like let's take an example. You have multiple sub account for multiple scenarios. So example, they might have a sub account for Neo, some customer will have sub account for Cloud Foundry, even actually some customer will prefer to go with sub account specific to tenants also, like non-prod, they'll have as a QA, they have separate sub account, development, they have separate sub account, production. So what they will do, they would put a location ID so that actually they can distinguish among different connections. So we can give this blank, it is not needed now. So then we can come to description, we can add the description like your name and your description.
That's it?
Yeah, I kill connections. Okay, trial connection. Just save this guy. See. Yeah. So no worries. So let's keep here because most of you might see this error. So this is not our problem. This is SAP's syncing problem. So how do I solve this problem? So go to your cockpit. So SAP has two concepts. SAP has ID services, SAP has universal ID. So what is happening now? Because whatever we are trying to log in here, those are all something called universal ID. So we created our account in ID services. Okay. Now the ID services password is not synced to universal ID. How do I do that one? So now, so you see a AA on your cockpit. You see a AA on your right side. After your microphone, after your question mark, you see AA. Can I click on that? So now go to settings. In that, click on manage profile. So you are created in ID services. The credential of your thing is not synced to your universal ID. So what we are going to do now? We are going to reset the password. So what we can do? Here, click on change. Yeah, click on change password. Yeah. Now type your password.
Victor, if it was successfully added, we don't need to change password, right?
Correct. So that means your ID is somehow synced back to the universal ID.
Okay, thank you.
Shall I click on save?
Yes, go ahead and click on save. So now this should profile updated. Now go and type your new password. Now click on save. Yeah, now your password is added. Okay, so now your account is added into that one. Refresh your browser. You might see a lot of new connections added. Yes.
Why it is saying could not verify? I'm trying to reset my password. It's saying could not verify the existing password.
Can you show me? Can you share your
No, I can't share this because I'm in a different machine. No,
I am sharing.
I am also getting the same.
you're getting same. Oh, yeah, please share.
Even I'm facing the same issue.
Yeah, let's see.
I have shared my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we have another route to come. Okay, no worries. So can you close this one completely? Close this tab. Just close this tab. No worries. Only this tab.
Okay.
Yeah.
Closed. Yeah.
Yeah. So now go to your cockpit again. So now click on same thing like you are here, right? Like click on that one, manage profile. So now click on edit on your personal thing.
This one? Okay.
This one. Yes. This is same. Your IDs are same. Okay. So now scroll down.
Oh, there is a mandatory field display name. So do you need to give that?
Try to give your display name. So try to give the display name. Yes.
Okay. Save, right?
Save, yes.
No. Yeah. Already use a different name. What is this?
That name might be taken already. Yeah.
Yeah. Click on now change password. Let's try now. Yeah.
No, it's showing the same thing.
Not be verified. Okay. So give me a second. We have another one. Reset URL. We can try. I'll give another URL just for password reset.
Yeah.
Okay. So log out of your cockpit. Go to your cockpit. Log out of your cockpit.
From this as well?
Yeah, from this as well. Yes.
Done.
So now, okay. So now try to put the same login URL. Cockpit login URL. Click on sign in. So we'll use forget password link. Yeah. Go continue. And it should not take some. I hope it should ask for a password. Yes. Now give forget password. So you should receive an email in your TCS account.
Sometimes it takes some time.
Yep. Did you get that email?
Not yet.
Vallabh, are you able to log into TCS mailbox?
Yeah, checking from mobile.
Let's say my app is not working.
Separate mobile to log into that from there. But I don't see any email yet.
You should get an email. It has to take maximum of 2 to 3 minutes.
Did anyone else get an email? They can also share me, right?
Yeah, I received something universal ID notification.
Yes, I also got it.
Reset your password. Okay.
Yes. Let's see. Resetting it.
Yes. Go ahead. Now you come and log in with the same password in your cockpit.
Yeah.
So from where we have quit, right?
Yes.
I'll log in again.
An authorization problem occurred. In that screen only, we have to update the password, right?
Yes, in the screen only you have to update the password. First, we'll try to log into that cockpit so that our password is synced to universal ID.
Change the password through that link which we received on the email and then put it here. And then I'm logging into the cockpit. We'll go to trial.
Yes. Now, if you come to the cloud connector, if you update the password, this will be resolved.
Oh, me,
Sub account was added.
Yes. So you are good now.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone are able to add their sub account? If you
still in the process of resetting my password.
Okay.
Because these laptops are having some restriction. Sometimes this HTTPS link is prohibited. It's not working. Okay, I'm going to reset. No new.
Let me know, so then we can go to the next step.
Yeah, say the password has been reset. So I can go and relog into the cockpit, right? Sign in again. Continue. Come on. Yeah. Cockpit login. And go to cloud connector, right?
Yes. You put your
And
new
put the
password
same
there.
password, right?
Correct. Put the same resetted password, whatever
Yeah.
just you reset.
Wait. Yeah, I logged in. Thank you.
Okay. So now, okay. So let's add our cloud system now. Okay. So what I'm sorry, let's add our on-premise system to the cloud connector. So can you go to the cloud connector now? So click on select sub account on your top. You see a blue icon. Yes. You can. Do you know what name you're given? No. What name you're given while you're adding a cloud connector?
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect. Click on that guy.
Okay.
So that means I'm selecting my sub account. I'm now for my sub account, I'm going to add the SAP server as my backend. So we have multiple options here. So we have cloud to on-premise, on-premise to cloud, and monitoring, and also audit log and traces. Okay. So first, because from cloud, I need to connect to on-premise. So I need to choose the first option, cloud to on-premise.
This one, right?
This one, yes. Go ahead and choose cloud to on-premise. So now click on plus icon, here plus icon. Yes. Yeah, it's a ABAP system because backend is an ABAP system.
Okay.
Click on next. Okay, it's a HTTP protocol. Always is going to communicate the HTTP protocol here. Okay, click on next. So now put the internal host, which is nothing but your actual host. And the port is, its instance is 03. That means since it's a HTTP port, it should be in 8000 and 8003. It's a.
Hey, Balog, can you ping that host?
It's yeah, sure. That's giving this, Victor. We recommend using a virtual cloud service.
Yeah, next is, so I'll give how this works, right? Because internal host is your actual host name. If somebody, let's take an example, if you're working in a real project, so somebody don't want to expose their actual host name because some cyber attack might happen, some vulnerability might happen, they will put some virtual host. So this is a training server. So let's keep our internal host and virtual host as is. Let's get going. Okay, so now what we can do, like keep the virtual host as is. Yeah, click next.
Next, okay.
Yeah. So now principal propagation is another concept. So I don't want to do principal propagation. Let's do a basic authentication always. So principal propagation is nothing but propagating my ID end to end. So both are, so my login ID and my ID is not same. So like let's uncheck this box.
Victor, we have given both virtual host and actual host both same name, right?
Same name for training, but actually in an actual project, so your virtual host will be totally different than your actual host. The reason being that people don't want to have the vulnerability attack. So go click on next. So then this host use virtual host. Same thing you can use. And click on next. Yeah. So give some description. Yeah. Finish. Click on finish. No, don't check anything. Click on finish. Okay. So now under actions you see a search icon, right? Like with a box and search icon under your actions.
Under actions, yeah.
Yeah. So just we are checking, we are reachable. Yes, our SAP system is reachable now. So you can say it's green and it's reachable. So now, so this won't suffice us because we added the tunnel now. But in SAP, because when we seen our last training, our day 2, right? In our day 2, we have seen connection to IDOC, connection to your OData services, and connection to your SOAP services. If you observe that one, right? Whenever I connect to any system, after your host name, you put always some resources. Like I'm not going to directly connect to the direct service interface. I should go with the resources. Example, /SAP, if it is a OData service /SAP, /OPU, /OData. And if it is IDOC, totally different resource, and you're actually another is totally different resource. In your actual project, what they will do, they will restrict the resources because they want to go by resources. Example, they will put only IDOC specific resources. They will put only ECC, like your OData specific resources. They will put SOAP service specific resources. But actually, since it's a training one, we can just, you can, under resources, you click on plus, under resources, you see a plus button. Yeah. Bottom table. Yes. Yeah. So we are going to put, we are just for training purpose, we'll put access all the resources. Put a slash.
Okay. So
in real project, how you will admit is /SAP, /OPU, /OData. Then you put, you'll get a number of resources. Since the training, I'm not restricting any resources. I want to access everything. So then you can come to path, and so you see it's active, and we have to choose path and all subpaths I'm going to access here. So click on save. All right. So now we can connect. So this means, so this actually implied my cloud connector is connecting to backend. How do I confirm my system is connected to a cloud connector? So now you can have an assumption, like, so you might have another question. So I'm sure like this cloud connector has a connection to my SAP system. How do I make sure my cloud has a connection to cloud connector? So for that one, go to your cockpit. So expand your connectivity bar there, actually expand your connectivity bar, and then go to cloud connectors. So if your cloud system is connected to a cloud connector, it should tell me which cloud connector is connected. So you see, so you have created a connection. It shows with your ID and also which system you're connected. So that means this cloud connector, any services you are going to access this one, like so you can use Integration Suite or any like query application, anything. You can use make use of this connection, and you can seamlessly do all your transaction and all your business process. So I believe everyone are able to see your cloud connector connection in cockpit.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So we are now good with the cloud connector connection. Any questions or any doubts or anyone abstract?
Victor, I'm not able to see that option, connectivity. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think after password reset, it is coming.
Go to cloud connectors.
Yes. So account trial of connected. This is right.
Yes. Yeah, this is our.
It is taking some time to reflect.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Now we have the connection to backend. We can actually work on our actual scenarios. All right. So now I'll actually start up with another concept. So now then we can go to CPI. Okay. So then, yeah. So now the first and foremost thing why we added this cloud connection, right? Because in your same cockpit tab. So let me show you. Go to my cockpit. So you will be creating a number of destinations. So these destinations are something like, so some services connect to destinations. Some services will directly use the actual host to connect. So if you come to your connectivity tab, what you will be seeing, you will be asked to create some destination. So you can ask Basis also to create some destination to connect. Let's take an example. If you're using APIM as a capability in your integration suite, APIM always transact through basically through this one, because you can see like I have created a lot of connection for API manager to connect to backend system, but we are not going to create anything physically here. So we have a separate thing. We will come from there, because for the foundation for this one is first we need to make a cloud connection. That's what we have created, a cloud connector connection with our SAP account. So when it comes to API management, I will show you how this connection will be added seamlessly. When you add from there, everything will be replicated directly from here. So we should not anything add directly in this one for API management, especially for integration suite. So every SaaS, like your API manager has a separate option called API provider. So we have to create a provider, and that should reflect in your. So this will connect directly to your backend system. So the foundation is we need to have the cloud connector setup with all the backend connections so that we can seamlessly use that connection. So in your cockpit, when you come to your cockpit, right, like the prerequisite is just to have a destination setup, and destination setup should be seamlessly connected to your any backend system, whatever scenarios that you're trying on. Okay, so then these are the steps to create all your destination, and also so every instance has its own information, and we can create all those things. So one more thing we are going to check, because since you created an instance on last session, and let's take an example of every system. Example, your CPI and your API management going to have its own instance. But if I am a developer, I'm going to, or integration consultant, I'm going to see how I'm going to connect to this entire CPI. Like seamlessly, if I want to trigger a CPI endpoint, how do I trigger a CPI endpoint? So what you can do, under your instance, go to your instance subscription, and if you come to your instances, the instance you will see an instance for separately for process integration, SAP process integration runtime, and the plan is you should have a plan for integration flow. Under this one, you need to create a separate service key. So if you click on that one, you will be directed to service keys. Under the service key, you should be creating the service key. So if you click on create, it will pop up like this, and just to give the name, service key name, some CPI instance service key, and click on create. This has to create a service key file, and I'll show you the make use of this file in coming this one. Like we are going to use this one now. So can you guys create a service key for your instance?
Can you show it again also?
Okay, go to instance and subscription. Under instance subscription, you will see 3 tabs: subscription, instances, and environment. under instances. So then, yeah, I would actually, somebody can share their screen. I can guide step. It will be easy. Anyone want to share their screen?
Yes, I'm sharing.
Yeah, go ahead again.
Yes.
Okay, so now I need to call my CPA system. So for that one, I need a service key. So for that step, we are going to do that one now. So under instance, you see arrow mark. You're already in CPA instance. You see that arrow mark on your right. Click on that. Yes.
Then
So now go to service key is 0. Now we will create a separate service key. Click on create on the service key.
Okay.
Yeah. So just put CPI instance service key or something. Click on create. So this will create a separate service key. Once you open that service key, so you have, so generally your BTP works by XS UA authentication. The backbone of XS UA authentication is all OAuth 2.0 communication. So we have created a service key which has OAuth token URL and also has a client ID, client secret, and also it has a generic authentication URL to authenticate to your platform. Okay, so this service key is important, and if you remember, whenever we created an instance that tied to a role called ESP messaging.set, because any activity or any key that you created under this one will have the native role of ESP messaging.set. And also I'll show you how to test your cockpit. So we are going to see everything one by one. I believe everyone have their Postman installed on your machine. So if not, can you install Postman on your machine parallelly, so that we are going to create an iFlow. And we are going to test the iFlow also. So parallelly, I would actually ask everyone to have a Postman install on your machine. If not Postman, if you have Bruno, that is also fine. If you have REST client, anything is fine. Have your any testing landscape to test. I would prefer Postman. That is easy to connect. To close this one. So another one, like I just want to highlight this because since you are a cockpit admin, you are able to do all this activity. But how this cockpit admin, because you never assign anything called cockpit admin or something like that, right? Because you just added yourself a service administrator, sub-account administrator and everything. Because sub-account administrator will have access to just to add the services or activate the services. But how do you get all this access in this cockpit? Do you wonder how did it get? Because that is more important when it comes to any cockpit. Because whenever you remember, like there are three concepts: global account, and global account you came to a sub account, and sub account it will create a sub account, and it will create an org. Org is a chart. This org is the one which controls the entire cockpit. So where you can see that one, right? Expand your Cloud Foundry. You see after services, you see something called Cloud Foundry. Right? Put your Cloud Foundry. You see Cloud Foundry. Yeah. So here you see something called org members. So org members, the one which decides who is going to be admin, who is going to be the developer. So under your org, so if you click on it, there will be 3 roles. If at all you get a cockpit access, most likely admins will have manager and org auditor role. And primarily everyone are org user, they will have org user. Most 90% they will try to restrict the access because they will not give access to activate any services or create any destination or control anything. So 90% they will, if somebody want to have only view only access, they will have only org user. Admins will have all 3 roles just to play around, just to keep control of the entire cockpit. They will have all these roles. So this is the main about your entire cockpit.
So should we choose org auditor or not?
Yeah, you can choose auditor also.
So we as an integration consultant, we will be getting access to org user only.
Yes, org user only. Consultant will get only user.
And all the developers.
All the developers.
All
yes.
developer, yeah.
Probably your architect or lead, they will get a manager and a org user role, but they will not give this access. This has become completely controlled by admin. Click on save. And also whenever you create an instance, right? Because a tenant is a container, right? So a tenant will run multiple operations. For example, you have instance for because if it is a bigger customer, they will have a lot of Fiori application that will be going on. There will be a lot of BP application that will be going on. Everything has to put in a container. That container is nothing but your space. And space has a lot of options to start an instance, stop an instance, and delete an instance, everything. If you go inside a space, even your space access has been controlled. Go inside your space, go inside your dev. So whenever you create because under org, you will create a space called dev space, right? Like next step, whenever you create a sub account, you'll see all those things, right? Like, yeah. So this security, how it is controlled, like if you go to space members,
where
you can space members on the bottom. So you see on the application services space.
Left side.
Yes. So here, so just since we created our own sub account trial, we get all the access, space developer and space manager. How actually we have manager and auditor. Here also we have something called space manager, space auditor, and space developer. So most likely, if you get our user access, you will get only space developer access. We will not be able to get, as an integration consultant, they will not give space manager or space auditor role, because this has a lot of privileges. One can actually go and stop the entire instance. One can actually go and delete the instance. This will have a lot of tight control, because whenever you create any instance, whenever you deploy any application, everything has to come inside a space, and space will route and it will actually deploy into respective servers internally. So that's what this is, a high level of security. So they will restrict everything one by one from onto the space. Okay, just I want to give the brief about this concept. Okay. Any questions or any doubts?
Now for us, we can select all, right? No problem, right?
No problem. We don't have any problem. We can select everything.
Victor, one question. Is it okay to have CPI and Fury both in same sub account?
Yeah. Why not? We can have. If you are a CPA customer, because your licensing model is CPA, and you can actually choose everything. That's the advantage of going with a sub account model. I can have any services as and when I go, and also every services will have a cloud credits. So there are multiple way of having your billing. One is pay as you go. Another one is standard, or actually standard enterprise basic model. Another one is CPA model. CPA model is the highest model in the enterprise account, where each and every service will have its own cloud credits. So CPA, let's take in CPA will have something like, if you can execute yearly 100 million blocks of message. So then if you carry forward, you can carry forward for. So if you're not able to consume those many messages in a year, you can carry forward for next year. So your API will have your 20 blocks of your message. One block is 1 million. They will have 20 million requests. If you're not able to consume this year, you can carry forward for next year. So that will have a lot of cloud. They'll bring a lot of cloud credits. If you're not able to consume the cloud credit within a year, and it will carry forward for next 2 years. So that's how the customer will choose, because that has to tie up to a single sub account. All this will go for a single sub account. They will, its customer will prefer to have everything in a single sub account. They can also negotiate to have something equivalent if they want to.
Yeah, but this dev space is having only 4 GB. What does that mean?
Actually, you'll in your enterprise account will have up to 1 TB, 2 TB also. So it's up on your licensing, everything will be taken care of. So this is a container, right? Consider it's a Docker container. This Docker container maximum can support 4 gig. So 4 gig itself a very, very huge amount for trial. Okay? So consider, I'm actually having almost 700 instances running in my landscape. I'm almost having more than 500 gig. So, but till now I used only 40 gig. So it's a huge. So any questions or any doubts till this time?
Not from me.
Right. Now let's start with CPI. So next week.
What is the security groups here?
So these security groups, whatever you see, so you will be deploying a number of applications, Fury applications. So you will actually have applications, something like your freestyle applications, freestyle CAPM application. This security group help to manage access at the log level. So let's take an example. If you run n number of instances, right, you can tie up to some security roles or tie up to some security collections. Because this is whenever you, so that's a deep dive into security concept. Example, I created a separate security concept for a support role. If they want to access a lot of logs and files and everything, right? We can add those roles here. So these are the security groups you can see. Under SAP HANA Cloud is nothing but SAP used to have SAP HANA Cloud tied up to this space. So now SAP has a separate, although it's completely moved this as a separate into HANA Studio, Cloud Studio. So that's called SAP HANA admin tool. So you can click on that one. If you have a HANA instance, so you will be directed to a separate one and you can manage all your servers. So these are the various things. Yeah. So routes are nothing but to connect to different connections. So connect different backend, different services, those are called routes. So you can, let's take an example. If you're running a Fury application, you will create something called app router. So those app router will connect to different routes. So Fury and CAPM will have these connections. Those are the things. Even that routes also can be managed by different level of access. That is totally different. Full stack development. All other things will be used only for integration. We're going to just use our instance is going to run minimal, right? So let me share my screen for other content. Yeah. So So as part of your your SME, so that actually he want to cover API at the last. So I'll cover first CPI. So CPI, we are going to cover these topics. We are going to create a simple iFlow if possible, and we will actually try to test iFlow with a different one. Okay.
So now A3 course, right? So
API,
we will
yeah. So day 3, like we are skipping. We'll come to this because actually he want to cover first CPI because CPI is the foundation and backbone. So then we are going to start with CPI, which is nothing but manage cloud integration. So then once complete CPI is done, I'll take API. API will take almost 4 to 6 hours. So I'll cover everything.
Okay.
All right. So now we'll come back to our CPI here. So in CPI, so manage cloud integration is nothing but your, so because CPI has like your integration suite has multiple capability. One of the capabilities is nothing but your cloud integration. Okay. Disclaimer, right? So then, so in this one, we are going to see what is CPI. So what are the development cycles CPI has, and also how do I monitor? Like we are going to deep dive into in CPI multiple sections because CPI has monitoring is the biggest component in CPI. We are going to see each and every component in monitoring, and then what is your backbone of your entire CPI because CPI is running a different server and your cockpit is having a different server. How that is connected. And also, if I want to run any custom function or custom thing in my CPI, because CPI is just a BPM based tool, right? Like if I want to use some variable, how do I use those variable? What are the various options are available to access those variables? We're going to see that one. Then we'll start our designing our simple iFlow and we can start. So CPI is just, so the SAP's best practice and recommendation is, so if I want to connect to any on-prem to on-prem, or if I want to connect cloud to on-prem or on-prem to cloud, so CPI is the way to go. Because the main thing is CPI helped me to connect to, I have a server, AWS is sending some data to my SAP system, which is my on-prem system. So how do I actually, in a modern world, how do I talk to the system? Because AWS is a cloud system and your CCC or on-prem system. How do you seamlessly talk to the system? So CPI helps to bridge the gap. CPI has a lot of palette components. You can receive the message. Once you receive the message, you can do a lot of transformation. You can do a transformation based because source will be sending a data, like your AWS will be sending a data in different format. But actually in CPI, you will be transforming that entirely to the SAP specific format, and you will be posting the data to SAP. So this is what actually CPI's main job, like transformation and actually connect to and orchestration. Let's take an example. So the main purpose of CPI, right, because not only transformation. Let's take an example. Before I talk to a SAP system, if I want to connect to another system to get any data, I can hold the interim data in my CPI because it's all in memory. Consider CPI is running on HANA database also, and it also has in-memory capability. It will store all your payload in memory also. It can talk to any other server and it can get the response, and it will actually do the next step of orchestration. So it can do orchestration and also collect lot of information and consolidate all the information, how your target wanted, and then it posts the final data to your target system. Okay. So CPI has, because it's a lot of things, like first is something we have created a sub account. Then actually we have seen how to create like your instances. Under instances, we have seen what are the credentials to be called, like your credentials, nothing but your OAuth based API to talk to your CPI system. And also if CPI want to talk to your backend, we have a separate concept called security artifact that we are going to see now. And also with your first, whenever you create a simple iFlow, it will create an empty template first. So that we're going to see very shortly. And in the empty template, you are going to model as part of your requirement, because this is just a drag and drop tool. Consider CPI is not a full coding tool. It's a drag and drop tool. SAP has lot of inbuilt component. And I would actually strongly recommend not to write any JavaScript until otherwise it is, or any Groovy script until otherwise it's really needed for your requirement. Because SAP brought lot of palette component inside your CPI and it is easy to use. So you just with a simple drag and drop, if you practice for almost 30 days, you will become as easiest CPI consultant because everything is very on the go easy. And if you want to write any Groovy script, Groovy is a server level scripting language that is it can support Java as base also, because it can use the same, you can use same Java syntax on your Groovy, and you can code your thing, everything seamlessly. But the main problem with the Java thing, right? We will not know when there will be any vulnerability attack for those things, or when we will not know any API will be having outdated API or something like that. We will not know when SAP will stop supporting that API. That's what the strong recommendation from a lot of people, right? Like, don't write your Groovy so many, because SAP has lot of palette components. Try to make use of palette components seamlessly so that you can design your iFlows seamlessly. So in bits and pieces, like, you can create lot of components, and you can, if you want to create a reusable component, I'm going to see how to create a reusable component, also how to create a sub process, how to call the sub process, and how to model the sub process. We are going to see as part of your modeling concept. Okay, so that will, you'll understand how you can think in a different angle, how to model as part of your requirement and design your iFlows. Okay, so then ITA CPA also has some monitoring and logging, especially your CPA whenever you connect to any CPA server, right? So like, you will be deploying your iFlow to CPA local server, which is nothing but your Camel engine. So CPA Apache Camel engine, and whenever you deploy that into Apache Camel engine, so all these things, whenever it runs a message, it will be as a single threaded, like example. So when connection to backend is multi-threaded, but the entire thing will be shown as a single message. Under your message, you can see like what is your payload available, what is the payload that you got from your source. You can even trace each and every step easily, and you can even fine-tune your model as part of your business requirement. So logging is easy, and your actually tracing of your payload is easy. And also you can simulate your step. Let's take an example. If you model something, if I want to see my output in a desired way, you can simulate that input, and you can see if you're getting a desired output, or you can change your modeling according to your business requirement. Okay, so like, and when you when you log any message, when you run any message, it is going to log into your MPL. So MPL is nothing but message processing log. And let's take an example. If you are a bigger customer, like, you see like your day volume is going to be 14 or 15 million or 20 million a day, your peak volume, it is always recommended to have a dedicated MPL server, because the logs can eat up your memory like anything. So that's what I'll show you the concept of what kind of log is needed for which scenario. We have to pick and choose. Let's take an example. If I want to have a log for, do I want to select log for all the integrations, or I can actually turn off the log and actually write it in case of only failures, or if I want to trace the payload for all the messages, or if I want to enable debugger mode for all the messages. We are going to see everything in detail in terms of your logging capability in CPI. Okay, so then we are in terms of logging. When you log any message into CPI, you can send the log, because like, if you are working in a bigger retail customer or any banking sector, they want to see end-to-end traces. Example, if take an example of your digital order. Digital orders might be coming from your digital based system, and your ERP based system. And how do I actually see where is my order, whether my order is successful or failure? So this is called distributed tracing. So it's called our end-to-end tracing. So I want to see that if I have an ecosystem of 10 different landscape, I want to see end-to-end how is my messages has been transformed or posted in multiple systems. So SAP also provide a multiple solution. So example, it has Cloud ALM, where you can actually, it helps you to pick up the log from MPL server. So because, as you know, like the core foundation, when you run your message is going to be sitting on your MPL server. And MPL server has multiple capability. So either you can actually pull the log as an API and post it to any APM tools like your Splunk. You might have, as an enterprise side, you might have Splunk as another system where you can actually have all your distributed tracing sitting in one place. Or SAP also has its own APM tool like Cloud ALM, Solution Manager, Focused Run, or AAF. AAF also will give the in SAP also you can, same logs can be pushed to AAF. Also, you can see all the messages there. These are various options that SAP is giving to. These are all SAP specific APM tool to see all the logs and traces in one place. Okay. So and also as a developer, right? Like, so you will not have a same level of access in your higher landscape. Example, if you are an integration consultant, you will have a PI_developer role in your dev tenant. Okay, when you go to QA and production, you will not have the same role. So you will have PI underscore business expert role, and in your upper landscape, PI underscore read-only role. So a lot of roles will be restricted because each and develop as part of governance, as part of actually your compliance, we should keep the role intact for your specific landscape. So PA underscore developer role will bring a lot of higher level of privileges. And if you want to have the entire tenant admin level concept, so like you have to PA underscore admin. So PA underscore admin will be given to only your basis team and security team. So as a developer, you will have only PA underscore developer role, integration developer role. When you go to upper landscape, most likely you will have PA underscore business expert or PA underscore read-only role. So based on your landscape, they will try to restrict the roles. So this is as a developer, you will have access to, let's take an example. If I want to see the messages, PA underscore integration developer also can see the MPL logs, PA underscore business expert also can see the logs, and PA underscore read only also see the log. The difference between business expert and actually your read only. So read only is something like you'll be able to see only the logs. Let's take an example. If I want to debug something, so PA underscore business expert will have access to enable some higher level of traces, like you can change from info to error or error to read only. So those kind of level of access will be given to PA underscore business expert. Or if you want to check your JMS queue, or you want to go and retry your JMS queue, PA underscore business expert will have the option to retry that one. Read only, just to read only the entire MPL. So I'm going to see shortly the entire this one. Message monitoring tab. We are going to see the entire monitoring and logging. So before we go here, I'll go to CPI. So you'll be inside instance and subscription. Once you click on your integration suite, you will be launched into integration suite. Then you can actually see various sections like your home, discovery, design. We have seen all these options. So then what we are going to do now, our foremost thing is integration and APIs. So let's add integration and API. I go to integration and API because these are the integrations that we will be developing. Like, so as a developer, so there are two ways that we can see, right? Because just I will touch upon the first foremost concept. So as an integration consultant, as part of business requirement, we will be actually asked to search some integration in the discovery mode. Discovery modes are nothing but actually integrations are by default, SAP has developed those integration and published just out of the box content. Out of the box is nothing, but these are all standard contents. So let's take an example. If I want to replicate my master data example, if I want to replicate master data between, consider in my ecosystem, I have SAP S4 system and I have actually Commerce Cloud. If I want to replicate material between Commerce Cloud and everything, what we can do, so like as integration consultant, so like you can come to this discover mode, and you can actually select on this filter, and filter will give you a lot of options. It will give options to select your integration, like integration specific to CPI or integration specific to PO. And also, like if you know the vendor, because mostly we are going to see all out of the box package from SAP or some packages. So some third-party consultancy company or third-party partner company with SAP, they might also develop some integration. Those integration will come as a community model or a partner model. So those are like partners are like PriceFX, AG, and actually Ciron Labs, and a lot of vendors SAP has supported. Okay, so then line of business. So like if you are into, like if you don't know exactly what type of integration that you want to search, you can also search by sales. If I want to search the integration by sales or finance or HR, you can also see all this integration one by one from here. And also we can search integration based on industries. Industries can be your supply chain industry, retail, utilities, consumer products, and everything. So like based on that one, we can search the integration one by one on this one. Actually, like so, you can filter the integration. But now I'm going to show you. I know my source is going to be SAP S4, and from SAP S4 I need to replicate my master data to SAP S4 has some material, it has some actually customer, and actually it has a lot of other master data product. I need to actually replicate that one to a Commerce Cloud. Commerce Cloud is nothing but another SAP system. How do I find those integration? Like I'm clicking on filter. So now I'm choosing my information like SAP S4 HANA. So then I can scroll down and find out what our other target system is going to be. Commerce Cloud. You can actually see if Commerce Cloud is coming here. Yeah, I see Commerce Cloud. Okay. So now if I click on OK, it proposes 3 integration. One is integration, SAP Commerce Cloud integration, which is this SAP S/4HANA retail version and SAP ERP version. Because we need to be very specific which ERP system we are going to replicate. Are we going to replicate normal SAP S/4HANA system, or it's going to be S/4HANA retail specific box, or it's actually some other system? We have to be very particular. So if the requirement is, take an example, if your requirement is to replicate material, the requirement is to replicate material master from SAP S/4HANA to Commerce Cloud. So then I need to be more specifically looking into only SAP S/4HANA with Commerce Cloud integration. You can pick this integration package. Okay, so then I see there are 24 artifacts are there. So these 24 artifacts might have a material, like let's say type a material. Yeah, it proposes 3 things. So one is, yeah, here I can see is replicate material from SAP S/4HANA to Commerce Cloud. So this is something like I'm going to replicate my MATMAS IDOC. So this is outbound from SAP, which is nothing but outbound from SAP is an IDOC format. And inbound to Commerce Cloud, we can check it could be a SOAP or it could be a HTTP format. So if you click on the iFlow, you can see it is coming through Process Direct. Probably it might have some lot of dependencies before that one. Like you will see, we can see the entire flow like this one. Like you can check that one. We drag and drop, it will show you the entire option how we can do that one. Yeah, so connecting to Commerce Cloud is going to be, that is also done by another Process Direct. So that means this package has a lot of dependencies. We need to go through the documentation. So first and foremost thing I would actually tell, like whenever you see any integration package, there are 3 types of integration package. Standard package has 3 options. One is configure only, another one is read only, another one is editable. Okay. So whenever, let's take another package, like I'll show you another package difference. Like I'm going inside this package, this is also editable. And if I come here, this is also editable. I'll show you another package, some differences. Okay, so what is configure only? So this configure only means you can only configure some parameters. Example, the parameters could be what are parameters that you can configure? So you can configure source host name, because host name will be different for each and every client, every customer, and target host name.
So Victor, you meant to say the configure only category would be a kind of framework. Huh? So we can.
Yeah, it's a framework. Yes. SAP is just giving that framework. Take that adapt framework and then just use that package to configure your system information. Additionally, if it requires some other information like certificate, if you use a certificate for exchange certificate, then it will allow you to configure security related security information configuration. It could be your example, it could be user ID configuration, a basic authentication configuration, or it could be certificate based certificate. What is certificate that you're using in system? Those information will be there. So, okay, so this is another one. What we are going to see, read only. So read only is something like SAP is proposing to giving a package. This package will not be, so you are good to go. This is called as good to activation package.
That means ready to use.
Ready to use. Good to activate or ready to use. Okay. And editable is something like based on your business requirement, you can modify your package. Example, if I go to the same package. So that means my business requirement requires some more orchestration or some more system call. Like what I can do, I can actually directly introduce some components inside this one. I can introduce some sub-process. I might introduce some, or I can even introduce some more system call, some more variables I can add. Lot of things that I can do. So this is something customizable. It's called customizable package. So that means what we are telling. So you should not delete anything, whatever SAP. So customizable is something like customizable package is something like you should not delete anything. The main criteria is should not delete any existing information. You can add any additional information. It's not a problem because SAP will not allow you to, because this packages will continuously go for upgrades. So when SAP releases new upgrade, your customizable component also should be available. Also SAP new patches also should be coming. So that's what we are recommending anyone not to delete any existing information, and you can add any additional information on top of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, your changes also will be there, and also SAP changes also will be coming as is. That's a major criteria for your editable package.
So I meant to say, like, if I add something, and then for the next release of SAP, that would be altogether built, right?
Yeah, so next release, right, SAP might introduce some other component inside, or they might actually change some variable inside on the out of the box, because it's just called treated as out of the box integration. But you might actually put exception handling. So SAP might not put exception handling to capture the exception. So when you go for an upgrade, so your component will be stay as is, and whatever SAP has changed, because those packages are those if you try to add anything in that package, those are only SAP tightly coupled package. If you try to modify and everything or build a business logic completely different, it will overwrite everything. That's what we have. We are tend to do. We can add some more components as a new, but we should not touch anything differently here. That's what we are recommending. You can add any new subprocess also. That is not a problem for SAP. But don't try to modify so many things to the existing one. That will really create a lot of chaos and confusion. Okay, so so this is a major one, like 3 different packages when you go to this discover mode, and we can activate that. So how do I actually activate? Next question, like I see a package, how do I activate this package? So when you come inside a package, if you think this is relevant for your business requirement, you can always come and click on copy. So this copy will directly copy to your design mode. So now from discover mode to this package will go to a design mode. So now you'll get a message pack copied. Then if you go to your design mode, you can see this package will be copied, and whenever there is an update available, you'll see a pop-up also. So you'll see a pop-up at the bottom, an update available from SAP. Do you want to go for an upgrade? So once you click on upgrade package, you'll have another button called upgrade package. Once you click on upgrade package, it will upgrade all those things. Okay, and also this SAP also. So as a new consultant or any developer, right? So we will not be able to understand the sequence of this iFlows or sequence of this integration. How do I know the sequence of this integration? SAP actually will give you a documentation, end-to-end documentation. So they will give either as a file or as a, most likely they will give a PDF file, or they will actually give a URL to set up, like if you want to activate this package, there might be a lot of prerequisites. So before you activate these packages, SAP will recommend, like, you need to make sure these prerequisites are available, then you come and activate this package. Everything. So first we need to go through the entire documentation of this requirement. So if this package, if you think this is completely adaptable, you can cross-check in your documentation. So just if you click on this one, so like this will go to your URL. So open up a new URL, and we have to go through each and everything there, and we have to make sure what is SAP is recommending. We have to go through everything. So this gives this change log will give what are recent changes on this one, but this URL will give you a lot of prerequisite for this package. What are the necessary steps that you need to? Which package has to come first? Which package has to be activated? They'll give all the necessary information. We have to go through the documentation, and we have to activate accordingly. Okay, and actually you can, like, once you are here, so you can actually see an option called configure. This option will help us to configure the host name, like your addresses. So process director, do not worry about that one. If you have any other center, you can actually help you to configure the system information, host name, and everything will help you to do this. Okay, so this is about a brief about how you use a standard package. Any questions or any doubts? I can actually.
So the documentation would be giving end-to-end guide, like how to work with new packages, even how to activate or customize, modify.
Modifiable, like, so they will actually tell this are the requirement for this requirement, this iFlow should be used. But if you want to activate a package, like example, right, like, so this extension and add-on is for so and so information. So for this package, what is this package's operation? They will give in a brief. They will tell you the next step, how to activate each and every package. These are the prerequisites. How the inbound, outbound requests are done. So the implementation details, integration for implementation details. If you click on this one, everything will be done. Everything will be shown. Actually, yeah.
So if we edit the standard one, so will it be visible to all the customers? Only it will be changed.
It will be local to you, only to you, because that's what you're doing. Copying, right? Once you do copy, you copy copied version to your tenant. From discover, so from the, let's take from the public information, you're copying to your local information. So SAP will copy to your local space. So from there, whomever customer is modifying, that will be only for those customers, not for others. Others cannot change.
Editables we can copy.
No, any integration package. So let's take an example. So SAP will not allow you to directly discover something like you browse something like your Chat GPT or your Google browser. So just you can browse from there. So if you want to activate also, you have to come to this design mode. Design mode is a place where you have to deploy your project or your activate your integration. Okay. So whatever you do under your design section, that is specific to your requirement. Only only you can see your changes. Nobody can see your changes. So just
So suppose in this package we have 24 artifacts, iFlows. So can we copy only one of them from discover to, or we need to copy complete package?
So take this iFlow, right? Like I'll show an example. You will never be able to copy a single artifact because this comes as a package bundle. So it's a bundle, right? I have to copy entire package. I don't have any other option other than that one.
Okay.
And also 90% you will be using all your iFlows. I would say 99% you will be using all your iFlows because there will be lot of dependencies interlinked. So once you go through the documentation only, you will understand what is exactly how this iFlow is working, how that iFlow is working. iFlow is nothing but an integration flow. How this flow is working, how that flow is, everything will be interlinked together. So 99% you have to activate everything to make this work seamlessly. Any questions or any doubts?
No, just one thing, because any modification to the package, it will be local, I think you told, right?
It will be local to you, to the customer.
Local to my customer. Okay, maybe the customer which I belongs to. But when there will be an upgrade, who will take care of those activities? The SAP will be taking care for the upgradation.
SAP's responsibility to notify if there is any upgrade or not. Okay, so then if because to go for an upgrade, it's our responsibility, because customer's responsibility or your client responsibility to keep the updated content. We'll never know which can be outdated. We never know which can go for a compliance based auditing. We never know anything will go anything, right? Like, so just high level recommendation always from SAP is whenever you see an upgrade, try to plan the upgrade within 3 to 4 weeks. I would say not more than 2 weeks. So when you see an upgrade, try to plan the upgrade. Start your upgrade activity within 2 weeks, so that if something in next 2 weeks, right, you might see another upgrade also. So things will keep on changing down the line. In a quarter, you might see 2 upgrades also. That's what, like, try to plan your upgrade activity within 2 weeks, so that at least we are in the phase of first upgrade. So if you do 2 upgrade, right, like, you will not see the versioning of your changes. So some version, so you will not adopt the actual change when you go for that. So try to do it within 2 weeks so that you're completely safe.
Victor, are these upgrades at package level or at the artifacts level?
Package level. Always upgrades will be at the package level. And also they will release a node. So like how they release a change log, right? Like they release a node. For example, they add a gather step, this one. So this version, this one, they'll add all the upgrade changes as a separate change log. Whenever they are actually telling for an upgrade, right? Like you will receive a new change log, so on so. So just to keep the customer intact. So example, some of them might be changed, some of them might not be changed. So you'll see all the change logs. It will be, the upgrade will be proposed at your package level. But when you come to your change log, you can see for that date what iFlows has been changed. They will have everything the change log.
Let's say I have upgraded my package to the latest version, but one of the artifact or the integration flow is not working as expected. Then is it possible to revert back to the old version?
It's not possible. Once you upgrade it is done. See, you really brought up a very good question. See, here's a version. I am going to cover the versioning also later. You can see all the versionings here. Okay, so this is the latest version, right? Like, an example, if I have this one version, you will have a versioning of that package to go back. Okay, but what you will see a change, right? Like, the change upgraded versions of, see, whenever you do a customization, you can go back to the version. But in a standard package, even though if you try to go back to your previous version, the changes might not bring as is how it was earlier. So that's what, like, if you face any issue during your upgrade process, I would strongly recommend try to open SAP OSS node, and SAP will guide you how to solve the problem. So because this packages, because you see, right, whenever you create a package, this is managed by SAP. SAP might come across so many different error scenarios or failure scenarios. So do not do a lot of touch points. Like if we might actually see, even actually I also tried to go back to the previous version, but going back to the previous version is impacting other changes, or it is impacting some other thing also. So that's what I would strongly recommend. Rise of OSS node. SAP, if you go to, now it's called mycase.sap.com. If you open a case like me.sap, if you go to me.sap.com site, there is something called cases. You have to create a OSS SAP cases, and SAP will help you to resolve all your problems and queries so that everything will be resolved. You might, the main problem is you might touch one artifact to revert back. We never know what is the cyclic changes that we have to do in other artifacts. That's what we don't want to get into the entire loop and everything. We are stuck, so that it is better to contact SAP. SAP will guide the right one to us.
Yeah, okay, Victor, thanks.
Any questions or any doubts?
Just one thing, this what we have added into from the discover into the design, what we have to do it now, right? It is what it was just for example.
This is just an example, actually. I just showed you how, I'm just walking through how your integration suite and everything is happening. So I just copied a out of the box package and showed you how it is working in SAP's terminology.
Okay, got it.
So now, yeah. So if you're clear, then actually you can go. So example, right? Like I'm not going to deploy this iFlow because I do not have the right information to deploy. So I have actually deployed one of my standard custom package. That is a brand new custom package. So in this custom package, let's take an example. If I am deploying one iFlow, taking in first iFlow, and I'm going to deploy that iFlow. If I'm deploying this iFlow one, okay. So now I'll show you the monitoring feature of my iFlow, how this is working. Then we'll start with our designing of our one simple iFlow, and we can start our practice side by side. Okay. So once you deploy your iFlow, because you will develop all your iFlows here, like I'll show you how to create an iFlow, how to call a system, and how to add all the components. Once you are done with the deployment, you will go to your monitoring tab. Okay, so this is once you click on your integration and APIs, you'll go to your monitoring tab of your iFlow. So under monitoring tab, you have a lot of different sections. Okay. So you will have so this is a newly introduced feature called message status overview. So this message, if you click on this one, right, in a day, if I want to get the consolidated error thing, example, I want to see how many artifacts for the past one day, right? Like it can be a past 1 day or 1 week. How many messages are actually in failed status, or how many messages are actually in successful status, and what are those artifacts name? I can get the consolidated report here. Okay. And if you want to go by message, example, I triggered a message. If I want to see the messages actually in an individual level, I can always see all my messages in individual level. Example, I'll trigger an iFlow here, and I'll show you. So I'm triggering an iFlow. So once I trigger this iFlow, I come to under my monitoring tab. I'm going to all artifacts. So just to be sure, whenever you deploy any artifact, that will come under manage integration content. If you go inside manage integration content, you see two sections. One is all, another is started. Like all is something like it will bring all status of your iFlow. If your iFlow might be started, your iFlow might be failed, everything you can see here. Under the section, you will have multiple options. So like whether you can actually, if you have any endpoint, you can see the endpoint of your iFlow. If you have any like status, whether the status is something this iFlow, if it is failed, it will give failed information. If it is successfully deployed, it will give information successfully deployed and so on. So if it is failed, it will give the detailed level of information. Why this iFlow is failed, and actually it will give a suggestion also how to actually clear that error also. And also we will have the next one is status detail. Like status detail, we have seen this and artifacts. Like you can go to your message monitoring to check whether do you have any running instance of your iFlow. And we can actually see, you can go to editor mode, and if you want to correct something, you can go to editor mode and you can actually edit that one. And log information is something like, so that's what I'm going to deep dive into them. I'll just give an overview. If you want to change your iFlow log level, like I want to see a info mode, error mode, debug mode, I can change different mode. And I'll show you what is the use of this each and every mode in our detailed session. And each and everything has a lot of implication in your logging. Because when you change one mode, it has if you choose none, it has a different level of implication. If you change it to info, it has a different level of implication. If you put the highest level of trace, it has a different level of implication because it is going to print a lot of information on your server. So when to use which mode, when to use which mode, we'll see in our coming sessions. Okay. So this is just whenever you deploy an iFlow, you can see all your started iFlow as well as failed iFlow in this manage integration content section. And also they have different tile for started and error status. Okay. And if you trigger an iFlow, you'll see all your MPL logs here. Okay? So let's take an example. I trigger this iFlow. I can see whether my iFlow is triggered successfully. If it is triggered successfully, then it will go to a completed status. If it is still processing, it will see a status called processing. So there are multiple status for your iFlow.
What and all comes under artifacts? Can you show me?
Which artifacts?
That monitoring, under monitoring.
This is your artifacts, right?
No.
Under monitoring, this is manage integration.
No. I am asking what and all comes under artifacts. Only the iFlow you can treat it as the artifact, or any other things also.
Yeah. So okay. So let's do one thing. Okay, guys. So like before I explain this concept. So just I'm passing here, right? Okay. So I created an iFlow. I want you to also. I'm going to create one simple iFlow. I want you guys also create parallelly with me, and I'll touch upon the concepts. Okay, that is easy. And once you do, then you.
Yeah. Sorry, Victor. One more thing. At the monitoring, we can see only past 1 month maximum.
Yeah. You can see it depends on your use case. So even if you are a heavily used, in general, your understanding is correct. Maximum you can see past 1 month. But if you are using heavily MPL, SAP will not print you more than past 8 days. So other than that, you have to find a way to log, because this is a very, very costly server in terms of logging.
Okay. Got it. Because I saw that under the message status, its maximum is showing the 1 month only.
Yeah. So I would actually recommend everyone create a package along with me. iFlow _
integration API. Okay.
Yeah. Just go to integration and API, create a package, iFlow _ training. Just give the short description. So just given the foundation, when you deploy and everything, now we will create step by step all the artifacts. First and foremost thing, I'm going to create a training test, and version I'm going to give us 1.0.0, because all your versions should start with 3 characters. Okay, so like initially you have to start with 1.0.0, then from there you can go incrementally. And
so
in terms of
is this the standard, Victor? The versioning standard 1.0.0?
1.00 is a versioning standard in SCPI. So this is a versioning that we need to use.
Okay.
This will actually, because this covers a lot of internal version at this level also, and if you want to go for next level also, you can have this one. So anything, whenever you create an iFlow also, you'll see iFlow also will be created in this 1.0.0, 2.0.0, everything. I'll show you. I'll come to the version. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So then I'm going to give the vendor name. Vendor. So vendor, don't ever use SAP vendor. Even don't use com.sap. Don't ever use anything related to SAP. So if you're working, for example, if you're working for a customer called Pepsi, let's put com.Pepsi or com.Coca-Cola, something like, because they will have the naming convention. So just I'm putting an example. So here com.Pepsi, I'm just putting ZaranTech. Every customer will have a development standard and naming convention how to create a package. Here I create a package name as something like iFlow training, right? But in general, they will have a naming convention to create a package, because it could be a program level naming. If you're working for a S4 implementation, they will have a program level naming convention based on the rise of IDs, based on actually, they will have another example, like they will have a source and target based naming convention. We never know. So you have to follow, adhere as part of your customer naming convention. Okay. Just to make sure you read the development standards and follow as part of your customer naming convention.
Is this the standard is recommended by the customer, or is the standard is fixed by SAP?
Whenever you go for a custom design, that will be by customer specific. Standard package, whatever SAP is giving, you should not touch the name of your standard package.
No, that I got it. That is the standard. Nobody is going to touch that. But there should be a recommendation also, right, from SAP. How should you follow the standard of package naming?
The best practice.
Best practices are given by SAP how to name. They will actually always refer my name what I have given in the discover mode. Try to follow the same name. Okay. But every customer is unique, right? They might follow the same thing. They might not follow the same thing. But SAP's always recommendation is, if you are, I'll just get this guy.
You have the same name of standard package also, it will not allow you to create, right?
Name you can have, but it will not allow you to save in the com.sap.
Okay.
That they will actually stop. Vendor name you have to actually keep different. So SAP has given SAP Commerce Cloud integration with SAP. So it's something like if you're working for other integration, SAP SuccessFactors integration with S4. So that's what SAP recommends to follow this naming convention. Whatever they are proposing, they are also asking us to follow the same naming convention. But every customer is unique. So they will have a different naming convention as part of their enterprise standard. They want to follow something like that, right? Like you have to just work with your leads or architect just to find out what is the naming convention, or if they have any development standard or something like that, whether you can adopt that one. You have to. Our job is to adopt what the customer.
Okay, so and I understood. It's so we need to save it, right? Once we
So no. I'll come to the next section. Right? So whenever you create the next package, right? Let's take an iFlow you're creating for your customer requirement. You are going to you're envisioning to create 2 to 3 different iFlows. You have to give all your iFlow description. So example, this iFlow, this package contains integration flow for so and so scenario. Example, this has S4 to S4 to SuccessFactors. So just giving an example, SuccessFactors. Employee master sync, how SAP is maintaining a documentation, right? If you go to your standard package, you will see the description fully here, right? So it is good to have a description in the same way. Like what if you can edit this description also as and when you introduce another iFlow also. Okay, so as and when you introduce a new iFlows, you can come and edit your iFlow. Okay, so example, like I'm actually putting another one like SuccessFactors to S4 bank master sync, something like this. Okay, like so you have to put all your information in a detailed way so that consider if another developer is coming, where he can pick up the information. So the easiest way is to pick up from here actually this application description. So then the next step is we are going to create a package. Before we create a package, I'll show you another section also, like documentation. If you want to tie up your TD, some customer they want to add their TD or technical specification document also tied to the same package. Some customer will prefer different ways, or some customer actually we might want to tie up the technical specification tied to the same package so that everything in one place. So if you want to add any tags, like actually the tag could be like if I'm integrating with products like SAP. So I would strongly recommend if you can actually tag something like source and target as your product. Example, if your source is SuccessFactors, just put SuccessFactors. And if you're actually adding SAP, just put SAP S4. Select 2 things. So then you can see if you are doing any country-specific rollout, you can do a country-specific rollout also. And you want to add any keyword could be a rise of ID or something like that. We can add those keyword. And you can put a line of business. If the line of business is going to be for retail, commerce, anything, you can put this information. This is an optional one, but it's a best practice to follow. So it's not mandatory to add everything. Most likely, if you add a product, that should be more than enough. But if you add additional information, it is always a best thing to go. On industry, what line of industry that is, whether it is a aerospace industry or it is a banking information or it is actually a retail-based customer, healthcare-based customer, you can actually add those things. Okay. So now I'm saving this package. So any doubts or any questions on this package information? So on the custom package, because let's take an example. If you're working any customer requirement, 50% you might come up with the standard one, 50% you might create anything custom. So this is a thing that we need to keep intact when we create any custom flow. Any questions or any doubts?
No. What should I add in artifact? Anything?
No. Artifact I'm going to show you next step. Okay. Clicking on save, you'll not be able to add any artifact. So once you click on save, then next step it will take you to another artifact.
So the mode is editable. No, can you go to the header? The mode is here is editable. So is there a way to lock this particular package?
If you means actually, so what do you mean by locking?
No, nobody can edit only. So he meant to say, I think if we lock it, so other guy cannot do any modification.
So if it is in editable mode, this package is in editable mode, other guy cannot actually access it. Example, if you are working in an integration team, right? Like if you make this package, so let's take instead of cancel mode, if I click on edit, so let's take an example. I'm just duplicating my window here. I can show you that one also. It will be showing this package is locked by this so and so.
Yeah, that one to say that. Running test.
If you try to edit, it is allowing, but since it's the same session. But actually, if you come up with a different session, right, login, incognito window.
So I mean to say this editable mode. Editable means it is locked by the user who is working.
Correct. It is completely editable.
So you mean to say it's kind of a lock?
It's a lock to the package level, but there is a way to release the lock also. That is everything is available release the lock. If it's who is admin, right, or who has admin role, they can come and release the lock anytime.
Let's say if we deploy, then also we can edit. Someone else.
Yeah, anytime. Yeah, anytime, right? Like that's a major thing. I think this has to pass some time, then you can see that. But actually, generally, it shows us like if multiple people are working, it will not allow to edit for all those people. It will tell you this package is already locked by so and so user, so you have to work with, or you can go and release the locks.
For you, it will be the same user, same sub account, and the same session would be different, but it should allow you to.
Correct. Yeah, but actually, for some other user, it might block.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, in SAP PO, we have an option to remove the logs from administration, right? So do we have such kind of
100% we have. I'm going to show everything. Monitoring is your Bible. Everything is available in your monitoring. Yeah, that's what I want to cover monitoring first, but let's see one iFlow, then we can go to monitoring section. Everything monitoring is a complete Bible of your CPI. In monitoring, you have all the capabilities. Okay. So now in your CPI, right? Like so, when you create any package, you can create a integration flow, which is nothing but your iFlow package. Okay, we are going to create a package for that one now. And also you can create a package in the same iFlow, you can create a value mapping table. Let's take an example. My iFlow need a value mapping table. I can create a value mapping as another artifact. If I want to create a message mapping separately, I can create a message mapping separately. If I want to have so when you create this component, especially your message mapping, your functional libraries, your script collections, and your message type, data type, these are all called reusable objects. For example, I can have a common message mapping and I can use this message mapping across multiple iFlows. Okay. If you create a iFlow, so this iFlow cannot be shared by anyone. If you create a value mapping table, you can consume, because value mapping is going to be, you're going to use at the runtime, not the design time. But other components like your message mapping, data type, message type, your actually other thing like your integration adapter, script collection, they consider these sections, right? Like,
can imported archive be created?
Import archive is a common archive. Example, you can actually consider iFlow as one of the archives. Whatever you have in zip file, right? But this zip file should adaptable by any of the format. Either it should be an iFlow or it should be an. So let's take an example. Somebody has give a package solution. So SAP might actually confuse so many terminology, but I would see this imported archives are nothing but your MTA files. So you can have to see, you have to choose your runtime profile. Like this is your runtime profile. So most likely SAP will allow you to import MTA. So whenever you create an application, all your files are MTR file. Did you hear about MTR file any time before that?
No.
MTR. So that's another format of file. Okay, I'll come to that one. Like first we will see the file format, then actually. So yeah. So reusable artifacts are here. Anyone has any doubts?
Under artifact add, I want to know what the difference between API and integration flow.
API is for API development. So example, if you want, it's totally different.
Okay.
It's totally different. So your data type can be reusable. See, iFlow is your actual integration flow development.
Flow. Yeah.
API is something like you can, if you want to have a API development, let's check. So we have seen OData service development in S4 system, right?
Right.
So similarly, if I want to develop a similar OData API in my AI, I can use API option of development. But I would prefer not to use this option because this will become cumbersome, because you will have your source of record in SAP S4 system, and you are just relying on the system and just importing. This becomes a lot of maintenance activity. Okay, so we are going to see mainly integration flow and value mapping, other relevant components. Okay, so data type is a reusable artifact, or actually message type is a reusable artifact, and your script collection reusable artifact. Then your actually message mapping is a reusable artifact.
Value mapping
You're not going to use in design time, right? Value mapping is going to use in runtime. Correct. So that is runtime wise, you can call this value mapping anytime. So either there is a two ways to consume your value mapping, either through a Groovy script or actually through a message mapping. Anyway, I'll show an example how to use that one also. So if you use either of the option, you are going to call the value mapping deployed version, not runtime version, not your design time version. Okay, these are all your reusable artifacts mostly, like your under integration adapter. So let's take an example. If you are using any OEM adapters, like any third-party adapters or any other OEM adapters, integration adapters.
So basically, these are the design time object.
These are design time.
Yes.
Reusable artifact using the design time. So then Now, next one is your like standalone artifacts, right? Standalone means like I have to do all my development from there. And artifacts are nothing but your two major things. One is integration flow,
function library,
API, and value mapping, function libraries, and your function libraries. Okay, so these are actually like your standalone artifacts. Runtime consumable artifacts is your value mapping table. Another one is your function libraries. And if you develop any API, that also you can do as a you can consume inside your iFlows. Okay, and also you can call one iFlow to another iFlow also. Call one iFlow to another iFlow through adapters. We are going to see there are two ways of calling. There are multiple ways of calling, but actually there are only two ways are most recommended.
Is that kind, Victor? Is that kind of an event mesh?
No. Event mesh is totally different concept. I'll come to event mesh later. Okay, so please don't mix and match of anything. This is just simply iFlow. Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions or any doubts here till this time? And one 5% is asking about MTA archive, right? Like what is the MTA archive? As I want to explain, it's import archive. Import is really a very good concept. Okay? So whenever you design any iFlow in your, especially whenever you design any iFlow in your CPI, so you are going to deploy that iFlow. Deployment of any artifact is going to happen into Cloud Foundry. Correct, right? Because this is actually cloud integration. So you'll be deploying to cloud integration server, which is nothing but your Apache Camel server, Apache Camel engine. And this Apache Camel engine will be hosted on Cloud Foundry. Cloud Foundry is your runtime environment because everything has to type to your cockpit. Cockpit as your PaaS, which is a runtime environment. So, and consider you want to move your object from one landscape to another landscape. So you want to move your object from one landscape to another landscape. You cannot actually move your design time object. You have to move your deployed object also. So by default, SAP brought up a concept for deployment is called multi-target application, which is called as MTA, multi-target application. So any development that you develop and deploy to your Cloud Foundry, it's going to be a multi-target application. So MTA, when you archive that file, it will come as MTR. The archival format of MTA is called MTA. So this MTR file is easy to transport from one tenant to another tenant or one sub account to another sub account. Okay? So that's what actually you might have a MTR file and you can actually import that MTR file. So your MTR can be so let me put an example. Your MTR, so what are various varieties of MTR? Types of MTR could be whatever you see, right? Like it could be a iFlow, any of this artifact. It could be an API, it could be a value mapping table, anything. It could be any of the reusable artifacts, anything. So it could be any type. So SAP is just facilitating just to import as an MTR file so that if you can actually take your production MTR file and you can deploy it to your development to find out what is said. That so MTR actually it could be any of this file and you can import as an archive to your CPI and you can run as this. Okay, so most likely whenever you release a transport, right? Like we are going to see the transport management also later. Whenever you release a transport, everything will be going as an MTR archive, and that so it will have multiple. Where your transport number will have multiple MTR file that will bundle up into a single transport number for transport.
So deployment of artifacts. So once it is deployed, then it become the MTA, right?
Correct.
So this MTA is basically it's a runtime object or it's a design time. So
this is actually a build time object, build and deploy time object. So build and deployment happens through build and deployment happens. So once it is deployed, it becomes MTR.
Okay.
Once your build is successful, it will be MTR file. It's an archive file.
Okay. And once I want to transport this from development to quality of production, so MTA archive file will go. So
correct.
So when it will transfer to target, then everything will transport or only this build and deployment will transport?
No. Only see. So whenever you enable your transport management, right, you are going to tie up to a transport number. Correct, right? The transport number is going to be 12012 some number, right? Under the transport number, you can actually put one MTR or multiple MTR. Doesn't matter. So it depends on your change cycle. So your change requires multiple MTR file. So your change actually, my changes require value mapping table my SCPA component, everything is a single MTR file. So I would actually recommend create a single MTR file, because whenever you select an art, I don't enable actually transport management here. You have to select your individual object, and there is an option called release transport. That release transport will pop up when some telling, right? So this object is been tied up to a transport number with so and so MTR name. So each and every object will have an individual MTR file, and it will be going and sitting there.
Okay. Okay.
I would actually recommend to have a single MTR file. SAP also has an option to bundle everything into multiple MTR file. That create a lot of chaos. So every object has, because you can easily, if you don't want something, you can avoid a lot of dependencies. If you bundle into everything in a single one, that will become as a chaos.
Okay, is that the recommendation, right?
That's a recommendation always. SAP has multiple options, but actually I always use a single artifact as a single MTR. That is safest and easiest to maintain.
Okay.
Any questions or any doubts till this time? All right. So I will create a simple test iFlow now. iFlow test 01. Just I'm putting test 01 for just actually for my naming convention, but please follow your client specific naming convention. So the naming convention, they want to actually like how SAP is following, right? Replicate, master data, so and so. That's SAP recommended. SAP has recommended this such a kind of naming convention, but it's all client how they want to name it. They want to do it. We have to do accordingly. So whenever you create an artifact as an iFlow, right? You have to consider two things. What is the description? What this iFlow is going to do? So this iFlow is going to this integration design to infer. So you can put source APS for system, give the proper description, because this description also is a customer want to be specific. So just follow their customer naming convention and standards. Target is going to be success factors. Okay, and put the sender and receiver. Sender is something like who is the caller. Receiver is nothing but who you are going to send the information. Okay, so example, if it is a S4 system, title receipt is S4 system, and your receiver is going to be just add this guy, then click on add. So your artifacts will be created. Okay, so this artifacts will be created with all the description. You can see in the standard package also. They will try to give some utility iFlow to the so and so. They have given the description, and some iFlow might have a sender and receiver information, but it is a best practice to give the sender and receiver information to have everything clear. So once I click on this one, so now this is my primary template. So this is a template actually you will be starting from here. So like once you create a iFlow, your iFlow will have a template like a sender and receiver, and you can actually either you can start your template from here and you can modify everything. So anyone has any doubts till this point? You want to start with the creation of this iFlow?
Yeah, we can create it.
Yes. Parallelly, what I will do parallelly. So once you create this one, I will show you how to connect to a HTTP. So because sender is in our entire testing example, we are going to use sender as a postman. The postman will be called through HTTP. I'm going to put a HTTP link here. Sender, I'm connecting to a HTTP adapter. So you have multiple adapters. I will show you. I'll explain each and every adapter when it comes to adapter section. But for our testing purpose, I'm using HTTPS adapter here. Okay, once I choose HTTPS adapter, I'm going to put the connection information, like test training test 01. Okay, so then user role is going to be, so who can trigger this iFlow? Whoever this role can trigger this iFlow. So I'm not going to put CSR of protected. CSR of protected is something like you want to generate a token and you want to have a 2 level of security. That is nothing but CSR of token. But we want to have a simple. I would recommend not to use this option until otherwise it has been forced by your client. But actually CSR of protected is something like I don't want to use only user role authentication. I also want to extend my authentication for CSR of protected. If I want to use that option, then actually CSR of protected is supported. But this option I would strongly recommend not to use at all. So just to keep it simple like this. So then
we need to type the address always, or is there an option like we can pull it out from somewhere?
Sorry. Can you come again on
the HTTP address?
Address is something like once you deploy your iFlow, it will have its own address. Just we have to keep simple address. Okay. So address is something like so. This address is you're not able to see.
No. In that sender option, I can't see that connectivity option.
HTTPS.
You should be able to see it. Okay. So
can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
It should be below, Ashwin, just the bottom of your screen.
Can see my screen, right?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Is there a drag and option?
Go to edit mode. You have to edit, right? So now you drag and drop. See this.
Yeah.
HTTPS. Okay, so now you can give your connection information. The connection can just give example is this based on your requirement you have to give the address, but you should not give the like www.com or HTTP. So SAP will come up with its own host name and everything. So this is just a S path. What is the service path I want? Consider this a service I'm developing. What is the S path I need to use? Just you have to put a slash and okay.
So this will be a prefix in short.
Correct. Prefix in short. True. Okay. Any questions or any doubts till this time?
No, we need to save it, right?
Yeah, we need to save as a version. So versioning is another one. Like we can say 1.0.1, 1.0.2, and whenever you save a version, just put a comment. What this version meant for? Just iFlow for.
Version.
Yeah. Yes, we have to put the versioning, right?
So this user role, what is this user role? ESB messaging.send.
Yeah. So this iFlow has to be triggered by only certain users. How do you restrict your iFlow triggers, right? Like if you will be deploying into public cloud, correct, right? And how do you restrict access for a public cloud user? So either you can actually, SAP's recommendation is to put the same role, ESB messaging.send. And you can have, let's take if you select, if you have any system specific role also, you can put that role. So only those roles can be added. You can select one role or multiple role to restrict the access of this triggering your iFlow.
Okay, so triggering of the iFlow. So you mean to say that the user who's going to trigger, that the user should have this role, something kind of, or
no? This is all now been transformed in Cloud Foundry. So you are going to trigger through OAuth 2.0 based authentication. Okay, so whenever you generate a OAuth token, so I showed you right ESB messaging.send when you create a service instance. That service instance master will have a ESB messaging.send role, and that role will help you to trigger this. So we are going to see it subsequently now. I'll show you how it is. So everyone are clear? So are we good?
Yeah.
Now you can save us a version. Everything is clear. So from there, actually, like because modeling has a lot of different concepts. Because I'll show you, like I have 26 different varieties of iFlow modeling. Okay, we are going to see all 26 varieties of concepts because I want to have your foundation strong. Then we can actually take each and every component how we can design that one. Yeah, 26 different varieties are there. So we are going to see all 26 different varieties. Okay.
One question related to this 26 flows. So this will source and target the systems. Do you have the source or target system, or are we going to use the source and target as a trial system, something kind of? How is it?
So we are going to call S4 system as a target system. Source is going to be a Postman. We are going to trigger the iFlow through Postman. That will just call S4 system. We will use some S4 data, but most likely I have a sample payload because these are mock thing, right? We are going to consider like you are going to have a similar kind of a payload in your system. But so your message mapping, I have a mock payload for that one, how to do a message mapping. If you want different parallel component, you can see how it is getting called different. So I'm going to connect to a SAP system only. So I'll show you how to connect to a SAP system and use all the parallel components on the one.
Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is a key characteristic of event-driven architecture using event mesh? Option A, synchronous communication only. Option B, tight coupling between systems. Option C, loose coupling and asynchronous communication. Option D, direct database access. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section.
Hey there! Want to get good at connecting systems? Our SAP Integration Suite course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you learn all about APIs and event mesh. It's like a toolbox for linking apps and sharing data the smart way. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Integration Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.